Welcome to BMX Race Hub. We're live in Manchester for round 5 of the Lloyds BMX National Series. It's Platt Fields.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready? Watch the gate. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready? Watch the gate.
We're back in Manchester on the outdoor track this time, and thanks again to obviously the channel supporters, British Cycling and NX Teamwear. I really appreciate the support everyone gives the channel. We couldn't do it without all the fans as well, and subscribing and liking and everything else. You'll have noticed some more content on Instagram, which we're really pleased you're enjoying as well. So outdoor. A little bit drizzly overnight, a little bit rainy overnight, I think. There's a few spots of rain in the air, but we might get away with it. You never know your luck today. Windy tomorrow, so be interesting to see how it goes. No pro section here, tighter track. We'll talk about that in a second. And yeah, so let's take a look back at the rounds 3 and 4 that were in Cumbernauld in Scotland earlier this month. Okay, here with Voice BMX Rich Eames. We're going to go live soon. Practice still going on behind us for pro practice, supercross practice on a very tight track. But let's just reflect back to a very wide track with a pro section, Cumbernauld, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, Cumbernauld was absolutely massive. We love it up there in Scotland. They do such a good job up there, and the racing was top notch. A couple of complaints about the track, but a track that challenges is never a bad thing, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it was definitely challenging. It was, well, the faster riders were having to squash like crazy. So, and in fact, good practice for here, because third straight here, if you're going faster, is pretty challenging actually.
Yeah, it's tight at this track. It's the polar opposite of what we had at Cumbernauld, which, that contrast as well, it makes people work, it makes people think, and it sets everybody up for a good rest of the year.
Yeah, so what about the younger age groups? Because this track is really good fun if you're probably 7s, 8s and 9s, getting your jump on. It's great for that.
Yeah, it's a great skill building track for the younger riders, and even for some of the older ones up to like 13 and 14. I've never really heard anybody say they don't like coming to Manchester, because there's something on this track for everybody, and I think that's the beauty of it, and it's just going to make for really good, tight racing.
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking forward to the first corner, especially if it's dry, because that's it's pretty fierce in there. So yeah, we'll look out for that. Anyway, speaking of which, let's have a look at the track guide and a hot lap with our pilot for this event a couple of years ago, which is Harry Tanner. Welcome to BMX Race Hub and your Manchester Platt Fields track guide. Okay, here we are, Manchester Platt Fields. So 330 metre track on the racing line, give or take. Depends on your racing line. If you're a bit wayward, it's probably a bit further. But we've got elements of new tarmac gone in for the race season. It's a fairly big pedal down the first straight, quite powerful. I say new tarmac in the berms here. You can see a bit of work going on. Third straight. A series of doubles, and the last straight a very evenly spaced rhythm section. So let's go and have a look at some of the key features. Okay, here we are then. First straight at Manchester Platt Fields, the first key feature. It's a pretty big pedal fest down here. You've got 3 large jumps, fairly large jumps. It's like a mini Gosport, I suppose, for the riders who haven't been here before but maybe have raced at Gosport. For the faster ones, getting the backside of each jump is going to be really important. Smaller ones on the gas, on the pedals down the backside. And picking the line into the first corner is important. It's quite flat in the bottom, need to use a bit of the berm to carry the maximum speed. Okay, berms, second key feature, the one behind me, you can see in the middle it kind of goes flat, and then you've got more of a bowl on the exit. I'll go and have a little look at that for you. So quite wide in, as I say, kind of feels like it starts to pinch you a little bit with the height of the berm. It's kind of flat in the middle here, and obviously at the bottom as well there's not a lot of support, but then really good apex, really good support on the way out of the corner. So I imagine they'll be quite early on the gas heading out of the corner. Okay, second berm, so really nice shape. I think there's going to be quite a lot of action in this corner. It's a really interesting shape. You've got lots of support on the exit, but it does look like there's some really good high-low options here. And of course the next straight narrows slightly, so we'll go and have a look at that. Okay, next key feature, third straight, gets slightly narrow, still 5 meters wide, but gets slightly narrower out of the second corner. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, the one you're on there jumps into the last corner, and they're all sort of doubles. The first one's kind of a steppy table thing, and then doubles. Really nice shape for those that are jumping, quite lippy, quite good backside. Getting the backside for faster riders is going to be really important. It's probably quite easy to overjump, certainly the middle one, middle 2. So getting that backside of the jumps is going to be super important. Third berm looks really like it closes in. It's still 5 meters wide, but there's definitely, if you're not under pressure and you're in the second place going for the win, there's definitely a really good high-low in this corner. It's super supportive on the way in and on the way out. So there'll be some really good action, I'm sure, in this corner. Okay, home stretch, last straight. A real nice natural rhythm to this straight. All the jumps are fairly similar shapes. You can pump the whole lot almost at any speed, pretty much at any speed. Lots of different options, manuals, double manuals, the odd jump, but making sure you maintain and gain speed through pumping and backside to jumps is going to be really important for that last, 40, 50 meters down to the finish line. Okay, that was a look at the features on the track. And as this typical Manchester weather starts to ease slightly, there's a risk of the sun coming out. Let's go on board with Harry Tanner for a hot lap.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Manchester Plattfield hot lap. Manual on the first jump, couple pedals again. Double manual, flat first corner, but pedals coming out of it. Manual, couple pedals. Really quick second corner on the pedals early. Third straight's all about the drive. A couple pedals in between. Small last corner. Pedal on the out. Rhythm section down the last straight. Pedal to line.
Okay, so Pro Superclass Championship practice is finished. I think riders are now in the pens, so we're probably a few minutes away from live action on track. Hope you enjoyed the intro sequence there and the information we've been putting out in the meantime, and the check-in with Rich Eames as well. We'll check in with Rich again tomorrow morning before round 6, but also the inside line tomorrow afternoon, which is in the live feed as well. So look out for that, and we will be catching up with a few riders, so you can check those interviews and behind the scenes pieces out in the highlights show that should be published pretty early this week, because there's a few people going on holiday. So anyway, I think you might be very lucky about Monday Otherwise, it might not appear at all. But anyway, we'll give a good go at it. Keep dropping us messages on Instagram and sharing content there. And if you've got any good ideas for competition, drop us a line. So we will now cut to live commentary and live feed in probably a couple of minutes' time. All right, so time for a quick cuppa.
Hopefully that's a good enough audio test. ringing me again.
Alright, here we go. Moto number 1, day 1, Manchester, round 5 of the BMX National Series. Rocco Westwood, Arlo Steinmetz, Frankie McKenna in this one, Max Livingston, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, and Holly Bishop. Looks like the rider out of Gosport, I think, leading it out. Everybody changing jerseys and that kind of stuff. We will soon see who it is as they come towards us. That looks like Max Livingston in there in 3. It is the 18 and the 642. Have I got the right set of sheets? No, I haven't. There we go. That's a great start, that. Let's have a look. Where are we up to? 148. We've tried a new way of doing things with the sheets. It clearly didn't work. I got it wrong with Moto number 1. Anyway, Moto 2, Bishop, Mason, Thompson, Cotton, Cheeseman, and Bradley in this one. Bishop in there in 4. That looks like Cheeseman in 3. Charlie Cotton bringing it to the line. Moto number 2. Somebody's had a bit of a tumble. That was the 29. That belonged to Jet Thompson. He's up and all right. Right, Moto 3, Barnard, Webb, Squires, Swales, Steinmetz and Harding heading towards turn number 1. Harding and Steinmetz going 1 and 2 into the turn. Right, Freddie. Just to let you know as well, I have been nudged that the traffic wardens are creeping around on the streets looking for dodgy parking scenarios. So if you've not been, how should we describe it, courteous with your parking, the traffic wardens may have left you a nice surprise. So just be aware of that one if you would. Jacob Squires on the 144 doing it for Bideford in there as well. Leighton Harding taking the win from Arlo Steinmetz. Race 4, Kimber, Taylor Hall, Louis Cheffy, Rocco Westwood, Freddie Walsh, Charlie LeBrass and Frankie McKenna. Frankie doing it for Preston Pirates, Charlie LeBrass out of B Radford. Some moves going on in that second turn. Louis Cheffy doing it for Team Minds. Looks like he's out in front with LeBrass chasing him down. Taylor's in there in 3. Rocco Westwood rounding out the top 5 as they head towards the finish line. Race 5. Zavi Fox Cooper in this one. Bruce Anthony, Jacob Scrivener, Freddie Walwork out on track. Hadley Harding, Oliver Arnold, James Cotty Cottrell out there in front. Aaron Hickman doing it for B Radford as well. Walwork doing it for the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive in there in 3. Scrapping away with the 077. That's going to be Bruce Anthony out of Royston. It's going to be Cotty taking it at the line. Hadley Harding in 2, Freddie Walwork in 3. 13-14 Cruisers, Will Knowles in this one, in there in 2, chasing down Logan Young. Alfie Sim, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, just making his move in that second turn, picking up a spot, working his way into the 2, still battling though with Will Knowles. Chasing Logan, Hunter Mallion in that 4th spot. I think that's Ben Millington in 5. Benjamin Dean, Benedict Marco also in the mix. And Lane Goddard going through as well. Race 7. Todd Smith-Notman, Jake McKenna, Dylan Slatter, Newton Hindley, Adam Stevenson, Liam Byrne and Adam Arnolds. Todd Smith-Notman out in front, Allen's BMX, whoa, one rider down, going down that 3rd straight. McKenna's in there in 2. That looks like Hindley in there in 4, not sure who the faller was. Let's have a look who that was. Barnsbury BMX Club. Adam Stevenson taking the tumble, he's up and alright though. Walking away, Ben Millington, Cooper Westwood, Robin and Matt and Alonso in there in 2. Lucas Stoneman, Owen Miller, Alfie Ford and Toby Duff. So Millington, Matt and Alonso 1 and 2. Well, Lucas Stoneman I think in there in 3. Cooper Westwood going through as well. Race 9. Well, William Alfie Harrison now given William a bit of a target for the weekend. So he's going to be pushing hard. We see you, William. Keep up the hard work, mate. Bradley Davidson, Aidan Giles, Theo Cam, Alfie Andrews, Eric McSwitty, Will Chaplin, and George LeBras. This is a hard moto in the 15-16s. It is McSwitty leading it through. DC Cycles in there in 2. William Chaplin doing it for LVG National Race Team. And I've got a feeling that might be the Hawks rider. Bradley Davison rounding out the top 3. Race 10, Byrne, Robbins, Widowson, Hayward, Pentonvogt, Caulfield, and Stanley Palmer as well. Teamers Theo Robbins battling away. That looks like he's fighting with Stanley Palmer going into the corner. Team Bunnies in there in 3. That's going to be Logan Widowson, who's definitely had a growth spurt over winter. Caulfield in there in 5. Race 12, Miller, Palmer, Brown, Abbott, Hearn, Richardson, and Kingsley Mears in this one. Oh, Joe Little going down. Oh, 1, 2, 3 riders hitting the deck. That's race 11. I've moved on 1. Sean Brown leading it out. Where is John O'Haradine? He must be in there somewhere as well. Or did he go down in that wreck? Joe Little is up and okay. That's good to see. Joe doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. The 9 was Finton Coburn, Bath BMX Club. And I think it was Addison Milburn who hit the deck as well, Exeter BMX. And was race 11. Things already getting tasty here, round 1 of motos. At the Field of Dreams, Manchester BMX Club. Plattfields, Manchester. Don't forget, if you've got birthday shout-outs, send them over to me via Instagram DM at BMX Commentator, I've already been told there are a couple of special birthdays in the house this weekend. Right, moving on. Race number 12, 30-39 Cruiser, the original Tom Palmer. Taking the whole shot in this one, Mike Smalley Brown in 2, Kingsley Mears in 3, Nathan Abbott in there in 4. We've got Chris Hearn, Ash Richardson, Chris Miller in the mix as well. But crucial BMX, the original Tom Palmer, bringing it down to the line. Smiley in there in 2. Kingsley chucking in a few runners in there in 3. As we move on to moto number 13. John Livingston in there in 2. That's Ryan Jones in there in that 4th spot. Dan Popo out in front. Agrizali Adzans is in this one as well. I think he's in there in 3. Terry States and Stu Lorry all in there. I think I've mentioned everybody in moto number 13. Race 14, Odling Whittaker. Is he making it in? Yes, he is. Don't forget to check out Mike Whittaker's YouTube channel. He's documenting his racing journey, doing a grand job of it as well. He clearly puts a lot of extra time into it. So if you go and give him a subscription and a follow, that would be absolutely ace. He's in there with Tom Odling, Craig Cordin, Andy Groves, Chris Evans, if he's made it on track, because I know he's struggling with a hand injury. So I think Chris ended up in 2 there. I might take the mick out of him this week, I'll just have to think about it. Race 15, Harris, Dixon, Grant, Eaton, Wheeler and Coltman. That looks like Dylan Dixon out in front, Matthew Eaton in there in 2. The 15 of Rob Harris in there in 3. That might be Lee Grant in there in about 5. Chasing down Chris Coltman down that final straight. Race 18, Dave Stokes. Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 2. He's got Simon Toogood battling with him as well. Norbert Marco out in front. David Kane in there as well. LeBras, Stark, Jackson and Merritt all in the mix. But Marco, DC Cycles checked out and gone. Two Goods in there in 2. Big Dave Stokes in there in 3. Race 17, Glenfen, Neil Harbour. Good to see Neil on track. Ross Kennedy, Mark Franklin, Stuart McQuirk, Fraser Watson, Phil Duff and Big Nige Smith out of B Radford in there in 3. But it's all about Fraser Watson doing it for BMX Widow Photography, leading down that straight, followed by Harbour and Smith. Northeast BMX coming through, that's going to be Mark Franklin. Race 18, Pete Stanley, Martin Oggy Ogden, Stephen Hassel, Pete Butler, Ian Robbins and Alan Hill. Hilly leading it through, you'd expect nothing less from him. Stevie Hassel in 2, Oggy's in there in 3. Gives up that spot to Pete Butler. That's going to be your top 4. Right, I'll hand you on to Lewis for Moto number 19.
It's just right race down the far straight. Who's going to get the 220? I think they can't. Moto just nicked it from moment on the strike. Race put down on track. Full Alonso Lloyds through. Alison Simon
Right, We've lost the rider in Moto number 37 down on that first straight. Meanwhile, Oliver Bridle, I think it is, out in front, doing it for Exeter Eagles. And as they head towards that final turn, the 994 and the 983. That's Benji, Ross Foster, Merseyside BMX Club, Harry Taylor, Bournemouth in there as well. Not sure who that faller was. As they head towards the finish line, it's going to be Oliver Bridle taking the win. Race 38, we have got Wolf Svensson out of Manchester in this one. He's in gate number 1. Is there anybody with a cooler name than Wolf? I don't think there is. In fact, if I had my time again, I would be called Wolf. That's how cool it is. Shelby Yates, Leon Krasosiak, John Joe Blundell, Harrison Slater, and my mate from Midlands, Henry Dodd. He's in there in that 4th spot at the moment. One rider hitting the deck, that was the Bruntwood rider, Leon Krasosiak. He'll be back for the second round of motos. Meanwhile, with his 750,000 subscribers on YouTube, Shelby Yates leading it into the turn, the 393. John Joe Blundell in there in 2, Preston Pirates. Harrison Slater chasing him down the straight towards the line with Henry Dodd rounding out the top 4. As we move to race 39, Roberts Catkins, Isaac Tomlinson doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross, picking up that hold shot. Sandis Owens, Jackson Gregory, Charlie Thorne and Jax Bradley, all in moto number 39. It is still Tomlinson though, leading it in and out of turn number 2. Heading down the straight, Jackson Gregory doing it for Tiverton. He's on that 593 plates. Alright, can you just turn me down a little bit? Don't want to blow my voice up at the same time. Anyway, right, that should be good. We'll carry on like that. Just wait till we get excited later on. We've done it. Ooh, get you. Special birthday, Simon. You're 9. 9 multiplied by how many? I've heard, I've already been told. Right, so here we go. Where are we up to? I'm lost. Oh, it's Hattie McGoldrick out on track. Grandad's watching at home. Sending Hattie all his best. And we've got a birthday in that moto as well. Tia Worthington, turning 7 next week. So happy birthday, Tia. I haven't had a fist bump for ages. So now I've mentioned your birthday, I need a fist bump. Anyway, moving on, 8-year-old boy, he's 41, Ishimoto, Frankie Jones in this one. In there in about, 4th, I think, at the moment. Noah Bishop, Travis Pugh, Archie Fisher, Alfred McGarvey Miles, what a name that is. Connor Grant, Finley Thomas and Jonah Taylor. All in moto number 41, 42, Atlas Lewis Field, where is he? In there in 3, he's chasing down the 595. Rapid Roman Birdfields. Finley Kerr, Cooper Crowley, Arlo Hatch, Lincoln Hargreaves, Big Link. Where is he? Doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. If you need a digger driver, Lincoln Hargreaves is your man. Apparently he's a whiz behind the controls of a digger. Well, that's what happens when you grow up on a farm. Tea Lady's bin, even better, thank you very much. We don't need much to keep us going, me and Lewis. We've got a supply of biscuits. We've got a brew. I get my pancakes over at LCC. I know where to get fed. It's great. Where are we up to now? No idea. Another moto. Oh, there's my mate Oscar Rather Fast. In there in 5th, or depending on his mood, he could be Oscar Rather Daft. I don't know which one it is. Oscar Granger in there as well. Logan Acito, probably somewhere near the front. Well done, boys. That was Moto 43, Moto 44. Carter Hawker in this one. Carter Hawker, Cameron Joseph, Arlo Payne, Theo Harris, Carter. In there somewhere, that's Arlo out in front. Ollie Underhill, Cosimo Serra. Cosimo's in there in about 5. Connor Rowe and Charlie Crossley. Moto 45. Abigail Henning in there in 3, doing it for BM Racing. If you know what BM stands for, you'll know about Abigail's dad's obsession. It's not a rude one, don't worry about it. It's just bearings in wheels. He loves it. Absolutely loves it. Mia Chalk, Lottie Arnold, Matilda Hewitt, Maggie Devine and Evie Farrington-Bell. Abigail in there in 3 with Super Speed Butter in those wheels. That'll be Radco Racing's Matilda Hewitt leading it out. Maggie Devine in there in 2. Where's Evie? She's in there in about 6. Mia Chalk in 7. More 8-year-olds, Mabel Pine, Kylie Dixon, Verity Kay, Millie Moore and Luciana Pinson Barron. Looks like out in front the 857. 657, that's going to be Mabel. Verity's in there in 2. That's Millie Moore in there in 3, going well. Luciana in 4. Kylie doing a great job in 5. Race 47. Wilson Hitchens, Oscar Sanders, Charlie Blakeburn, Hunter Chambers, Jensen Jessup, Callum Wood, Jack Porter and Alexander Gilberts. Where's Alexander? He's in there in 3, chasing down Blakeburn on the 218. That looks like, I think that's Callum Wood out in front. The 982, that belongs to Jensen Jessup from TNT. He's in there in about 5. Race 48, Elliot Hatch, Dominic Zapanos in this one. Antec Perebni, Oliver Ford, Reef Mellor, Sonny Youngs and Oscar Holloway. That'll be Antec out there in 1, Dominic in 2. The 307 is Elliot Hatch. He's in there in 3. Oliver Ford doing it for the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick. In there in that 4th spot as we move to moto number 49. Bit of Vanilla Ice, loved it. 1990. Bonus points if anybody knows the dance to this song. Ice, ice, baby.
These are the top two fighters. That's Jack Haynes.
There's a sort of general one about the traders who give stuff. Yeah. And then some of the big prizes are these ones. Okay, yeah.
Hang on.
My wife to write it, that's fine. So unfortunately, it's all right, don't worry, we'll get it in. They're like the main ones. Yeah. There's a signed Oasis, original drummer on Oasis, 2 albums, tickets, yeah. So whatever, if you get a chance to, at the same time, mate, reel them up. Yeah, we'll get it in. And the general usual. Yeah. Tomorrow, so you can only buy tickets. That's fine, don't worry, we'll get it in.
Race 59 on track. Set controlling with co-racing in there, and that's who's got heading into turn number 2. Who is your race leader? Looking like that could be. Then goes to the third, right down to Fearless and Media on track.
Right, okay, moto number 61. I think we've got Beth Worley, Roxy Rowlands, Cara Cross, Holly Webb, River Henderson, and Freya Knight all in this one. Teamers, Holly Webb out in front, being pursued by River Henderson from the Sinead Reed Academy. Cara Cross is in there in 3. That looks like Roxy Rowlands. Birmingham Bruntwood National Race Team rounding out the top 4. Freya Knight out of Birmingham and Beth Worley out of Cumbernauld all in this one. So it's going to be Webb and Henderson battling down towards the line. It's going to be a tight one as they cross the line. Race number 62 got a birthday in this one. Eliza Powell out of Crank BMX Coaching. She's in there in 3rd. It's her 10th birthday today. Happy birthday, Eliza. Have an absolutely fabulous one. And you're riding your BMX bike in Manchester. It doesn't get any better than that. She's battling away with Florence Dyson as Holly Bishop leads them into the turn. The Manchester rider. That's Una Svensson. I recognise that bike, Una. You look good on it, better than the last owner of it anyway. She's in there in that 4th spot. As we move on to race number 63. Tomlinson, Hargreaves, Dean, Denton, Geddes and Evans all in this one. Molly Tomlinson out in front. Where is Charlie Hargreaves? Pushing hard, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Rosie Geddes in there in 2, Emma Dean in 3. Arabella Denton out of Brixton. She's got a rain jacket on. She must know something the rest of us don't. She's in there in 4. Moto number 64 got another birthday in this one. Preston Newmarsh Powell out in front. 11th birthday today. Happy birthday, mates. You are leading a moto. That's one of the best birthday presents you could ever have. Joseph McAvoy in there, the 8th plate though. Chasing him down is Moray Watson. BMX Widow Photography, Sebastian Hewitt. In there in that 3rd spot, and the main ball rider in 4. That'll be Joseph McAvoy. Race 65, and Malkin, Dowling, Clayton, Robertson, Farrington, Bell, Beasley, and Bradley. Rex Beasley just working his way into 3. Chasing down the rider out in front from Cumbernauld. I've got a feeling that's Jamie Robertson. But the man out in control is Arthur Claydon out of Exeter BMX Club. Bradley's in there in 4. And that looks like Zachary Farrington-Bell in 5. Not sure who took the tumble. Didn't quite pick up the number. '67 was one of those riders. That was Ted Malkin out of Derby. And I think the other one was Aidan Dowling from the Hawks. Anyway, moving on. Race 66, we have got the Land Shark in this one. Ronnie Wood picking up the whole shot, powered by Pancakes. He's heading down that second straight. Isaac Jones in there for Smiley's Flight Club in about 5th at the minute. Edward Worrell, Otto Parr, Lucas Tewolde, Isaac Moore, Joshua Coates and Finley Hewitt as well. But it's the Land Shark into that final turn. Tewolde's in there in 2 for 20. Is it a 20? Yeah, Isaac Moore. Sorry, Isaac, missed you there, mate. In there in that 3rd position, Moto number 66. Moto 67, that looks like Finn Monroe in there in 2. He's doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Jacob Anderson out in front, doing it for Absolute. And the 7 plate, the familiar figure of Teddy Jones. Not scared to send it, that lad. Also powered by Pancakes, Clayton Southall going through in about 5th. Chasing down Sam Snell out of Fluence. Race 68, Benjamin Gray, Ronnie Wallwork in this one. Doing it for Hard Knocks, Ollie Todd, Sam Smith, Ernie Cotton de Cesarias. Loved that name. Freddie Ray Orland. Arlo Steinmetz, Arlo's 2nd lap of the day already. Never miss Arlo in his brightly coloured kit. And he's making a move down that final straight. That looks like the Mid-Lancs rider Sam Smith. In there in 4, rocking that Mid-Lancs club jersey. Love to see a club jersey on track. Race 69. 01, Connor the Hitman Hemphill. Out in front, that looks like Edward Cordery in there in 3. If Edward Cordery ever changes the colour scheme of his jersey, I'll never spot him ever again. That yellow and black is so distinctive. Just makes my life easier. Thank you, Edwards. Race 70, Albert Turner, Sebastian Sivak, Oscar Hall, Ted Harvey, Wilson Eaton, Xander Cartledge and Ollie Thorne. And it is Ted Harvey out in front. He is part of the Hard Knocks bike coaching training crew down at Mid-Lancs, putting in the work. And they do put in the work down there. Not sure who picked up the 2 and the 3 as we watch the younger ladies in the 11s. Amelia Rowe, Isla Savratney, Lily Walker, Erin Toogood, Holly Richardson, Jamie Puddock and Betty Wills. Betty doing for Pro Star out in 1, Holly in there in 2, CGR, Amelia in 3, B Radford, all good in this one. Jamie Puddock trying to make a move through from about 5, the 802. Not quite sure who that was. As we move on to race 72. Darcy Payne, Bonnie Dudley, Jessica Cox, India Bennett, Maisie Egan, Aria Rosalie, Maisie Surtees and Freya Monforte. And it is Maisie Egan in 1, Aria in 2, Freya going through in 3. That's going to be Maisie Surtees in that top 4 spot as we move on to race 73. Right, is the Underhill, Amber Tucker, Trixie Trays, Erin Holmes, Rachel Pritchard, Grace Hudak. In there in 2. Chasing down Trixie Trays. Those girls having a big old battle. Manchester's Ellie Beats. In there in that 3rd spot. She's been putting the hard work in. As we move on to race 74. These laps going through pretty quickly. Akeem Brazier, Harry Swales, Leon Wade, Jack Laughlin. Zach Everly, Sam Riches and Itai Jamira. Don't forget, all our food traders are in there. You've got everything you could possibly want to lay your hands on. Burgers, coffees, donuts, and the Jamiras with food delectable. All I'm saying, Caribbean beef curry, half rice, half chips, bit of mayo. Just try it, it'll change your life. Yeah, Crushcon, yeah. Right, we've got some temporary tech issues with microphones.
Apparently I sound a bit dodgy on the race hub. It depends on who you ask and what time of the day they ask me. But we're gonna share for a bit, aren't we, Rich? Right, what race are we on? We are looking at race 78. Jack Devine, your European number 4, racing up an age group. He's leading this one out. A full sorted race gear heading into the final corner. The 19 plate on the inside, working his way through. Oliver Taylor hanging on to that 2 spot down the final straight. He's being chased down. Looks like that could have been Braintree's Noah Ford in there for 3. Race 79 on track. Looks like we have got a European number 4 leading this one out. James Bibby, of course. Pro Start BMX. He's going 1 and 2 with GT Factories. Leighton Harding out of Bournemouth BMX Club. That's the 29 plate in 3. Zach Parsons riding out of Braintree BMX. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 as they bring it across the line. Marcus Mullen charging in and out of turn. Number 1 for Allen's Factory Supercross. Who's in there with him? Looking like the 166 of Kian Linen. In there in 3, chasing down that 2 spot as they go into that second corner. We've got Theo Davies, Mason Barnard, Finley Shaw, Alberts Alexands and Moses Dennis Essel in this one as well. It is the 2, 3, 4. That is Alberts Alexands. He's occupying that 2 spot, but he's just had a move from Lynham in that final corner line and then going to work his way into that 2 spots. Shuffling Alexander's back to 3. We are looking at Archie Bell, B Strong Race Team, leading out race number 81. Ronnie Payne's in this one as well in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3? Looking like we've got Team Mines. Louis Sheffy out of Bournemouth BMX. That's going to be your front 3 then as they head towards the final turn. Who's in 4? Looking like he could be the 908 plate. In and out they go. It is Ethan Ludlow out of Redditch Premiers BMX Club. That's going to be your front 4 as they bring it across the line with LVG NRT's Ethan Buttery in 5. Race 82, Isaac Smith on track. He's in there in 3, chasing down the Moto 1 rider. That is Adrian Galitis, but your race leader looking like it could be the 12 plate of Archie Croker. White doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, so it is White leading this one out. Galitis under all sorts of pressure from Isaac Descender Smith. Look at that for a high low in the final turn. Can he make it stick? Looking like Galitis has got a bit of speed down the last straight. He's going to hang on to that 2 spot as Smith goes through in 3. 12-year-old girls out on track. Then where is Sarah Pritchard? She's in there in that 3 spot, chasing down the sorted race gear lady just in front of her. That is Elizabeth Mola, but your race leader, Hard Knocks bike coaching. That is Brooke Fast Fawcett. So Fawcett still leading out. Paul Pritchard going through in 2 and 3. That looks like Keller in 4. Who's picking up 5? That is the 499 plate as they go in and out of that final turn. Alexi Adams going to pick up that 5 spot down the final straight, but it's all about Brooke Fast Fawcett picking up that moto win. Pure Bikes and Fluent Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 in race number 84. That is Iris Hyder leading this one out with Freya Harries. They're getting busy into turn number 2. Hyder just got the upper hand of Harries in that second corner as she's hanging on to the lead at the moment. They're creating a bit of a gap on the rider in 3. That is the 15 plate of Lucy Stevenson out of Barnsbury BMX. In and out of that final turn. It looks like we've got a Belfast rider in there as well. That is Amelia Martin on the 16 plate, but it was Hyder and Harries out front. Race 85 on track. Hard Knocks bike coaching leading this one out. Grace Gerard, of course, on the 4 plate, leading this one through from the 8 plate just behind her. That is Millie Ross out of Team Mind, heading into the final turn. The 6 plate in 3. Poppy May Kirby doing it for Green Machine Tribe, heading down the final straight. Paige Cathcart Cunninson, she's going to pick up that top 4 spot as Hard Knocks bike coaching picks up the moto win. Lawrence Bojang, Brixton BMX Club leads out race number 86. Evan Davey, Bodie Markley, Corey Stone, Joshua Lewis, Harry Holmes and Harry Shaw all in there as well. Evan Davey in that 2 spot chasing down Bojang. That looks like Braintree's Harry Holmes in there for 3. The 31 plate in 4. That is Bodie Markley in and out of that final turn. Lawrence Bojang turned on the turbocharge for that race. He's going to take that moto win. As we take a look at the 11 plate of Joe Douglas leading out race number 87 in the 13-year-old boys category. That looks like Reactive Racing. That's Ralph Sowerby in there in 3, looking for a way around the Moto 1 rider. That is Harry Tyres out of Braintree BMX, but it's all about Douglas at the moment. Norwich Flyers, that's going to be a race leader into the final turn. Rusty Nut Racing in there as well. That's Gilmore Green on the 19 plate inside the top 4. Chasing down Reactive, heading towards the line. That's going to be Sowerby hanging on to 3. One BMX race team, Max Vass, leads this one out. He's got Ethan Howell right there with him out of Evolve Collective. That's going to be your 1 and 2 on the exit of turn number 2. Looking like Green Machine in there as well. That's Thomas Honeywell out of Decoy BMX on the 10 plate. Team Bunnies, Max McNulty in there in 4, in and out of that final turn. Fluent Bicycle Motocrossers, Frankie Griffin in 5. Ethan Rogers on track, Mabo UK leading this one out, your national number 3 from last year. That looks like it could be Ethan Crooks Martin just behind him, doing it for Hot Shot Racing. In and out of turn number 2, who's picking up the 3 spot? Looking like Radco Racing's Louis Kacharik, heading towards the final corner, the 30 plate in 4. That is Adam Arnold out of Braintree BMX Club down the final straight. Then all about Ethan Rogers picking up that moto win for Mabo UK. His teammate hits turn number 1. That's going to be JP Jack Perkins leading this one out. Who's there with him? Looking like it could be James Miller trying to work his way up the inside, and I think he's managed it in turn number 2. So it is going to be Miller and JP. That's your 1-2 at the moment. The 13 plate of Mark Torzidlo in there in 3. Here comes Dylan Spence looking to pick up a top 4 spot in the final turn. And I think he's nicked it from Sully Collis. Yes, he has. So Collis then just shuffled back to 5. He's under pressure himself now as they bring it down to the line. Looked like that could have been Charlie Wilcox nicking that 5 spot on the stripe. Race 91 on track. Looks like Josh Jepson out of Manchester BMX Club leading this one out on the 14 plate. The 467 in there behind him. That is Ruben Bishop doing it for Bournemouth BMX Club. It looks like we've got Oliver Arnold, Smiley's Flight Club inside the top 3 with the Be Strong race team in the mix as well. That was Jude Hoff. Race number 92 on track, Tom Palmer. That is Allen's Factory Supercross in there in that 2 spot at the moment. So the new version of Palmer, he's looking to work his way through at the moment, but it's all about Charlie Bob Craig leading out this moto into the final turn. Had a belter of a weekend at the Centurions a few weeks ago. He's going to be looking to do it all again this weekend. So it's Craig and Palmer going to be 1 and 2. 13-year-old girls now out on track. Diver, 5, Salmon, True, Surtees, Kiss, Siren and Cotton. All heading into turn at number 2. Your race leader on the 3 plate. That is Emma Kiss, Braintree BMX. She's being chased down by the Titans, Holly Diver. She's in there in that 2 spot. The 9 plate in 3. That's Martha Cottam out of Manchester. Looks like this move's being made in that final turn. Team here and Andover getting busy. That is Clara Salmon just about going to hang on to that top 4 spot as they bring it across the stripe. Race number 94 on track. Who's leading this one out? Stay Strong, Clark and Ken. Looks like Esme Ward. We were just returning an elbow pad back to its rightful owner as there was a battle as they approached the line in a race 94. So race 95, 14-year-old boys on track. Who's leading this one out? Looking like Newton Hindley team here in Andover. Logan Young in there in that 2 spot doing it for DC Cycles. Weary's Nathaniel Eames is in there in 4 at the moment. Looking for a way around the Peterborough rider, that is Caden Thompson. So Thompson holding on to that 3 spot at the moment. Rider down in the final turn. Not quite sure who that was, but it's going to be Eames picking up a top 4 spots. Rider down in the turn was Benjamin Dean. Let's hope that he's all right. Race number 96 now out on track. You are looking at Toby Lynch. Heading towards the final turn, the E3 of Harry Donald in there in that 2 spot. He's being chased down out of that final corner. Oscar Jewell looking to pick up a top 2 spot down the final straight. Not quite going to get close enough as BMX Hype and Mixos Groups. Harry Donald hangs on to the 2 spots.
Right, also 97. Me and Lewis are sharing a microphone at the minute due to a few technical issues we were trying to sort out. Stevenson Tyres, Osborne, Weller, Shenton, Linscott and O'Brien all in this one. Heath the Beef, Osborne picking up the whole shot out in front at the moment. Moto 1 chasing him down. That's going to be Oliver Tyres on the 0-1, your current British champion. Milo Weller, Bruntwood, a national race team in there in 3. Where is Shenton for Team Bunnies in there in 5. Looks like he needs to pick it up on Stevenson down that final straight if he wants a top 4 spot, but it's Heath the Beef crossing the line, throw a bit of extra gravy on it and add a Yorkshire pudding. So in and out the turn we go. Here we got Stay Strong, Kobe Rayfords in there in front, Guppy in there in 2. That's going to be the 32 play that belongs to Oliver Taylor out of Preston. In there in that 3 spot. There's a big battle going on for 4, 5 and 6 as they cross that line. Next up, Shaw, Allison, Richardson, Jones, Millington, Mattern, Alonso and Millar all in this one. Isaac Shaw doing it for Pro Star. Got a feeling he's out in front. Robin Mattern, Alonso making his move now down that 3rd straight on the 15. That belongs to Ben Millington. Blake Allison in there in that 4th spot, but it's Pro Star taking it to the line. That will be Isaac Shaw. Race 100, Westwood Moor, Childs Vineyard, Parkinson, Burrup and Lawrence. Elvis Lawrence out of Runnymede. In there in 1, Freddie Parkinson in 2. Doing it for Pro Star. 25, that belongs to Dexter Burrup out of Doncaster BMX. He's in there in 3. As Moto 101 heads down that 1st straight, this ultra competitive 14-year-old age group. Bailey, Walwork, Richards, Geddes, Harrison, Smith, Notman, Braden, Duffy. It is Geddes leading it through. Harry Bailey in there in 2. Todd Smith, Notman in 3. Ronnie Richards on the 17. Can't quite get round in that final turn. Freddie Walwork rounding out the top 5. Doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Race 102. That is Nate Hamilton. Mabo UK being chased down. Percy Bradley for Tiverton, Noah Buttery in there in that 2nd spot. Little Cotty, not that little anymore, he's in there in 3. Rab Racing mounted and the 34. Bruce Anthony out of Royston. Percy Bradley rounding out the top 5. Race 103. Heading down towards that 1st turn. We move on to the girls. Libby Coppin, Rin Serafina Gianolino, Afia Pick, Sidoni Cleve, Maddie the Paddy Dixon and Jalaya Patel These are your 14-year-old girls. It looks like Libby Coppin in there into chasing down the rider from Evolve. That is going to be Rin Serafina Gianolino. Fluent in there in 3. That's going to be Sidoni Cleve with Jalaya Patel rounding out the top 4. Race 104, Malkin, Eaton, Miller, Muka, Phillips and Coulson. Pro starts Emily Eaton out in front, followed by Katie Miller going 1 and 2. Team 9 Sophie Coulson, she's in there in 3 on that 16 plates. Well, looks like Evie Malkin rounding out the top 4 for Derby BMX Club. The 11 and the 328. The 11 belongs to Anastasia Muka out of Warsaw BMX Club. And Evie Phillips out of Nottingham doing a grand job as well. Race 105, Rufus Cousineau in there in that second spot. SVT Mongoose and Bournemouth BMX Club, but chasing down the man out in front, doing it from Manchester on his home track. That is Ewan Beat on an absolute mission. Been putting in the work with Hard Knocks Bike Coaching down at Midlands. Doing a great job. Cooper McCrum in the mix as well for BMX Woodhull Photography. Race 106, Sim Entwistle. Sim in there in 4, Entwistle leading it out. Followed by the 7 of Bradley James and the 8. That belongs to Harvey Tomlinson. Absolutely stacked this moto. MEC were in there as well, chasing the boys. That's a tough moto to be involved in. Ollie Turblanche was in there as well, and David Furley. Race 108, Tidy S. Freddie Franklin in this one. We are looking at Oliver James and Lucas Osborne, all in the mix. Here's a question. If Heath Osborne is Heath the Beef, does that make Lucas a Yorkshire pudding? Inquiring minds would like to know, you know? Don't answer that question, Mum. Don't answer that question, you might upset him. Where are we up to? I haven't got a clue. These races are going hella fast. There you go, youth speak. Stop laughing, Lewis. Hella fast. I'm from Northern California, did you not know that? Anyway, Lucas Seeley. He's not from Northern California, he's from Preston. They've got palm trees there as well. Eric McSwitty, Jake Asher, Logan Widdowson, Thomas McGovern, Dylan Powell and David Opere Mejia. I think that is. If it's not, it sounds good. Race 110, Dylan Jones, Elijah Jamira. Doing it for Rab Racing and Food Delectable. All I'm saying, it will change your life. Go and get some beef curry. Jack Good, I've ordered it for lunch, I'm telling you. Lucas Smith, Mason Groves, Jack Davey and Amos Guppy. All in Moto 110, 111 on track. Eliza French, Ava Wright. Ava doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. First National of the Year, good to see her in there. Ruby Walford doing it for the Evolve Collective. 2 different teams, very similar names. Charlotte McGoldrick, stop gossiping. Lucy Gardner, she's not even listening. Lottie McFarlane, Jessie Leasley. That is race 111. All the girls getting involved as we move on to race 112. Grace Burge, Lottie, Can't Stop, Won't Stop, Brown, Summer Glynn, Orla Cooper, Etana Price and Ailey Watson. Ailey doing it for BMX Widow Photography. She's out in front. We are looking for Lottie, Can't Stop, Won't Stop, Brown. Not bad for a nickname I made up on the fly at Racing Under the Roof. It looks like she might try and steal it away as they get to the line. That's one for the transponders of truth. Race 113, Alex Mackey, AJ Pritchard Roberts, Bradley Davison, Armas Lacunius, Theo Robbins, Archie Lamb. Doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross and Kai Bowen. And you know Kai's going to be out in front. As we move on to race 114, then I will hand you on to Lewis for 115. I said stop gossiping, and you're like, hey? I said I'm talking about you, not to you. It was Amanda. terrible. Shifting the blame on and everything. Honestly, all these ruffians from Croston, can't take them anywhere. Sorry, just joking. Private joke.
Right, race 115, we are on to these 16-year-old boys on track, looking like Sean Brown leading this one out, doing it for Ice Bikes UK, into that second corner, Lewis Collins Nemo in there in the 2 spot, doing it for the Titans. That's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's picking up 3, looking like the 19 plate coming on round, that is John O'Haradine. After the race at Cumbernauld, he ended up just being Joe Haradine. Still doing it for all of the single ladies out there. He's going to pick up the 3 spot on the line as we take a look at Noah Everly leading out race number 116 for Mavo UK. Who's in there behind him? Looks like one rider went over the gate. I think that was Eli Smith. He's back up to his feet, finishing his lap. But it's all about Everly at the moment, the 15 plate in there behind him. That is Samson Townsend under all sorts of pressure from the 17 of Kai Blaine as he exits turn number 3. Townsend, Blaine going to go through in 2 and 3. Blaine looking like he might have just nicked the 2 spot on the line. Put your hands together for Eli Smith, ladies and gents. 16-year-old girls hit the track heading down the first straight. Who's the rider on the inside? Got to be Sophie Elwood. Crucial Racing going to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. That looks like Lexi Waite just slotting herself into that 2 spot, but they are all swarming around her into that second corner. Jess Marriott's getting busy. That looks like Lottie Etmane in there in 2. Elwood, Etmane, Marriott, that's your 1, 2, 3. Wait in there for 4. That looks like McCartney in 5. It's getting busy in the final turn. Etmane threw it under in the final corner. Here comes Marriott down the final straight. Who's going to get the Moto win? That one was busy across the line. Whew, only Moto 1. What a category that is, ladies and gents. Second rank of the 16-year-old girls on track. We are looking at Ruby Moores and Amelia Everly. That's your 1 and 2 heading towards the final corner. The 22 plate in there in 3. That is Lucy Groundwater in and out of that final corner. Looking like that could be Pekka BMX in there for 4. That is Adele Veruti putting all sorts of pressure on Groundwater as they bring it across the line. Veruti picking up 3. 17 to 18-year-olds on track. Shea Young, where is he? He's out front doing it for Fluid Bicycle Motocross. He's going 1 and 2 with Arne Esselmont as 2 riders hit the deck in turn number 2. It is all about, though, Young and your British champion Esselmont. Is he going to put in another entry to 2 in 1 out? Send it finish line? Yes, he is. That one was better on. The 2 fallen riders, though, in turn number 2 were the 27 plate. Callum David and the 43X of Elliot Wilmot. Put your hands together for them 2 riders, ladies and gents. Yeah, don't forget to get yourself involved in the 2 in 1 out competitions going off this weekend. We're looking for a king and queen of the hill, so that is fastest hill times. It got a bit competitive as well at Cumbernauld, so we're hoping for more of the same this weekend. And of course the send it to the line competition. So whoever gets the most stees from the last roller to the finish line. Had a couple of entries so far. Them guys will, I'm sure, be posting all of your entries over on Instagram as we take a look at race 120, heading down the final straight into the line. That looked like Lamin Akareli in the 2 spot, chasing down Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Jaden Fawcett. Race 121 on track then. 17 to 18-year-olds. Tom Duran leading out this moto in and out of turn number 2. Who's chasing him down as they come back through the 3rd straight? That's Reece Toole in the 2 spot. Looking like we've got the 29 plate in there as well. That is Kean Brown out of Merseyside. BMX Club National Race Team. He's heading down the final straight, trying to put pressure on Toole as they bring it to the line. Toole's going to hang on to 2. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching on track. George Gerard, the 1X on the bike, leading into turn number 2. Who's that in there with him? Looking like Green Machine Tribes. Alfie Holloway on the 5 plate. So the 1 and the 5 from last year are in 1 and 2 at the moment. Looking like we've got the 22 in there as well. That is Alexander Stokes out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's under all sorts of pressure though from SES Race Team. Sam Hamling bringing it down to the line. Hamling's going to go through in 4. Elliot Brook leads out race 1, 2, 3, doing it for Rab Racing. He's being chased down though by Peckham BMX's Joshua Simpson Jacobs into that second corner, looking like Brandon Mallon out of Birmingham BMX in there in 3, repping the Belfast City BMX Club jersey, heading into the final corner. The 55X is in there as well, that's Charlie Granger in there in 4, but it's all about Elliot Brook down the final straight. He's going to pick up that moto win with Jacobs in 2. 17 to 18-year-old ladies now out on track. Megan Gerard, Rab Racing, leading this one out for Preston Pirates, heading towards turn number 2. That looks like it could be DC Cycles in there with Mika Pritchard on the template, in and out of that second corner. Sorted race gear in there as well. That is the 6 plate of Annabelle Charlton being chased down by the 25 plate of Alaya Akareli out of Peckham BMX Club, heading down the final straight. That looks like it could be Team Mind's Lacey Bird in there for 5. Second rack of the 17 to 18-year-old women now out on track. Esme Brook, Mabo UK leads this one in and out of turn number 2. Who's in there behind her? Looking like we've got Yetska Hemstock doing it for Ice Bikes UK. Peckham BMX in there in 3. Looking like Fumi Adarami Hepburn. She's under all sorts of pressure there from Tilly McCrum. Out of her BMX with her photography, heading down the final straight. Hemstock, Brook. Hemstock's going to nick the 1 spot on the stripe. We are also looking for riders into the pens, please, ladies and gents, for the second set of motos. We're nearing the end of the first rack, so if you are at the start of the second set of motos, you need to be making your way into the pens ASAP, please. Thank you. SAS race team out on track then. Seb Hamling and Keanu Schaefer-Cohen. That's going to be your 1 and 2 headed down the final straight with Luke Davies-Hayes in 3. 19 to 29-year-olds are getting busy on track. Ollie Cope leads this one out for Hard Knocks Bike Coterie. Coterie's a new one. We're not having a good morning this morning. Mixing up all sorts of words, but it is Ollie Cope leading this one out. The 11 plate in there behind him. Josh Wallace, Halo Wheels race team. That looks like Pete Watson in there for 3. Brixton BMX Clubs. Alex Taylor in 4. Race 128 on track. Dan Kay out of lane number 1 for Mabo UK, but they are all chasing down your world number 3. Bryn Savage, Crucial Racing in and out of turn number 1. So it is Savage, Kay, Green. That's your 1, 2, 3. Here comes Hayden Green working his way up the inside of Dan Kay in turn number 2. Eddie the Hitman Cannons is in there in 4, looking for a way round Mabo UK's Kay into the final turn. But it's all about your world number 3 at the moment. Brinley Savage going to pick up this moto win in his first race of the weekend. Last rack of the 19 to 29-year-old men then on track for the first set of motos. Tyrese Radshaw leads this one out for Mabo UK. Where is Callum Child Maple? He's on the inside into turn number 2. He looks underneath. Looks like Finn Clark almost exited left over the top of turn number 2, but managed to stick it upright. The 19 plate just working his way across the front. Oh! Rider down in the final turn, and that looked like Paula getting swallowed up in the action. Bradshaw, Maple, Clark. That's your 1, 2, 3. Josh Cates, it was hitting the deck. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Josh, ladies and gents. 19 to 29-year-old women out on track. Elwood, Haslam, Drew, Green, Alexander, Hurry, Willett and Webster. The 2 plate of Emily Green leading this one out. The E6 right there with her. That is Evie Webster out of Absolute, throwing in a high-low in that final turn. Hannah Drew in there inside the top 3. That looks like Pure Bikes. Harriet Alexander in there for 4, but it was Green picking up that moto win. Race 131 on track, heading into turn number 1. That's the 9 plate leading this one out. Megan Kirby, Green Machine Tribe. She's being chased down by Team Air. Heading towards that second corner. That is Annabelle Townsend looking for a way round. Stay Strong, Clark and Kansas. Remy Godfrey in there for 3 at the moment. That looks like Birmingham NRTs. Imogen Gibson in there in 4. She's being chased down by the 12 plate of Olivia Firth in that final corner. Looking for a way round. Not quite made it stick yet, but the pressure is down the final straight. Going to be Kirby hanging on to the win with Townsend in there behind her. Moving on to the Masters. That looks like John Lillingston, 01 Racing, leading this one out. BMXHype.com and Mixos Group in there in the 2 spot. That is, of course, Sean Isid, your current British champion. Getting the lowdown on Sean's training earlier on this morning. Once a week by the sounds of it. That's all he needs, so he says. He's working his way up to the Brits. British specialist is Sean. As we move on to race 133. Mr. Billy Luckhurst. I'm going to nick one of your quotes, Billy, if you wouldn't mind. Big dogs eat for free. It's one of my favourite quotes now. I read that this morning on Billy's Facebook. And he's showing just why big dogs eat for free. He's out front looking good for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Could have picked up that Moto win. With Ben Martinez in behind it too. 30 plus women out on track. Then we are looking at Rebecca Gold leading this one out for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. She is last year's national champion, being chased down by Anita Wong, doing it for DC Cycles and the Hawks. In and out of turn number 2, it's all about Gol and Wong at the moment. Juan Clements in there for 3. That is looking like the 183 plates of Marsha Brook. Now I got confused then because that looks like Marsha is riding Annie's bike, but she's not because Annie's there on her bike. I was awfully confusing, ladies. Really set my head then. So it is Manda Hemstock leading out race 135, doing it for Ice Bikes UK team, but he's in there in the 2 spot. That is Annie Chisua, looking like we have got the Titans in there for 3. Fiona Barry chasing down Coach Chizzies to bring it through the 3rd straight. Claire Albert and O'Nelia McGarvey Miles all in this one as well. It's looking like O'Nelia is in that 4th spot at the moment with Claire Albert in 5, but it's all about Manda Hemstock in that Moto picking up the win. Vets on track heading into turn number 1. Where's Danny T? He's chasing down the race leader. That is looking like Matt Barnard. Stay Strong C&K, so it's Barnard and Dan Taylor. That's your 1-2 at the moment. Who's picking up 3? Looking like GT Factories. Simon Homans heading through that 3rd straight. Who's the 773 heading into the final turn? That's Mark Moore. He's looking for a piece of the top 3 pie heading down the final straight. Not quite going to get close enough, and it looks like DC Cycles Adam Boudet going through in 5. Fraser Watson on track. BMX winner photography heading towards turn number 2. Looks like we have got Hayden Chirora in this one as well. He's in that 2 spot being chased down through the 3rd straight. Looking like that could be the 445 of Grant Newbury out of Bath BMX with the 7 plate of Matthew Eaton in there in 4. 2 riders hit the deck. Big Nige Smith was swallowed up in the carnage. The rider that hit the deck first was Dylan Dixon. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Nigel Smith and Dylan Dixon, ladies and gents. Grand Vets now out on track then, race 138. We are looking at the 4 plate of Brett Archibald. Got all sorts of sideways in his first cruiser moto of the day, but he's looking solid aboard the smaller wheels, heading down that final straight. He's going to go 1 and 2 with Ian Archibald across the stripe. Race 139 on track then, heading towards turn number 1. More Grand Vets. Looking like Steve Fortune on the outside for Mabo UK, but it's all about Hot Shot Racing at the moment. Leading this one out, gotta be Craig Nelly Nelson on the 3 plate. Nelson leads it out, then Fortune and Knight going through in 2 and 3 at the moment. Hot Shot Racing have got Basil Hall on the 17 plate in there in 4. Brixton BMX's Patrick Graham is in there in 5, and the 571 is in 6. That's Matthew Knight out of Birmingham BMX, but down the final straight, Nelson under pressure from Fortune to bring it down to the stripe. Nelson's going to hang on. Race 140 on track. Andrews, Kimber, Hill, Perkins, Ogden and Phillips. It's all about Hilly out front. National champion. Pretty sure he did the double-double last weekend as well on his cruiser and 20-inch. Repping that 1 plate on the front of his bike, Pure Bicycles. Hilly's going to pick up this moto win then. As we take a look to championship women on the track, Megan Roy, Sienna Harvey, Lily Chisholm, Betsy Bax, Elizabeth Bound and Elsa Rendell Todd. That is your riders on track. Who's leading it out? Looking like Baxy's trying to work her way up the inside in turn number 2. Harvey hangs on though, so it is Harvey, Todd, Bax. That's your 1, 2, 3. Chisholm's in there in 4, looking for a way into a top 3 position. Is he going in and out of the final turn? Here comes Elsa Rendell Todd. She's not done yet. Looking for a way round Harvey as they bring it down to the line. Harvey, Todd, Bax. That's your 1, 2, 3. Second Racker Championship Women hits the track, heading towards turn number 1. The 911 plate leads this one out. Bethany Shriver, former Olympic gold medalist. She's being chased down by Emily Hood, doing it for B Strong Race Team, heading into turn number 2. So that is your front 2 riders at the moment. Who's in 3? Looking like we've got Pro Star BMX's Lucy Simpson on the 143 plate. That is Annalise Cadman Carpenter in there in 4. Laurie Carruthers in 5. And the 6th spot looking like Sabina Ashman as he bring it down the final straight. It's all about Shriver and Hutt going through in 1 and 2.
Right, Junior Open, here we go. Tay Edwards, Copeland, Hoff, Phillips, Larkins and Webster. All the riders in their GB jerseys today. The NSR Foundation on the talent pathway. They are all in their GB jerseys. It's an official squad day, so they're putting in the work and trying to impress. So as they head towards that final corner, impressing the most in this one, Finley Hoff. He's in there in 1, Curtis Copeland in 2, Ben Larkins in 3. Finn Phillips was in there as well with Lucas Webster and Louis Tay Edwards. Next up, Jaden Green, Heath Thomas, Theodore Peterkin, Cordy Coker, Benjamin Weiss and Ollie Kendall. In and out of that first turn they go. That is Cody Coker out in front. Oh, looks like Pro Starts. Heath Thomas is in there in 2, pushing hard into the turn. Ollie Kendall in 3. Theodore Peterkin doing it for Peckham, pushing hard as they go towards that final corner. Ben Weiss doing it for the Birmingham National Race Team. And Jaden Green doing it for Crank BMX Coaching. Right, next up, in and out of that first turn, he's getting tight, absolute bicycle motocross. Henrier, that looks like James Clitheroe, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in that second spot, being chased down by Thomas Miller. Moto 1 race team, Teal Simpson Davis rounding out the top 4 as they go in and out of the corner. Ruben Burton pushing hard as well. It's going to be Henrier, James Clitheroe tight to the line. Teal Simpson Davis just about making it in, I think. Right, moving on, Superclass, kicking ass, Paddy Sharrock. Into the turn we go, Paddy inside that top 4. Jimmy Griddle, Jay Boville, Callum Russell, Danny, Jake Monforte, Charlie Roy, Casey Markley and Joss Marnham. And it looks like Marnham, one rider goes down in that corner. Marnham in 1. Sorry, is he in 1 or is he in 2? He's in 1. That's Criddle in there in 3, Sharrock in 4, Sinead Reed, Academy, Danny, Jake Monforte, good to see him back on track. Right, it was Charlie Roy who went down in a heap, he's up and okay. As we go back to the top of the hill for the second rack of Superclass. Right, Superclass, Moto number 2, Kai White in this one. Good to see Kai back on track doing it for Supercross as they go in and out of the turn. He's getting busy going down the straight. Cameron Reed getting involved for Sinead Reed Academy. Where is Harrison Bell? He's getting bunched up in that corner. Ben Cornish in there in 3. It is White being chased down by the 651. That belongs to Harry Tanner on his home track. Tanner taking it to the line. Cornish in there in 3. Got a feeling that was Bradley Russell rounding out the top 4. All right, Moto round 1 is done. We are going to move on to round 2 very shortly. Right, we've had an iPhone handed in. An iPhone in a floral case. And it's got flowers on the lock screen. Is it not? I thought it was. Looks like an iPhone. Oh, somebody's ringing. Hang on, I'll answer it. If somebody called Dylan's ringing a lost phone, it's up at commentary. Come and get it, because we can't answer it. What was going on there? Anyway, there we go. Somebody's tried ringing it anyway. Set number 2, yeah. Somebody called Dylan's just tried ringing this lost phone. If you want it back, come to commentary, you can have it. We'd have answered it otherwise. Could have had so much fun with that. Right, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Huey Hall, Frankie McKenna. We have tried to answer that phone. Charlie LeBras, Arthur Mason, Thomas Barnard. These are your 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Charlie Cotton leading it out. LeBras is in there in 3. McKenna back there in about 5. As we move on to moto number 149, Freddie Walsh, Leo Bradley. Livingston, Smart, Steinmetz, Kimber and Swales. No, that brew's cold in it. I never got around to drinking that one. Never mind. As we move on, terrible. I've wasted the tea lady's time. It's not like me at all. Well, I've got the opportunity as well. Don't forget our traders in the Trader Village. They're all over on the basketball courts. Dave Clark Racing, Green Machine, DC Cycles, Sorted Race Gear, B73, Crucial, Bob Harrow Designs. I might have missed a couple. If I have, it's not deliberate. We will squeeze them all in. But if you go and see our traders in the Trading Village for all your BMX racing needs, parts, accessories, right, phone reunited with owner, that's good. All our traders, parts, accessories, clothing. And then when you've shopped yourself into oblivion, you can nip over to the food village. You can get your burgers, your donuts, your coffees, your pizzas. Food Delectable are over there. You can get a wonderful beef curry, half rice, half chips, coleslaw. It'll change your life. So go over and see all our food traders as well. All the money you invest is going back into the BMX economy, so thank you very much. As we move on to 13-14 cruisers, I need to talk about the raffle prizes as well. I'll do that in a minute. Adam Stevenson, Hadley Harding, Logan Young, Dylan Slatter, Ben Millington, Will Knowles, Robin Mattern, Alonso and Newton Hindley, all in this one. I think some of these lads do treat Cruiser as a warm-up for the 20-inch. It's going to be Millington, Young and Hindley going 1, 2, 3 across the line. Todd Smith-Notman leading out moto number 153. Where is Alfie Sim doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's in there in that 3rd spot. Now be careful, lads. There's a pensioner walking down the side of the 3rd straight. It's his birthday today. If you see Simon Cope walking around, wish him a happy 60th birthday. He doesn't look a day over 59. He's in good shape. Look at him striding down between those 2 straights. Hey, like a man on a mission. He's not got a bus pass yet, only because he's banned from Greater Manchester Transport. We're not going to tell you why. But Simon Cope, happy 60th birthday. We're going to mention it multiple times over the weekends. And if you want to know why, you can blame Oliver. It was all his faults. Oh, them ruffians from Birmingham trying to claim lost phones. Can't take them anywhere, can you? Right, hang on. Joe Little, so that's 15-16 cruiser. Sorry, race 156. I have missed a couple. I do apologise. All right, Hattie. How we doing? Hello. My little mate, Hattie McGoldrick. Cooler than the contents of a polar bear's fridge. Mouth like a sailor, though, apparently. Oh, right. I'm not doing anything that I'm supposed to be doing at the minute. Hang on a minute. Right, Sean Brown leading out moto number 157. We will return to our regularly scheduled commentary. Stanley Palmer, Theo Cam, Isaac Caulfield, Joe Penton Volk, Aidan Giles, Vincent Coburn, and Alfie Andrews. All in moto 157, 158. Chaplin, Widdowson, McSwitty, Warren, Wilson, Hayward, and John O'Haradine. Doing it for all the single ladies out there. Jono in there in 2. Logan Widdowson. Oh, he's had a roll round on the floor. It wasn't him anyway. Got a feeling that was Liam Wilson from the Titans. Jono in there in 2. In his Kebab House Racing kit, they are also in Trader Village. Go and see them for some fast food inspired casual wear. I'm actually getting warm. I can't believe it. I brought a multitude of layers for this race. Shorts are in the car as well. Where's your Crocs though? Lewis has denied bringing his Crocs to this race. I don't believe it for an instant. They'll be on in the car. The minute he tries to go home, he leaves later on. Them Crocs will be back on his feet. Yeah, whatever. Those Crocs are not at home. They're stashed in the van. He loves the comforts. See, we can't banter back and forth now. We've only got one microphone, haven't we? That's the problem. We haven't got two mics at the minute. Anyway, the original Tom Palmer battling with Dan Popel. It's a battle of the Southwest in Moto number 160 as they head towards the line. John Lillingston in there in 3. Kingsley Mears, King of the Rimmers, in there in 4th. Race 161. It all seems to have settled down again a little bit. Andy Groves out there in 1. That'll be Craig Cordin doing it for Manchester. And ProStar in there in 2. The 15, Rob Harris, Milton Keynes BMX in there in 3. That's Andy Groves going through as well. Chris Coltman and Matthew Walsh. Race 162, Matt Eaton, Chris Evans now. Chris has been struggling a little bit. He had a roll round on the floor in practice yesterday. It's not affected him in Moto number 2. Look at that, eh? It's amazing what some painkillers can do with half a litre of vodka. That's Chris Evans heading down towards the finish line from Dylan Dixon. He's not drunk, he's just happy. Next up, race 163. Stark, Marco, Franklin, Friend, Jackson, Kane, Watson and Kennedy. That is Fraser Watson out there in 1. Norbert Marco in 2. Northeast BMX's Mark Franklin. Rounding out the top 3. Look at the battle for 4 between Kebab House Racing and TNT. Glyn Friend getting involved in that one. Ross Kennedy on the 011. Graham Stark on the 9. Moto 164, Philip Duff. But it's the man, the myth, the legend, Big Nige Smith, leading out Moto number 164. Where's Anthony Labras? He's in there in that 4th spot. Dave Stokes in there in 5, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. And the 16, that is Philip Duff out of Andover. Moto 165, Brett Knight, Paul Barnard, Tim Porter, Stephen Notman, Pete Stanley, Jamie McFarlane and Stephen Hassel. Stephen Hassel leading it through. Brett Knight in there in 3. Stephen Notman in 4. Tim Porter in there in 5. McFarlane in 6.
Race 166 on track. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers heading towards turn number 2. Back out they go. Hilly leading this one out aboard the E1 plates. Your European champion heading into that final corner. He's been chased down by Martin Oggy Ogden and Ian Archibald. Brett Archibald in there in 4. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3, 4. Then Hilly, Ogden, Archibald. Race 167 now out on track. Where's Pete Butler? He's out front having a good old scrap with Reedy heading towards turn number 2. It is going to be Reedy though leading this one out as he go out of the second corner. So Reedy, Butler. That looks like Mark Cottrell in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That is a 016 plate heading towards the final turn. That's Dominic Elliott out of Brixton BMX. But it's all about Big Cutty in there in 3 at the moment, being chased down by Elliott. But Reedy's going to be a race winner. Butler in 2. 55 plus cruisers on track. Knowles, Madra, Joy, Brown, Needham, Musgrove, Goff and Bentley. Where is John Bentley? He's out front having a good old battle with Chris Madron heading towards the final turn. Look at that for a high-low. Straight out of the textbook, page number 12. Bentley going to hang on to that moto win then. Madron, Goff, 2 and 3. Race 169 on track. 55 plus cruiser bruisers. Second moto for these guys in the second set. You are looking at John Moore leading this one out, repping the Mongoose jersey, heading towards the final turn. The 13 plate in there behind him, that is Paul Bernard. That's going to be your 1 and 2. Heading down the final straight, Raymond the Rock Reed in there for 3. 29-year-old cruiser exits turn number 1. Looks like Moto 1 leading this one through. That is, of course, Tom Miller on the 2X plate. He's under pressure though from Arne Esselmont as they bring it back towards the final turn. Esselmont round the outside, going to make that one stick in the final corner. Esselmont, Miller, Watson, that's your 1, 2, 3 heading down the final straight. Looking like the 4th spot is going to be occupied by Jacques Lebras. Next up on track, race 171 heading towards turn number 2. Who's leading this one out? Got to be Tom Duran, doing it for Sinead's Reed Academy. He's been chased down by Josh Cates, had a roll around on his 20-inch moto, but he's looking good aboard his cruiser at the moment. Rocky O'Brien's getting busy as well, working his way across into a top 3 spot. That shoves Jack Mowat back to 4, then that's how they're going to bring it across the line. Tom Duran, your race winner. Luke Davies-Hayes getting busy into turn number 1. He leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got Conor Blythe in there in about 4 at the moment. Who's in there in 2? Got to be fast signatures. Niall Moss on the 16 plate. So it's Hayes, Moss. That's your front 2 riders at the moment. The 23 plate in there as well. That is Joe Wallbridge out of Redditch BMX. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Luke Davies-Hayes though going to pick up that moto win. Rab Racing leading out race 173. That is, of course, Rab Racing's TM, Alex Brooks. Quality setup they've got over at Rab Racing. Courtesy of your race leader. Smooth as you like. Last year's national champion, going for 4 on the bounce this year is Alex. He's going to chill his way down the final straight to pick up that win. Dan Wilson, his teammate on track, then leading out race 174. Who's in there with him looking like 0-1 racing? That is Owen Portland on the 8 plate, doing it for Peterborough Phantoms. That's your 1 and 2, then Wilson and Portland. Where's Matt McHugh? In there in 3, being chased down by the 21 plate of Kean Brown, heading into the final corner. Here comes Max Henderson having a scrap with Jack Needham in the final turn. Henderson picks up the 5 spot, then chasing down Brown through the final straight. Not quite going to get close enough. Brown will hang on to the top 4 spots. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser now out on track. Who's leading it out? Looking at Pro Star BMX's Hannah Drew. In and out of turn at number 2 she goes. Who's in there with her coming on round? Looking like that is Ice Bikes in there in the 2 spot. The 8 plate of Yetska Hemstock. So that's going to be your 1 and 2, Drew and Hemstock. I read all races on this page, bar the race that was on the track in that one, so sorry about that. Race 176 on track now. We are looking at Annalise Cadman-Carpenter on the 1 bike. She's headed through that 3rd straight at the moment, being chased down by Josie McFall on the 232 plate, heading into the final turn. Here comes the 12 of Jamie Elwood. She's being chased through by Izzy Hurry down the final straight. Hurry out of Mabo UK, looking to pick up a top 4 finish as Carpenter picks up that moto win. Race 177 now out on track. Where's Anya Matan Alonso? She's in there in 3 at the moment. That's got to be Olivia Firth in there for 2, but your race leader is Alexis McCartney, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. That's your 1, 2, 3 then. Taylor Lee Mohan is in there in 4 at the moment. She's just being passed by the 7 plate of Molly Nice, heading into the final turn. DC Cycles then working her way into that top 4 spot. McCartney, she's going to hang on to the race lead and take the win across the line, with Firth and Alonso in 2 and 3. 30-plus women's cruiser now out on track. Who's leading it out? Your British champion, that is Michelle Stupple, Gosport National Race Team. Anita Wong in there in that 2 spot, doing it for DC Cycles, looking like Allen's Factory Supercross. That is Lee Pendleton in there for that top 3 spot at the moment. She's been chased down by the 7 plate of Cassie Harding, in and out of that final corner. So it is Team Mind inside the top 4, putting pressure on Pendleton as you bring it down to the line. Harding's going to work her way from 4 to 3. Race 179 hits the 2nd straight. It is led away by a world number 2, SJN, Sarah J. Nichols, Hotshot Racing. In and out of that 2nd corner, having an absolute flying lap. Just the same as her first moto of the weekend. So it is SJN leading it through. Who's in there for 2? That is the 511 plate of Rowan Beckett out of Smiley's Flight Club and Squash and Pop. She's going to pick up that 2 spot as you bring it down the final straight, with Manda Hemstock rounding out your top 3 spots. 30-plus cruiser ladies going at semi-final racing later today. Rebecca Gold leads out this race into turn number 2 in race 180. Who's in there with her? Claire Albert, Juan Clements and Nikki Sitch. Emily Ireland, Marsha Brook and Grace Turner all charging towards the final turn, but Goal has checked out from the rest of the pack. Absolute Bicycle Motocross going to take this moto win. Who's in there for the two? Got to be Nikki Sitch doing it for Fast Signatures Race Team. Look at Emily Ireland with a late charge to the line, looking like she might have nicked the 3 spot from Marsha Brook. 6 and unders bringing the Thunders. They're out on track then. Who's leading it out of the northeast? That is Luke Barrett on the 509 plate, heading towards turn number 2. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got Albie Howe on the 885 out of Cardiff BMX. He's in that 2 spot, having a good old scrap at the moment with the 877. The 277, sorry, of Jensen Dight out of Burnham BMX. So it is Barron, Dight, Howe. That's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like we've got the 2 Team Bunnies riders in this one. That is Stanley Lockwood heading down the final straight along with Charlie Phillips. Ellis dancing in this one as well, splitting up the Team Bunnies party as they bring it across the line in 4, 5 and 6. Second rack of the 6 and under young gents out on track. Jack Byrne, where is he in this one? He's leading it out on the 403 plate, the 142 in there behind him. That is Alejandro Estevez heading into the final turn, and back out they go. Preston Pirates is in the mix as well. That is Patrick Dempsey on the 414 plate. That's going to be a top 3 as they head down the final straight. Who's in there for 4? Looking like that could have been Finley Thompson out of Merseyside BMX. 6 and under little ladies out on track then. Amaria Gibson, Alice Laurie, Noah Kerr, Opal Jones, Erin Thorrows and Aubrey Chambers. It is all about Kerr at the moment. It got busy in turn number 2. Kerr leads it out for Retro Racing. The mid-lanks in there behind her. That is Alice Laurie on the 980 plane. Here comes Preston Pirates. Amaria Gibson on the 139. She's in there in 3 at the moment. The Hawks in the mix as well. That is Erin Thorrows in 4. She's being chased down this final straight. That looks like Opal Jones inside the top 5, bringing it down to the stripe with Aubrey Chambers in at 6. Race 184 on track. These are the 7-year-old boys. Shelby Yates leading this one down the final straight. That looks like it could be Lou and Jamira having a good old battle as they bring it down to the line. It's going to be Yates, Jamira. That's your 1 and 2 as they take it across the stripe. Race 185, 7-year-old boys out on track. Allen's Factory in this one. That's Isaac Tomlinson on the 486, just working his way around the outside of Benji Ross Foster, who's been shuffled back to 2. So that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Preston Pirates in there as well. Harrison Slater is inside the top 4. He's chasing down the 818 plate of Sandis Owens out of Norwich Fly. So that's your top 4. The 593 in there as well. That is Jackson Gregory out of Tiverton BMX Club. But it's all about Tomlinson down the final straight, picking up the moto win in race 185. British champ on track, Oliver Bridle doing it for Exeter Eagles, heading into turn number 2. Who's the rider in that 2 spot? Look at the moves being made. That looks like the Brunsey Massives. Leon Kuzichak just being shuffled back to 3 as the rider picking up the 2 spot comes on round on the 883 plate. That is looking like Harry Taylor out of Bournemouth BMX. So it is all about Bridle out front. Skills to pay the bills. Bridle picks up that moto win. 7-year-old ladies on track now then. That looks like Hattie McGoldrick getting busy, throwing elbows in turn number 1. It was a good old scrap with Esme Anderson, your British champion, who's just about worked her way into that 2 spot as he headed into turn number 2. Your race leader though, Crank BMX coaching Sophia Reese. Reese leads it out. Here comes Hattie looking for a way into the top 2 spots into the final turn. Reese, Anderson, McGoldrick. That's your 1, 2, 3 heading down the final straight. We've just been joined by the Warlock.
I thought he was Lord Luke and he's been missing.
I've not seen you in ages. Completely missed the last straight of that last race. Sorry about that. We are looking at the 8-year-old boys out on track. Teddy Gorman in that 2 spot, but your race leader on the 424. Looks like Archie Fisher, Redditch BMX. So it is Fisher down the final straight. Where's Rapid Roman? He's inside the top 3 as the Brunty crew go through in 4 and 5. Race 189 out on track then with Finley Thomas. GT Factory is in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down your race leader. That's got to be Logan Aceto. He's always near the front. No, he's in about 5 at the moment. Is Logan got a bit of work to do? He's just made a move stick to try and pick up the top 3 spot. He's having a good old battle down the third straight, but your race leader then on the 656 plate, that is Arlo Payne. Preston Pirate, so it's Payne leading it out. Thomas in there for 2. Who's going to pick up the 3 spot down the final straight? That was Archie Walsgrove. Race 190 on track. 8-year-old boys, who's leading this one through? Looks like Oscar rather fast, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. He's being chased down by the 334. That looks like it could be Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton BMX. Look at the moves coming in the final turn. Manchester BMX's Carter Hawker trying to work his way into a top 2 spot, but he's going to have to settle for 3. Race 191 now out on track. Right, what race are we on to? Completely lost where I am. We are on race 192. That looks like Maggie Devine, Sorted Race Gear, battling it out front with the 657. That's Mabel Pine out of PCR and Exeter Eagles. So that's your front 2 ladies heading down the final straight. Who's in there for 3? Looking like that is Luciana Barron out of Telford Flyers. Race 193 on track. Millie Moore, Lottie Arnold, Matilda Hewitt, Abigail Henning and Mia Chalk all heading into turn number 2. It is Hewitt leading it out for Radco Racing. In and out of that second corner, Abigail Henning in there in that 2 spot, doing it for Preston Pirate. She's chasing down Hewitt as they bring it towards the final turn. Where is the Mongoose Rider? That is Millie Moore inside the top 3 on the 393 plate. Being chased down by the 172 of Lottie Arnold out of TNT. Absolute Bicycle Motocross's Mia Chalk in there for 5. As the 9-year-old boys exit turn number 1, that looks like Antek Perebny leading this one out. He's going neck and neck with Ethan the Great White into turn number 2. Who's picking up 3? That looks like it could be Alfie Thorne out of Urban Air BMX on the 760 plate. Yes, it is Alfie. He's having a good old scrap there with Christian Garbachik heading for the final turn. Garbachik round the outside, just about making it stick, but the scrap is out front as well. It's looking like Perebny's going to hang on to the race win with White in for 2. Race 195 out on track. Who's leading this one out? It is Team Aaron Andover's Arthur Mason on the 481 plate. Rider hit the deck in the turn. That was Reactive Racing. Eli Northcott, he's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Eli. The 481 plate there leading out this moto. Arthur Mason going a 1 and a 2 with Bristol Jets. Felix Zucchina heading down the final straight. The Northeast in the mix as well. That is Joseph O'Brien on the 274 plate in 3. Race 196 hits the track. Who's leading this one out down the first straight? Jake Avis has had a cracking gate and he's going to pick a whole shot into turn number 1. So it's Avis leading this one out. Green Machine Tribe in there behind him. That is Oscar Holloway on the 272. Reactive Racing in the mix as well. That is Noah Northcott out of Decoy BMX. So that's your front 3 as it stands. Looking like we've got Bodie Holiday out of the Bradford Bandits inside the top 4. Heading towards the final turn, but it's all about Fluent Bicycle Motocross's Jake Avis at the moment. In and out of that final turn, leading away this moto in the 9-year-old boys. He's going to pick up this moto win with Holloway and Northcott in behind. Race 197 on track. Where is Big Hens? He's out front leading the moto into turn number 2. Your British champion Crucial Racing out front, then he's being chased down as they exit that second corner, looking like Elliot Hatch doing it for Rusted at Racing. So it is Sullivan and Hatch. That's your 1 and 2, the 502 in there in 3. Looking like Caleb Twold. Good to see the Twold brothers back this weekend, doing it for Peckham BMX, heading down the final straight. Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there for 4. That was Alexander Gilbert. Moving on to race 198 on track. Where's Oscar Marco? He's out front leading the race in and out of turn number 2. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got Absolute Bicycle Motocross inside the top 3. That was Emerson Tucker. He's chasing down Sinead's Reed Academy. That's Oscar Sanders in there in 2. Somebody's Marco, Sanders, Tucker. That's your 1, 2, 3. Hunter Chambers is in there in 4, doing it for Team Bunnies. Race 199 out on track, then Oakley Hill doing it for LCC. He's leading it into turn number 2, being chased down by Allen's Factory. Hot Shots, Dominic Zapanos. So it is Hill and Zapanos. That's your 1 or 2 MK Evolutions. Charlie Blakeburn in there in 3, looking like we've got Vernell Challenger back on track after his crash in his first moto. He's inside the top 4 at the moment, chasing down the MK Evolution rider down the final straight. He's going to pick up a top 4 spot as Oakley Hill picks up the race win. 9-year-old girls on track, race 200, heading into turn number 2. Gibson, Wooderson, Keller, Robertson, Dixon, Hume and Sykes. Looking like it is Preston Pirates and Mika Gibson on the 138 leading out this moto. She's being chased down by the Centurions crew. That is Ellie Robertson. Looking like we've got Hume in this one as well. Look, here comes Peterborough Phantoms riders in that second corner. That's Layla Dixon on the 918. She's worked her way into a top 3 spot, being chased down the final straight by Megan Keller out of GT Factory, who goes through in 4. Race 201, Dyson, Stuffle, Snell, Johnson, Grant, Miller and Barron. Who's leading it out? Got to be your British champion, Phoebe Millar, Moto 1 race team. Absolute Bicycle Motocross in that 2 spot. That is Ella Grant on the 889 plate. That's your front 2 riders then. Where is Macy Dyson? She's in there in 3. Having a good old scrap with the Fluid Bicycle Motocross rider. That's Lauren Snell. So that's going to be your top 4 headed down the final straight. Millar, your race winner and British champion.
Right, we are on the 10-year-old boys. Duffield, Randall, Kachari, Johnson, Dowsing, Lewisfield, Groves and Griggs all in this one. Looks like Crucial Racing's rider. That'll be Charlie Dowsing. Battling away with Seth Kachari, Radco Racing, Teamer. In there in 3, that's going to be Oakley Lewisfield with Manchester's Dougie Johnson. Rounding out the top 4, Jack Kitchen, Aidan Baptiste, Seb Staines, Jesse Rose, Luca Tramontano, Rocco Westwood and Oliver Hawker. All in Moto number 203. We are looking at the Peckham rider Baptiste in there in that second spot. He's chasing down the rider out of Fluent. That will be Jack Kitchen aboard that 16. Jesse Rose in there in 3. Rocco Westwood in 4. Oliver Hawker pushing hard in that 6th spot. Jack Haynes doing it for LCC. He's there in 3rd spot. This is Moto number 204. Arthur Donaldson, Green Machine Tribe out in front. Where is Aston John Lee? He's back there in about 5th spot at the minute. Pushing hard, looking for the 4th. Jacob Dent, Roman James Wright and Rex Ford in there. Rex in the 2. Chasing down Donaldson. Haynes is in there in the 3. LCC powered by Pancakes. Race 205. Kane, Arnold, Sheriff, Harradine, Carlos, Worley, James and Luca Chalk in this one. Good to see Luca back on track. He's there in that 4th spot. Alistair Kane doing it for the Burunti National Race Team. But it looks like the 18 and the 510. That is going to be Charlie Sheriff in there in 2. Jake James leading it out. Chalk's in there in 4. And Elliot Worley doing it for Cumbernauld. Gabriele Serra on the 042. Doing it for the Brunty National Race Team. Jack Belton having a bit of a battle with Ollie Bird out in front. No, Ollie's in there in 3. It's the Pro Start rider, Ethan Shaw, leading it into that final turn. That'll be the Hawks in there in 4. Malachi Smith on the 846. As race 207 rounds that first turn. Keller, Melia, Giles, Tanzer, Grocock, Ryder Bays and Russell. And it's Northeast BMX's Thomas Giles. Going around that second turn. Chester Grocock doing it for the LVG National Race Team. In there in that second spot, George Kellum. TNT in there in 3 with Jacob Russell on his home track of Manchester. Rounding out the top 4. Moving on, 10-year-old girls. Molly Tomlinson, Allen's at BMX.com, Factory Supercross. Florence Kay in there, she's in about 5th spot at the minute.
car across, doing it for the Gosport National Race Team. She's inside the top 4, chasing down Emma Dean. Moto 209 is being held, I'm assuming for a mechanical. Moto 209 is being held. That's the one with Roxy Rowlands in, Rosie Geddes and Eliza Powell. Race 209 being held. Right, all the celebrities are in the house. Wait, there you go. Britain's #1 window cleaner. Look at him, it's like a man on a mission. We don't know what that mission is. Do we know what that mission is? Anyway, I wouldn't like to say. As we move on, 10-year-old young ladies, I think, are in the house. Una Svensson, doing it for Manchester. She's in there in 3, but she is chasing down Holly Bishop and Holly Webb. It's a battle of the Hollies out in front as she makes her move into that final corner, stealing away that 3rd position, looking good aboard that radio bike. As we 209 on track right now. Ruby Evans, Roxy Rowland, Freya Knights, Rosie Geddes, birthday girl Eliza Powell leading it out. Turning 10 today. Happy birthday, Eliza. Florence Dyson following in that 3rd spot, doing it for the B Radford Massive. We love a bit of B Radford action. Roxy Rowlands rounded out the top 4. The 15 is Ruby Evans out of Cornwall, and Birmingham's rider is Freya Knights. Right, looking at, what are we up to? Race to 11. Seth Ritchie, Jamie Robertson, Ronnie Wood in this one as well. He's in there in 3, chasing down Preston Newmarsh Powell. Those 2 boys battle on and off the track because they apparently swim against each other as well in competition. Ronnie and Preston. Connor Hemphill in there as well, taking the win. And we had Sam Smith, Ted Harvey, Aidan Dowling, and Jamie Robertson. Moto 212, Reggie Palmer, doing it for Crucial BMX. Josh Coates, Ollie Riches, Arlo Steinmetz in there in 3. They are chasing down Kyle and Gordon aboard that Croupie. That's going to be Josiah Berg, I think, in there in that 2nd spot as they go across the line. Moto 213. College, State, Monroe, Todd, Anderson, Moore, Malkin, and McAvoy. Catledge doing it for the Dragon Riders out there in Wales as Jacob Anderson battles with Finn Monroe. Into that final turn. Finn's got some skills as they head down that final straight. McAvoy in there in 3. I think it was the Exeter rider Isaac Moore rounding out the top 4. Moto 214, Rex Beasley, where he's Rex, he's back there in 5. Edward Cordery out in front. That looks like one of our Irish Massive. I've got a feeling that might be Jane O'Connell. In there in 2. Sebastian Hewitt going through in 3, and Team Mines rider, that'll be Otto Parr in 4. Race 215, Teddy Jones, Finlay Hewitt, Ollie Warner, Arthur Claydon, Ernie Cotton, Disazares, Stanley Duffy, and Albert Turner. And it is Teddy Jones in there in 1, the 18, Arthur Claydon. In 2, Ollie Warner rounding out the top 3. That might be Stanley Duffy in there as well. And the rider from the Brunty Massive is Finlay Hewitt. 216 Moto on track, Zachary Farrington Bell, Jack Swales, Murray Watson, Benny Jackson. Hopefully Benny's back on track after his roll round on the floor, and there he is out in front. So Benny Jackson, good to see him back on it. Ronnie Wallworks in there, doing it for the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive. I didn't know where they were. They're down here on the first turn, not that far away from me. Moto 217. Freddie Ray Orland in there in 2. Leo Bradley doing it for Rusty Nut Racing. But that looks like Hugo Dayton. GY95
If you know your Northeast BMX history, you'll know that set of trails up there. The Giving Young People Opportunities Trails. Apparently I can't give it its usual name because I get in trouble. Race 218, the 11-year-old girls, Maisie Surtees, Amber Tucker. Looks like Trixie Tracy's leading it out with Maisie Egan in hot pursuit. Amelia's in there in 3, Amelia Rowe, Maisie Surtees. Got a feeling Eric Toogood is the rider in 5. Darcy Payne in there as well. And Amber Tucker. Race 219. Pritchard, Wills, Richardson, Beats, Savaratney, Cox, Lee and Underhill. It is Betty Wills in there in 1. Where is Ellie Beach? She's there inside the top 4 at the moment. She's got Holly Richardson to deal with. And Trixie Trays. That looks like Izzy Underhill trying to get involved as well down that final straight. Underhill making her move as they go towards the line. Is she going to steal that second spot? I think she did. Moto 220. Bennett, Puddick, Monforte, Hudak, Holmes, Dudley and Walker. And it is Moto 1's rider, Grace Hudak, out in front. Freya Monforte in there in 2. And Jamie Puddick, India Bennett, all in there as well. As we move on to 221, Callum Keane, Lewis Hughes, Sam Riches, Finley Murphy, James Bibby leading it out. Mason Barnard and Jack Devine in the mix as well. Devine in 2. And good to see my mate Zach Worthington out there as well. Feels like ages since I've seen Zach, and he's doing a good job in the Preston Pirate kit, pushing hard. And I gave his little sister a shout for her birthday earlier on as well. Race 222. Toogood, Linehan, Phillips, Ford, Lillingston, Galitis, Payne and Laughlin. Moto 1's Adrian Galitis out in front. That looks like Ronnie Payne, I think, in there in 2. And the reactive racing, that's Laughlin going through at the line. Race 223. 12-year-olds Moses, Dennis Etzel, Leighton Harding, Owen Smart, Dawson Scott, Harrison Batsford, Leon Waite and Archie Malkin. And GT's Leighton Harding is leading it into the turn. Leon Waite in there in 2. That's going to be Doncaster's Dawson Scott, I think, inside the top 3. Owen Smart doing it for Brunty. He's inside the top 5. As we move on to Moto number 224. Mundell, Bell, Davis, Milner, Smith, Bagwell and Akeem Brazier. And it is Archie Bell in there in 1. Isaac the Sender Smith doing it for Rab Racing and Flavor Flav Cakes. In there in that second spot, Brazier in 3. And I've got a feeling that might have been Charlie Cotton in there somewhere as well. In fact, I'm lying because Charlie Cotton's in this one. 225. Joe Rook and Marcus Mullen going 1 and 2. Charlie Cotton's in there in 3 with Zach Parsons. Rounding out the top 4. Moving on to Moto number 226. Wheel, Ludlow, Allen, Challenger, Bojang, Cheeseman and Swales. The 16 and the 20, they're going to go 1 and 2. Emil Challenger and Harry Swales. Swales doing it for Fast Signatures. The 908, Ethan Ludlow out of Redditch. He's in there in that 3rd spot. Putting together a good lap with Billy Cheeseman right on his back wheel. Moto 227, Itai Jamira doing it for Food Delectable. In there in 3, we've got the 7 leading it into the turn. Or is it the 2 of Leo Rowlands? I think it is. Archie Crocker White in there as well. Matt Livingston, Finley Shaw, Travis Sykes and Oliver Taylor. Race 228, Poppy Bishop out in front. Harrison Doe doing it for Reactive Racing. He's in there in 2 with one of the Gosport guys going through in 3. I've got a feeling that is Jet Thompson. Louis Cheffy rounding out the top 4. Jacob Jameson out of the Belfast City BMX Club. Love seeing the Belfast guys here. Had a long conversation with them this morning. Seeing as I'm part of their crew now as we head over to the Worlds. My riders Team Ireland. That's all right, no worries. I'll finish this page. I'm on 229. Albert Saliadzan, Zach Everly. Everly in there in 2. We've got Ethan Buttery going through as well. Zach Hamill, Oshin King, Jasper Kimber and Lucas Laurie. Next up, 12-year-old girls, Millie Ross, Poppy May Kirby, Elizabeth Lola Poole, I think it is, out there in front. Caitlin Bird, Sadie McSwitty, Sarah Pritchard, Amelia Martin and Olivia Webb. Moto number 230, look at the battle as they go into the corner. Sarah Pritchard battling away with Elizabeth Lola Poole. Down towards that line. Poppy May Kirby in there in 3 with Caitlin Bird in 4. Moto 231, Barter, Hyder, Adams, Stevenson, Cathcart, Cunnison, Keller, Gerard and Dyson. We are looking at Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Grace Gerard in there in 2, chasing down Iris Hyder. Doing it for Pure Bicycles as they go in and out of that turn. GT are in there in 4, didn't pick up the rider in 3. It's the GT factory team. And I'm going to hand you on to Lewis for 232.
Race 237 now out on track. Then where is Charlie Wilcox? He's in that 2 plate, heading into 2 spot. Heading into that second corner. Kurt Storkis is out front, looking good. Storkis leads it from Wilcox at the moment. Rusting up racing on the 19 plate in there in 3. That's Gilmore Green. Look at the moves being made in the final corner. Not quite sure who it was. I think it might have been Hayden Cartwright throwing it under in the turn. He's worked his way into a top 4 spots. As we look at JP Jack Perkins going 1 and 2 with Team Bunnies, Max McNulty in race 2, 3 and 8 as the exit turn number 2. That looks like the new addition. Tom Palmer picking up a top 3 spot at the moment. Charlie Bob Craig is in there in 4, being chased down by the 4-6-7 of Ruben Bishop out of the Bournemouth crew. Heading down the final straight though, it's all about Perkins. Mabo UK taking that Moto win from McNulty in 2. That's going to be Charlie Bob Craig on track in that 2 spot. He wasn't in the last moto. He's picking up the 2 spot in behind Ethan Rogers at the moment. Look at that for a high-low, straight out of the textbook. He's looking for a way round Rogers, heading through the 3rd straight. Craig on the outside into the final turn. Look at it again. He's thrown it in 2 corners on the bounce. Made it stick the 2nd time round. Charlie Craig going to pick up the moto win from Rogers in that 2 spots. Race 240 on track, 13-year-old girls leading them out is Emma Kiss heading into turn number 2. That looks like it could be the Titans. Holly Diver on the 11 plate in there in 3, chasing down the Be Strong race teams. Dakota Tucker heading into the final corner, so it's Kiss, Tucker, Diver. That's your 1, 2, 3. Nia O'Connell is in there in 4th, doing it for BMX Widow Photography, Jump Club, S&M Source. Have Anushka Jones in there inside the top 5. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Race 241 on track. Who's leading them out? Oh, stay strong. Clark and Kent got it all wrong. In turn number 2, Esme Ward hit the deck. That allowed Ruby Warren to take over the race lead. Martha Cottam in the 2 to 12 plate in 3. That is Allegra True. Put your hands together for Esme Ward, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet and going to finish a lap. Got it all sorts of wrong into that 2nd corner. Put your hands together once again, ladies and gents, for Esme Ward. We're going to take a look at race 242 on track. Nathaniel Eames out of lane number 1, heading for that 1st corner. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Looks like it could be Oscar Jewell. Jewell leads it out. DBMX is right there with him. That is Dexter Bear up. So Jewell, Bear up. Eames, oh, Eames just about managed to stick up right through that 2nd straight. It got all sorts of busy. Who's that picking up the 3 spot? Then as it coming around, that's a 32 of Oliver Taylor out of Preston Pirates. Eames under pressure heading into the final turn, but he's hanging on at the moment, looking to bring the pressure back down the final straight. Who's going to get the win then? Jewel, Beer up. That's your 1 and 2 across the line. Eames is going to take the 4. Oh! Carnage in race 243. Guppy exited right through the straight. Elbows were bashing. I think it was Hindley that got busy. He's leading the race into the final turn. The 19 plate in there behind him. Out of the Centurions crew, that was Brody Geddes. That looks like Freddie Richardson in there for 3, with Harry Donald in 4. Wow, oh wow. 2 motos of carnage through that 2nd straight as we take a look at Little Cotty. James Cottrell leading out this next moto for Rab Racing. Who's that in there with him? Looking like it could be one of the Osborne brothers. Yes, it is. Heath the Beef. Looking to chase down Little Cotty through the final straight. Cotty, Osborne, that's going to be your 1 and 2. As race 245 hits the track, Kobe Rayford, European number 2, leads this one away for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. That's Moto 1 race team in there behind him, looking like Oliver Ty is chasing Rayford down. It's your 1 and 2. Then Logan Young's in there for 3. Who's picking up the 4? That's a 13 plate of Harry Bailey. Young shuffled back to about 5. Throws in a high low on Robin Matter. Alonso in the final corner, just about makes it stick. Alonso shuffled back to 5. Then as Young hangs on to 4. Race 246. Elvis Lawrence leading this one out into the final, into the 2nd turn. Todd Smith, Notman, where is he? He's in there at about 4 at the moment. Now chasing down Isaac Shaw. Pro Star BMX occupying that 2 spot. Where is LVG NRT? Picking up the 2 at the moment, in and out of the final corner. That's Noah Buttery, Lawrence, Buttery, Shaw. That's your 1, 2, 3. Lawrence is going to hang on to that moto win. Nate Hamilton, Mabo UK on track, 5 on the plate. He's leading it into turn number 2. That looks like it could be Zach Childs in the mix as well. In that 2 spot, looks like that could be Henry Shenton. Shuffled back to about 4 at the moment. The 35 plate in there in 2. That is Zach Childs being chased down by the 22 of Edward Miller. In and out of the final turn though, Hamilton charging away with this moto. Another one to add to his collection this season. 31 on the plate, the inside, William Knowles, Crank BMX coaching. Look at the moves being made in the turn. Thomas O'Brien working his way into a top 2 spot, but he's now having to scrap away with the Braintree rider. That is Maxwell Lawrence on the 29 plate. I think Lawrence crashed in his last moto, but he's upright, making it stick in this moto. Billy Harrison on the 33 plate. He's in there in 4. Looks like he's grown about 4 foot since I last saw him. He's being chased down by Cooper Westwood through the final straight out of Mabo, UK. Toby leads out race at number 249, heading through that second straight. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got Milo Weller out of the Brunsey crew. In and out of that second corner they go. Elbows are flying. That looks like it could be Ronnie Richards, just being shuffled back to about 4 at the moment as the 15 plate of Millington worked his way in. Yes, it was Millington for Hot Shot Racing. So it's Lynch sorted race gear. Weller out of Bruntwood Park National Race Team. That is your 1 and 2. Moving on to the 14-year-old ladies charging towards her first corner. It's neck and neck at the moment with the 1 and the 2 from last season. Who's going to lead this one out? Katie Millar, Moto 1 race team. She's being chased down by Rin Gianolino as they head towards that second corner. It is Moto 1 and Evolve Collective having a good old battle out front at the moment. Who's picking up 3? Looking like that could be the 15 plate. Where is Evie Malkin? She's in there at about 5 at the moment. It's the 16 of Sophie Coulson out of Team Mine. She's being chased down by Exeter Eagles, a fire pick on the 885 plate. That's going to be a top 4. Maddie the Baddie Dixon in there for 5 with Evie Malkin in 6. Race 251, more 14-year-old girls battling it out on track. Who's leading it out? Fluent Bicycle Motocrossers, Sidoni Cleve on the 6 plate, in and out of turn number 2. That looks like Jalala Patel in there in 3, doing it for Peckham BMX Club. But here comes the 0-1 of Amelie Eaton round the outside of Cleve into the final turn. So it's Fluent and Pro Start. That's your 1 and 2 heading down the final straight. Here comes Eaton with another late charge to the stripe. Didn't quite get close enough. Lucas Seeley's in there in 3 at the minute for Rab Racing, looking for a way into a top 2 spot. In the 15-year-old boys, that's Jack Davey, just being shuffled back to 3 as Seeley makes it stick into the final turn. But your race leader in and out of that final turn, Freddie Entwistle on the 12 plate, going to pick up that moto win for Birmingham National Race Team. Race 253 on track. Where is Logan Widdowson? He's got a bit of work to do at the moment for Team Buddies, who's leading it out though into the turn. Looking like Amos Guppy, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, who's in there chasing him down. Looking like we've got the rider out of Fluent. That's going to be Oliver James on the 13 plate, the 21 in there as well. That's Freddie Franklin out of Rustin at Racing. MCR have got a rider inside the top 4. UNB, he's going to round out them top 4 spots, being chased down by the Green Machine rider. That's Ollie Kirby. Harvey Tomlinson on track aboard the 9 bike, heading towards turn number 2. Who's that in behind him? Looking like we've got an LVG NRT rider. That's Will Chaplin heading on in and out of turn number 2. Coming on Centurions, David Fearley on the 44 plate, being chased down by the 67 into the final corner. That is Jake Asher out of Doncaster BMX Club. That's going to be your top 4 at the moment. The Team Buddies riders in this one as well. Dylan Jones going neck and neck with Cranage as they bring it across the line. Race 255 on track. That looks like Bradley James leading it into turn number 2 for Reactive Racing on the 7 plate. Who's in there behind him, chasing him down? Looking like it could be the 10 plate of Mason Groves. He's in there in 3 at the minute. The 32 plate picks up the 2 spot. That's Henry Radcliffe out of Decoy BMX. So that's going to be your front 3 heading down the final straight. But James, your race winner. Ty DS on track. Was featured in the racing in France in Lemdes a few weeks back for the European Cup round. He's leading this one out though, riding for Supercross Factory. The 26 plate in that 2 spot is Eric McSwitty, doing it for BMX Woodard Photography with Evolve Racing. In there in 3, that is Alex Dunkley. Race 257 on track. Warm BMX race team just having the move put on him in turn number 1. Eden Boone then shuffled back to 2 as your race leader is now Lucas Osborne. So Osborne out front, Boone in that 2 spot, who's in 3. Emmy Seawood out of Stay Strong, Clark and Ken doing it for the girls aboard that W3 bike, heading into the final corner. Where's Elijah Jamira? He's getting busy, shoving an elbow into Avery in that final corner. So Jamira works his way from 5 to 4, bringing it across the line. 15-year-old girls is led away by Ailey Watson, doing it for BMX with her photography, who's in there in the 2 spot, looking like Evolve Collective. Have got Ruby Walford on the 6 plate, being chased down by Green Machines. Grace Burge heading towards the final turn. Where's Orla Cooper? She's inside the top 4 at the moment. Walford's not done yet, putting pressure on Watson down the final straight. Walford's going to make it stick, going from 2 to 1. Watson for 2. E4 on the bike, Lottie Brown leading out race number 259 into that second corner. Who's in there behind her? Looks like it could be Summer Glynn on the 804 plate. Looking like Pekka BMX in there as well. That's Etana Price on the 10 plate heading towards the final corner. The 13 in there as well. That is Eliza French out of BRE Racing. But it's all about your European number 4 across the line. Lottie Brown taking the win. W5 on the bike. It is none other than Kai Bowen, ladies and gents. He's heading in towards turn number 2 for Stay Strong, Clark and Ken. He's being chased down there by Noah Reveley on that 3 bike, doing it for Mabo UK. That's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Eli Smith repping the NSR Foundation jersey in and out of the final turn. Everly putting pressure on Bowen down the final straight. Bowen, Everly, Smith, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get 4 on the line? I think it was Brown. The 15 plate of Samson Townsend out of Bournemouth. BMX leads out race 261. He's being chased down there by Absolute's Finn Collis on the 10 plate in and out of turn number 2. Kai Blaine's riding out of Team Air and over inside the top 3. Shay Jordan's in 4. Who's picking up 5? Looks like that could be the Hawks. Bradley Davison, he's inside the top 5 at the moment. Chasing down Jordan down the final straight. Looks like Collis got it all wrong through the final straights and ended up in about 5th. Race 262 now out on track. 16-year-old boys coming at you thick and fast in and out of that second corner. Nathan Barata on the 11 plate. He's leading this one out from the 8 into that final corner. That looked like Henry Rayner just getting a little bit sideways through the 3rd straight, but he's sticking it upright and chasing Barata down to the stripe with Coppin going through in 3. Lewis Collins Nemo is on the outside in race 263, trying to make it sticky turn number 1, and he's ended up in that 3 spot chasing down the MCR rider. That is Tom Kay on the 34 plate in and out of turn at number 2. The race is led away by Rusting Up Racing's Joe Penton Vogt. So it is Vogt out front, Kay under all sorts of pressure from Nemo as he exit the final corner. He's looking for a way round into a top 2 spot. Who's going to get the 1 spot on the line? Looking like it might have been Vogt hanging on. Tight for the 2 spot across the stripe though. 16-year-old girls on track. Where's Jess Marriott? She's out front aboard that W4 bike, doing it for Peterborough Phantoms, being chased down by Amelia Everly, doing it for Mabo UK. Crucial Racing, Sophie Elwood is in the mix as well inside the top 3 with the 16 plate in there in 4. Looking like that could be Peckham's Adele Veruti chasing down the front 3 ladies down the final straight. Not quite going to get close enough. She'll have to settle for 4. Not quite sure what happened to Lottie Mane in that one, but she is finishing her lap. As we take a look at race 265 on track, Ruby Moores leads this one out. Lexi Wade is in there behind her, doing it for Be Strong Race Team. That looks like Alexis McCartney doing it for Allen's Factory. In and out of that final corner, Anya Matt Alonso in there in 4, being chased down by Reactive Racing, Betty Brewer in 5. 17 to 18-year-olds in and out of turn number 1, led away by the Centurions rider. That is Lewis Cook on the 15 plate, heading in and out of that second corner. Peckham BMX are in there as well. That's Lamina Kareli on the 44 plate. Looking like the other Peckham rider in the mix is the 17X of Malachi. Oh! Akareli hit the deck. 2 riders swallowed up with him. One of them was Charlie Granger, straight back up to his feet. And I think it might have been Romeo Kapai that went down as well. Put your hands together for Lamina Kareli and Charlie Granger, ladies and gents. As we look at Shea Young leading out race number 267 from Tom Duran in and out of the final corner. Elliot Brook getting busy with Alex Stokes on the exit of turn number 3. It's going to be Stokes hanging on to 3, Brook going through in 4. We're just going to check that Granger and Akareli are okay. Put your hands together for Lamin and Charlie, ladies and gents. Both riders going to walk away. More 17 to 18-year-olds are lining up on the gate. Don't forget about our traders, ladies and gents, over at Trader Village. DC Cycles are over there, Green Machine, B73, Sorted Race Gear. Pure Bikes will be over there as well. I've not been over yet this weekend, but if I've missed anyone off of that list, Crucial Racing, potentially over there as well, so make sure you head over to the Trader Village this weekend, ladies and gents. It is a very, very good for British BMX when we do. We are back on track then. Race 268, where is Dexter Gambe? He's in this one somewhere on the 20 plate. He's in the 2 spot, working his way around the outside to be the race leader. So Gambe leads it down the final straight. That looks like Brandon Mallon, who's been shuffled back to that 2 spot out of Belfast City. Race 269 out on track. Where's on Esselmont? He's chasing down the 1X plate of George Gerard, doing it for Hard Knocks by coaching. So it is Stage Sean Clark and Kent in the 2 spot then with Esselmont, who's in 3. Looking like we've got the Fluent rider headed towards the final turn. That is Reese Toole. Joshua Simpson Jacobs is in there inside the top 4, being chased down by the 0-1 rider of Jack Clark, bringing it down to the line. McGrail, David Heath, Cameron Whittaker, Dyer and Shaw all out on track in the next moto. Who's leading it out? Looking like we've got a Centurions rider. Could be one of 3. I think it is the 39X though of Jack Cameron. Yes, it is Jack leading this one through in and out of that final corner. Looking good down the final straight. He's going to pick up this moto win. As the 17 to 18-year-old women hit the track, looking like that could be Yetska Hemstock on the inside, throwing moves in turn number 1. Megan Gerard, though, has thrown in a high-low of her own and gone from 3 to 2. In that first corner, it is Esme Brooke that was the unlucky one out of the 3 of them in that first corner, so she's been shuffled back to 3. So it is looking good at the moment for Hemstock, heading towards the final turn. Hemstock, Gerard, Brooke, McCrum, that's your front 4 as the exit the final turn. All about Rab Racing out front though. Gerard going to pick up that moto win. We're doing all sorts of mic swaps. Sorry about the microphone trouble that we're having. If you're watching on the Race Hub, our Race Hub tech team are working as hard as they can to get it rectified. So thank you very much to Simon and co. As we take a look at the 19 to 29-year-olds on track. Callum Child Maple, Finn Clark. That's your 1 and 2 as the exit turn of number 3. The 11 plate of Josh Wallace inside the top 3, bringing it down to the stripe. Race 274 hits the first turn. Last year's national and British champion Tyrese Bradshaw leading them away from Mabo UK. He'll be making a trip over to Holland next month for the Mabo Racing Day. All of the international factory Mabo teams will be gathering in Erp for a Mabo Racing Day. I think it might be open to the public as well, so if you fancy heading over to Erp for the day to race, I think it's the last weekend in June that them guys are heading over. Another rider that will be there is Dan Kays in this next moto, having a good old scrap in turn number 1 with Oscar Matthew Carlard, and he's making it stick at the moment as he enters that second corner. Who's leading now the race though in and out of that second turn? Looks like we have got the 19 plate of Josh Cates, so it is Cates then picking up the 1 spot. Kay, Carlard, that's your 2 and 3. Not quite sure who the fallen riders were in that one. I think Alex Taylor might have been one. Oh, we're back up and running. Thank you very much to Mr. Green. He does work hard at these races, does Simon. As do all of our BMX Race Hub crew. Put your hands together then, ladies and gents. Alex Taylor is up and walking away. We are going to resume racing with race 277. Someone came and saw me earlier on as well. They were at the Gosport Regional a couple of weeks back, and there was a toolbox left behind. So if you've managed to leave your toolbox behind at Gosport Regional, for the life of me, I can't remember the team tent that he was in. I think it might have been Team A. If not, then I do apologise, but I'm pretty sure that the recipient of said toolbox that went missing is in Team A tent. No? Retro. Glenn at Retro. Sorry, Glenn. I completely forgot which team you were with. That's my fault. So go and see Glenn at the Retro Gazebo. He's probably got your toolbox if you left it at Gosport Regional. Next up on track, 19 to 29-year-old women heading through that second straight. The E6 of Evie Webster leading it into turn number 2. Who's that there? Well, they've got to be Annabelle Townsend. Doing it for Team Aaron Andover, heading through the third straight. Amy Willits is in there in 3, having a good old battle with Remy Godfrey, who's worked her way round the outside to go from 4 to 3 with Stay Strong C&K. So that's going to be your top 3 heading down the final straight. Webster taking the Moto win. Masters hitting the track. Our Brit specialist is looking like a Moto specialist in this race. It is Sean Issett doing it for BMX Hype and Mixos Group into turn number 2. In and out he goes aboard that 0-1 bike. He's being chased down by Crank BMX Coaching heading towards the final turn. That is going to be Christopher Granger out of Blackpool BMX. Army in there as well. That is Army Cycling Union's George Warner out of Peckham BMX. That's going to be your top 3. 30 plus women out on track then. I think we've had to hold a couple of motos somewhere along the line. So we'll get them guys on track as soon as we can. We are looking at Anita Wong leading this moto, ladies and gents, for DC Cycles and the Hawks, who's in there with her chasing her down. It's got to be the Team Bunnies, ladies, Marsha Brook and Annie Chisholm. Coach Chizzy's in there in 3. She's normally talking all things school games, but she's given that a rest for the moment and picked up her 20-inch bike, and she's going to pick up a top 3 spot in this moto because of it. That's going to be your top 3 then, Wong, Brook and Chizua. Next up on track, we are looking at Rebecca Gold, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, last year's national champion, going 1 and 2 with Manda Hemstock. But Hemstock is under all sorts of pressure from Fawn Clements out of Team Air and Andover. So Ice Bikes and Team Air going through in 2 and 3 as it stands. Army Cycling Union's in this one as well. That is O'Neillia McGarvey Miles out of Andover, being chased down by Claire Albert all the way from Cornwall. That's your top 5 in this moto. Here comes Clements with a late charge on Hemstock to the line. She's going to nick that 2 spots. The 19 to 29-year-old moto that was held back earlier on. This is a race 274 on track. Brinley Savage, your world number 3, Crucial Racing, leads it on the exit of turn number 2. Ollie Cope's right there with him, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Looks like that could be 0-1s. Owen Putland in 3, Ben Fitzsimmons in 4. That's going to be how they stand down the final straight. It's all about Savage, though, taking the moto win. Vets on track, it's getting busy down the first straight. Watson's on the inside. Watson throws in an elbow on Homans, so Homans drops back to 2. Who's in there in 3, looking at the 445 of Grant Yearbury out of Bath BMX Club. Watson leading it out though. Here comes DC Cycles getting involved in the top 3 action. That is Adam Boudet working his way through. The 6 plate involved as well. That's George Salmond out of Team Air and Andover. Heading down the final straight, Watson, Homans, Boudet, 1, 2, 3. We need riders in the pens, ladies and gents, for the 3rd set of motos. We're looking very, very short on riders in the pens for the 3rd set. So if you're in the first 10 to 20 motos, you should be in the pen area. Thank you. Next up on track, we are looking at the vets. Heading towards the final turn. That is Barnard. Understood. It is Barnard leading it out from Danny T across the line. Back to race 280. These are your masters. Billy Lucas, George Higley going 1 and 2. Where's Ben Martinez? He's in there in 3. Looking for a way under into turn number 2. Didn't quite find it, but it's all about Lucas at the moment. Heading through the third straight for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Higley, Jump Club, S&M Source. Martinez being chased down out of the final corner. That is David James inside the top 3. Inside the top 4, sorry, that's how they're going to bring it across the stripe. Grand Vets on track, heading into turn number 1. Martin Oggy Ogden repping the Divide brand out front. He's being chased down. Matt Phillips, it is out of Hot Shot Racing in that 2 spot. He's now being chased down by Stuart Little, doing it for a full bicycle motocross. That's your front 3 then, led away by Oggy into the final turn. The 13 plate in there in 4, that is Knowles. Going in and out of that final turn. Basil Hall in this one as well, having a battle with Patrick Graham down the final straight for a top 5 spots. As we take a look at Hilly leading out race number 286, doing it for Pure Bicycles. That's got to be Brett Archibald in there behind him, looking for a way round. Heading through the third straight, Brett Knight's in there in 4, chasing down the 8 plate in there in 3. That is Fitzroy Bryce. Hanging on to a top 3 spot at the moment, but last straight specialist Brett Knight, he's putting him under all sorts of pressure. Can't quite get close enough. Bryce is going to hang on to 3. Ian Archibald enters and exits turn number 1 in front of race number 287. Steve Fortune's in this one as well in about 4 at the moment, doing it for Mabo UK. But it's all about Archibald as it stands. The 73 plate in there as well. That's Sean Andrews out of Ipswich. He's being chased down by Craig Nelly Nelson in and out of the final corner, riding out of Hot Shot Racing. Dominic Elliott's in this one as well, looking for all sorts of pace down the final straight to try and get round Steve Fortune, but didn't quite make it happen. Moving on then to Championship Women on track. Beth Shriver, Emily Hutt, that's your 1 and 2 into turn number 2. That looks like it could be Sienna Harvey in there in 3, riding out of Crucial Racing. Yes, it is Harvey picking up a top 3 spot as it stands. Lily Chiswa out of Mabo UK in 4. That's Elizabeth Brown in 5. And looking like it could be Lucy Simpson going to take that 6th spot across the stripe. Race 289 hits the track. We are looking at the second rack of Champ Women heading towards turn number 1. It is going to be the Stay Strong girls going 1 and 2. Elsa Rendell Todd threads the needle in turn number 1 and works her way into the lead. So it's Todd and Bax out front. Looking like we've got 4 NSR Foundation riders in this one as well, chasing down the Stay Strong Clark and Kent girls. Who's got the advantage of the rest of the pack at the moment? That looks like Roy Carruthers, Cadman, Carpenter and Ashman at 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. We are nearing the end of the second set of motos, ladies and gents. Junior men have hit the track. Absolute bicycle motocross charging into the turn. It's going to be Henry Eyre leading this one out. Eyre out front. Who's in there with him? Got to be Finn Hoff repping the NSR Foundation jersey. In that 2 spot, JT Simpson Davies is in 3. Finn Phillips in 4. Heading back through the third straight. Here comes Hoff looking for a way through. He's tucked it underneath in the final corner. So Hoff, your new race leader, leading it down the final straight from Eyre. That's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe. Hoff, Eyre 1 and 2. JT Simpson Davies rounds out the top 3. Junior men going semi-final racing later today, ladies and gents, and it is a second set of motos for these guys at the moment. Oh, Jake Hart receives an elbow into turn number 1 and swallows up Heath Thomas and Curtis Copeland with him in the action. All 3 guys managed to stay upright, but they are all led away by Cody Coker heading through the third straight at the moment. He's being chased down by the Moto 1 rider heading into the final turn, and back out they go. That's going to be Tom Millard picking up the 2 spot down the final straight. Who's in 3? That's going to be Lucas Webster. Race 292 hits the track. Junior Open heading into the turn. Who's going to get the whole shot? Ruben Byrne leads this one out. Check out Ollie Kendall getting busy. So it is Byrne. Kendall, here comes Clitheroe looking for a piece of the top 2 action. In and out of the second corner. Byrne running away with it for the Irish clan representing this weekend. Who is the Pure Bikes rider in the mix? Got to be Harrison Bell. No, it's not. It's Ben Larkin. Sorry. The younger of the 2 Pure Bikes riders in the Superclass categories. He was going through inside the top 4. Moving on then, Superclass penultimate moto for the second set hits turn number 1. 16 of these guys here this weekend, so it will just be straight 8 dropped, and then we'll go through to the final later on today. It's all about Strickland and Tanner at the moment. That's your 1 and 2. Where's Jay Boville? He's having all sorts of trouble heading through that 3rd straight at the moment. Jimmy Criddle's in there at about 5. That'll be Bell in there in 3. Bradley Russell, the younger of the 2 Russell brothers, is in there as well. He's working his way through up the inside of Bell, nicking the 3 spot on the line. Last moto for the 2nd set hits the track. Check it out, ladies and gents. Our former Olympic silver medalist, Kyle White. Good to see Kyle back on track after his injury. He's still in recovery mode, but he's chasing down your race leader as he triples into turn number 2. White looking for a way round. It is the one plate of Marnham leading it out. White, as smooth as you like, through the 3rd straight, repping his new sponsor. That is Supercross Factory, heading down the final straight. Marnham's going to take the win. White for 2. Cornish across the line with Cal Russell. Wow, oh wow. That is your 2nd set of motos done, ladies and gents.
Right, I believe our microphones are back on the live feed. We have 2 working microphones again, which is always good, because me and Lewis can have a bit of banter as we go through. That means I just rip him about his choice of footwear and Crocs and that kind of stuff. Anyway, ooh, that sounded like it cut out a little bit then. Are we on? Can you just... Is it working? It should be working. No, oh. Check. No. Check. No. I spoke too soon. We haven't got 2 working microphones. I'm trying to make sure I'm not standing on any wires. Just turn that one off. One of our microphones we got from B&M Bargains, as you can tell. Anyway, moving on. Race 297. I've got a feeling that's Harry Swales out in front with Louis Cheffy. They are going 1 and 2 at the moment into the turn. Billy Cheeseman doing it for the Gosport National Race Team. He's in there in 4. Chasing down Mr. Charlie LeBras from B. Radford. Yeah. And as they go in and out of that final turn, the 155, that belongs to Owen Smart. Owen's out of the Bruntwood National Race Team. Leighton Harding, Leo Bradley, Jet Thompson, Thomas Barnard, Ronnie Walwork, Freddie Walsh and Huey Hall. Going around the 2nd turn in Moto 298. Oh, T-Lady's here. All right, okay. No, I'm good for cold drinks, thanks. Have they got any regular Cokes in there? Right, sorry, just ordering drinks. Let's have a look where we're up to. Ben Millington, there we go. 13-14 Cruisers, Cooper Westwood, Adam Arnold, Jake McKenna in this one. McKenna trying to work his way around the outside in that final turn. I'm sure that was a song from the 80s. As we move on to Moto 300 and doing it for Rab Racing, Little Cotty. He ain't that little anymore. Newton Hindley's in there, Robin Matter and Alonso in that 2nd spot. We've got Freddie Walwork rounding out the top 4 for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. As they head towards the final corner, Hunter Mallion in there in 5. And Alfie Ford doing it for the Hawks as well. Also 301, Logan Young, Alfie Sim. These are still the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. Logan. seems to be 2 inches taller every time I see him. Oliver Arnold, Liam Burton, Dylan Slatter, Lucas Stoneman and Bruce Anthony all in this one. But it is Young in 1, Sim in 2. Alfie Sim doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Bruce Anthony, Ada Royston in there in 3. Did he get caught at the line? It's too early to call. Race 305. 15, 16-year-olds, I think this is. No, it's the last of the 13, 14s. Todd Smith-Notman. Hadley Harding in there as well. That's Will Knowles inside the top 4. Ooh, that might work. Was it the battery or was it something else? No idea. Right. Okay, cool, thanks. Right, we've had a black and grey Fly Racing glove handed in. Looks like it'll fit a 12-year-old. If you've lost a black and grey Fly Racing glove, it's up here with us at commentary. Right, so we'll try again. We're trying to deal with our microphone issues, so please bear with us. I'm looking at, I've got a feeling it's race 304. Yeah, William Alfie Harrison in this one. The 3 of Eric McSwitty going through in 1. Fast Signature, Stan Palmer in there in the 2. Cake Lady's walking past. She's not taking me on. Not at all. Damn. Right, so can't believe my favourite Cake Lady's just walked past and she's literally brought me nothing. Tell you what, I'm gonna fall out with Flavor Flav. I'm sure her mum will ring her and tell her in about the next 5 minutes because she's always watching the live stream. Gutted. No ginger cake, no lemon drizzle. Rubbish. Let's see if it comes back to me. Anyway, 39 Cruiser, that looks like the original Tom Palmer. We do have 2 Tom Palmers in BMX, and the original one is riding down that final straight right now. Dan Popel in there in 2, and I think Ash Richardson was in there as well. He was. As we move on, John Lillingston battling away with one of the absolute bicycle motocross guys. There's 2 of them in this cruiser class. Bit difficult to tell them apart. And that'll be King of the Rimmers, Kingsley Mears in there in 3. Martin Smiley Brown in 4. Moving on to 40 to 44 cruiser. Now, because he's injured, I haven't given him any earache today, Chris Evans. I've been really nice to him. Look at him. He's like a coiled spring. Oh, he very nearly was one going over the handlebars then. Calm it down, Chris. It's a Moto. He's in there in 1. Matt Eaton in 2. As we move on to... Oh, they're looking at each other in the corners. Riding cruiser. Dylan Dixon and Tom Odlin. They were like having a quick look. Oh, hang on. Here we go. What's going to go on in this final corner? Is somebody going to throw an elbow in? Maybe not. Andy's in there in 3. That looks like Mike Whitaker doing it for the YouTube algorithm. He's in there in 4. Hey, getting tasty. 40 to 44 cruiser. 45 to 49 is the age group now. Fraser Watson, Ross Kennedy, Stuart McQuirk, Big Nige Smith. Where's Nige? He's in there in 4th. He's either out in front or chilling at the back. Cooler than the contents of a polar bear's fridge is Nige Smith. Chasing Mr. Toogood down towards that finish line. And talking of cool as a cucumber, Dave Stokes and Neil Harbour coming out of turn 1 together. Neil doing it for the Sorted Race Gear Massive. Dave Stokes dive. Look at that. What a move, Dave Stokes. Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Coach Dave having a look across. Shuts the door. Anyone would think he listened to his own coaching points. So Dave Stokes, tell you, somebody needs to record that one for posterity. Perfect lap from Dave Stokes.
I'm so shocked that I forgot to mention that Darren Reedy is back on track. Good to see Reedy there aboard his GT. That's Mr. Archibald in there in 2, Ian Archibald. Oggy Ogden in 3, Stuart Little in 4, and Paul Barnard battling away with Stephen Notman. .313 more 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Stephen Hassel battling away, I think, with Brett Archibald in this one. Doing it for the new Love E-Bikes team out of Glasgow. As Alan Hill leads out the next one. That's race 314. Jamie McFarlane in this one as well. Pete Butler, Christos Chalkos, Matt Haywood and Tim Porter. It is Hilly in there in 1. Pete Butler in 2. Matt Haywood going through in 3. Tim Porter in 4. Christos Chalkos in 5. And Jamie McFarlane in 6. As we move on to the 55 plus cruisers, we've got the McRock Raymond Reed in this one, being chased down by Billy Stupple, 80s icon, BMX beats and all that. Where's your Skyways, Billy? Big Mick Goff leading it out. That looks like Keith Brown in there in 4. Stevie Noble battling with Musgrove for the 5. It's all getting tight in 50 to 55 cruiser. Next up, more 55 plus. That will be John Bentley. AllensBMX.com out there in front. And the 13 plate in there in 2. Paul Bernard. Looks like he's just escaped from prison in that top. Chris Madron going through, rounding out the top 3. Stevie Keach in there as well. Doing it for the GT Massive and Stephen Notman. 17 to 29. Luke Davis Hayes battling with Pete Watson. They are 1 and 2 at the minute. Where is Jack Mowatz? He's in there in that 4th spot. Chasing down Max Henderson Goodfellow. If you're not subscribed to Jack's YouTube channel, give him a follow and a subscribe. He would be very grateful. As more 1729 cruisers head down that second straight, we are looking at Rab Racing's Alex Brooks. Out there in front, Rab Racing. That'll be Jack Wiggins. Also had a retro. He's in there in 2. Connor Blythe in 3. Got a feeling that's Kean Brown rounding out the top 4. As we move on to Moto 319. Again, struggling to turn these pages. Yeah, they're both back on apparently. So he's good. Right, 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Let's have a look who we've got. Have I missed one? Have I missed one? I think I have. Yeah, Daniel Wilson, Rab Racing, in there in that second spot, chasing down the 9, I think it is. Oh, it's all going on in the turn. The 9 of Joshua Cates just managing to hold it on. And Moto 1's Thomas Millar getting involved in that as well. Josh Sparrow, Moto 321 on track. Joe Walbridge, Jaden Tudor, Owen Putland in there as well. Thomas Duran, I think. Looks like he's leading this one out. Putland in there in 2, and we got Colby out of DC Cycles going through, I think, in 4th. Ladies Cruiser, Alexis McCartney, AllensBMX.com and Factory Supercross. Being pursued by Jetska Hempstock. Got Anya Mattern Alonso in there in that 3rd spot. And it looks like Alicia Linscott getting involved as well. Chasing down the rider from Bristol Jets. That's going to be Jamie Elwoods. Trinity Cam, I think he's going to go through in that 4th spot. Race 323, more 17 to 29-year-old cruiser ladies. Hannah Drew out in front. That is Annalise Cadman-Carpenter in 2. And I've got a sneaking suspicion that Josie McFall has made it through into that 3rd position and has worked herself into that top 3 spot. Race 324, Hannah Hedges, Amy Willets put it out in front. It is Olivia Firth, Sorted Race Gear and EMV graphics and signage for all your helmet wrapping needs. So if you need a custom wrap on your Troy Lee helmet, they are the people to hit up. Give Olivia a little bit of a nudge and she'll be able to look after you on that one. Isabella Rutherford in there as well, along with Carmel Allison, Jamie Hyam, Jodie Musgrove and Amy Willets. Right, race 325. Grace Turner, Cassie Harding, Lisa Tarlin in this one. That looks like Nikki Spears in there in 2, being pursued by Lee Pendleton. Cassie Harding out in front. That is Leah McLaughlin. Inside the 4, the Bunnies ladies chasing her down, along with Jo Wheel out of Derby BMX Club. Race 326, Nikki Wheeler, Suzanne Jenkins, Amanda Hemstock, Claire Alberts, Marsha Brook, Fwan Clements and Josephine Burston. And it is Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven leading it into the final corner. Marsha's in there in 2. That looks like Fwong in there in 3. Suzanne Jenkins pushing hard as well for Preston Pirates, along with Claire Albert. More 30-plus cruisers. And it is Michelle Stupple out in front, being pursued by Sarah Jane Nichols. SJN doing it for the 80s. Won that world title back in Slough 1986. Becca Goal in there in 3rd, and that looks like Anita Wong rounding out the top 4. Race 128, 328 even, 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Dempsey, Lockwood, Turner, Dowsing, Dyke, Barron and Jack Byrne as well. Preston's Patrick Dempsey in there in that 4th spot. Got a feeling that Dennis Turner's going to be involved in this one as well. But it's the 277 of Jensen Dyte into that final turn. Battling with Jack Byrne. Byrne diving underneath. High-lowing in the final corner. Drag racing down the final straight. 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Who's going to get it at the line? I have a feeling the transponders are going to have to tell us. T-order going in as the Brunty Massive start to get behind their rider Alejandro Crudo Estevez, taking it across the line. Good lad Alejandro. Finley Thompson and Leon Zucchini were in there as well. As we go to the 6 and under ladies, Aubrey Chambers, Erin Thoreaus, Opal Jones, Noah Kerr, Alice Laurie and Maria Gibson. Our 6 and unders, the little ladies. Noah Kerr looks to be the lady in control. Erin Thoreaus in there in 2. Alice Laurie doing it for mid-lengths with the amazing Platts in there in that 3rd spot. Preston's Amaria Gibson in there in 4. Look at the battle as they come to the line. Oh, all action. 6 and under females. Sorry, just enjoying my late 80s, early 90s rave classics as the 7-year-old boys head down towards that finish line. Oliver Bridle out there in the lead. Shelby Yates in there in 2. And Smiley's Flight Club, William Beckett coming across in about 5. Race 332. Isaac Tomlinson leading out this moto. Preston Pirates in that 2nd spot. That is going to be Harrison Slater. John Joe Blundell in there in 3. And the Brunty Massive, they've got Leon Krasosiak in there as well. But we can't forget Harry Merrin, Harrison Slater, Charlie State, and Roberts Captains. More 7-year-olds. Jax Bradley, Jackson Gregory, Benji, Ross Foster, Henry Dodd, Lewin Jamira, and Wolf Svensson. That looks like Benji out in front. He's doing it for the Merseyside BMX Club, Lewin Jamira. Food Delectable, get yours today. He's in there in that second spot. That looks like Bradley in 3. Henry Dodd in 4. Right, what has gone on in that first turn? Riders hitting the deck. And I have a feeling one of them might have been Hattie McGoldrick. So that's Esme leading it through. It is in there in 2, Tia in 3. It must be Hattie McGoldrick. Down in that first turn it is. And I can't get down there quick enough, Charlotte, just to check. Hattie's granddad is watching at home. We're going to keep an eye on her, make sure she's all right. All right, Hattie is stood up. She had a roll round on the floor at Cumbernauld. She's had another one today. Dad's up on the berm. Oh, my best mate, Hats. Oh, dear me. My little superstars had a tumble. Dad's going to take care of it, though. 2 races, 2 roll rounds on the floor. Let's hope she's all right. Oh, dear me. The face says no. She's not happy. Right, moving on. Eight-year-olds. Rudy Pleasansford, Charlie Crossley, Cosimo Serra, Frankie Jones, Big Link Hargreaves, my favourite digger driver, Oscar Granger, Alfred McGarvey Mills and Archie Walsgrove. These are your 8-year-old boys. Looks like LCC powered by Pancakes in and out of that turn, battling with Rudy Pleasansford. Archie Walsgrave in there in 4. Big Link pushing hard as well. As they go down towards that finish line, and 336 rounds the first turn. Shearer, Taylor, Kerr, Rowe, Payne, Hale, Bishop and Hatch. As they go down towards that final corner, that is Arlo Payne out in front. Finley Kerr in there into the 530 and the 617. Jack Hale and Jude Shearer. Jude out of Cumbernauld. We've got Jonah Taylor in there. The 0-1 Racing in Ipswich. He's backing about 5 or 6. But pushing as hard as he can. Moto 337. Roman Birdfield, Archie Fisher. My mate Oscar rather fast. Where is he? He's in there in 4th. Doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Trouble with a capital T. In that 4th spot. But it looks like the Redditch rider Archie Fisher is going to bring it to the line. Rapid Robin Birdfield in 2. Race 338. Milton Keynes, Teddy Gorman. Got Cameron Joseph doing it for Brixton. Cooper Crowley. He's there in that 3rd spot, I think, for Brunty. Finley Thomas. Rounding out the top 5 at the moment. Oh, Carter Hawker dropping it out of the final turn. The back wheel got away from him. He's up. He's all right, Rob. But the other faller was... who was that? Got another rider down. I think it's Brixton's Cameron Joseph. Just as they come out of the final turn. Just going to
guide them through. Hopefully Cameron's all right. I'm just judging that by the jersey, that it's a Brixton jersey. We're just going to look after him. I'm going to hand you on to Lewis after all that action. Race 339.
We are resuming racing with the 8-year-old girls race 340. That looks like Matilda Hewitt, Radco Racing, charging towards turn number 1. Hewitt leads this one out. Then who's in there with her? Looking like we've got Mabel Pine out of Exeter Eagles, and PCR headed towards that second corner. Abigail Hennings in there in 3, doing it for Preston Pirates. The Brunty crew are in there as well. That is Verity Kay out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team on the 984 plate. That's your top 4 at the moment. SVT Mongooses, Millie Moore is in 5, and Kylie Dixon out of Peterborough Phantoms is in 6. But it's all about Radco Racing down the final straight. Hewitt going to pick up this moto win by the looks of it. If it stays the same, but the pressure comes at the line. I think Pine might have just nicked it. 9-year-old boy's on track. Where is Ethan the Great White? He is out front where he's been all day long. He's had a cracking day so far as Ethan, and he's charging towards the final turn. He's being chased down by Jake Avis, but he's got a big old gap at the moment. The 314 of Seb Perry is inside the top 3 as well, doing it for the Birmingham crew, heading down the final straight, putting Avis under all sorts of pressure. Avis going to keep true and hold on to that 2 spot as Perry goes through in 3. Battle into turn number 1 in race 342. Leo Brits was involved. I think he's in there in about 5 at the moment. No, he wasn't. So your race leader is going to be Oscar Marco out of DC Cycles on the 757 bike. Who's in there with him looking for a way round? It was Alexander Gilbert. So Marco and Gilbert having a scrap all the way out of the first turn to the last turn. Gilbert got a bit of work to do to catch Marco as he head down that final straight. Team Bunnies is in there as well. Looking like the top 3 spot is going to be rounded out by Reef Meller. Another T run. We love coming to Manchester, but I've missed where I am now. That looks like Oakley Hill, LCC race team, Alfie Thorne. That's your 1 and 2 in the next moto, ladies and gents, heading into that second corner. Who's picking up 3 and 4, looking like the rusting rider, throwing it under. Gotta be Hatch. Yes, it was Hatch. Diving under the Green Machine rider, that was Callum Wood. So Wood shuffled back to 4 as it stands into the final turn. They go. Hill on a charge. LCC race team firing down the final straight. Oakley Hill's going to pick up this moto win by the looks of it. Alfie Thorne out of Urban here. BMX can't quite get close enough. He'll have to settle for 2. Antek Perebny, Birmingham National Race Team, is on track and he's charging in and out of that second corner. Who's in there behind him looking to close the gap down? That could be Vernal Challenger. Yes, it is. Started his day off a little bit negatively, crashing in the first turn, but he's had a 4th and he's on for a 2nd since then. In and out of the final corner it goes. Perebny, Challenger, Who's the rider out of team here inside the top 3? That is Arthur Mason on the 481. That's going to be your top 3 spots as they cross the line. Big Hens leading out race 347 in the 9-year-olds class. Doing it for Crucial Racing. He's being chased down by Dominic Zapanos out of Hot Shot Racing. Reactive Racing is in there in 3. That is looking like Noah Northcott out of Decoy BMX. So that's your front 3 as it stands. Looking like the Hawks are in there as well. That is Harley Laker on the 237 plate. In and out of the final turn. He's under all sorts of pressure from TNT's Jensen Jessup. Trying to close him down as they bring it to the line. Laker and Jessup going to go through in 4 and 5. As the 9-year-old girls hit the track, race 347, where's Tutu Widdowson? She's doing it for Team Bunnies in this moto, but your race leader is going to be the 01 of Phoebe Millar, doing it for Moto 1 race team. Looking like we've got Dyson in there as well, inside that 2 spot at the moment, under all sorts of pressure from Amika Gibson out of Preston Pirates. She's looking for a piece of the top 2 pie, in and out of that final corner, but it's all about Moto 1 down the final straight. Millar going to wrap up this Moto win, along with Dyson and Gibson. Race 348 on track. Ella Grant and Lauren Snell are battling it out once again in this 9-year-old girls age group. For the last couple of seasons, they've been going at it race after race, and they are elbow bashing on the exit of turn number 2 this time round. It's going to be the absolute rider getting the upper hand at the moment. That is looking good for Ella Grant in and out of the final turn. Lauren Snell out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. So them 2 little ladies going to go down the final straight in 1 and 2. Looking like we've got Robertson. How's that, Andy? Is that better? We are looking at Charlie Dowson heading into the final turn in front. Fluent Bicycle Motocross right there with him, heading down the final straight. That looks like it could be Belfast City in there in 4. As we move on to race 350, Jack Haynes, LCC race team once again out front. He's being chased down in and out of that second corner. It is the 453 plate of Roman James Wright. I can't believe I didn't recognise Roman then. Sorry, Roman. He's in there in that 2 spot. Head went with that moto. It's going to be Haynes and Roman. That's your 1 and 2 in race 350. Race 351 on track. Rocco Westwood, Mr. Sigma Riz is in there in 4 at the moment. But your race leader is going to be Green Machines, Arthur Donaldson. Maybe UK's Westwood in there in 4. Radco Racing, Seth Kacharik in 2. Who's picking up the 3 spot? Looking like the tall plate of Jesse Rose. Out of the northeast, Westwood teeing up a high low in the final corner. Didn't dive under. He's settling for a last straight drag race. Bringing it down to the line. Who's going to get the race win? Looking like it could be Radco Racing taking the win. That was Kacharik, and Westwood nicking the 3 spot on the line from Rose. Race 352 now out on track. Where's Rex Ford? He's in that 2 spot, chasing down your British champion. That's going to be Ethan Shaw doing it for Pro Start BMX. That's your 1 and 2 heading into the final corner. The 7 plate right there with him. That's Jack Belton out of Reactive Racing. That's your front 3 heading down the final straight. Shaw under pressure from Ford as he drag race it down to the line. Shaw's going to hang on to it as Ford settles for 2. Race 353 on track. Where's Jake James? Running out of Reactive Racing. He's in the middle of the pack at about 4th at the moment. That looks like the Hawks in there in the 2 spot. That's got to be Malachi Smith on the 846. But your race leader looking good at the moment for Aidan Baptiste out of Peckham BMX. LVG NRT's worked their way in as well. That's Chester Grocock. He's now into that 2 spot. Shuffling back Smith into that 3, but the other movers come down the final straight looking like the Centurion. That's Aston John Lee working his way into a top 3 spots. Carlos Griggs, Davies, Giles, McKenna, Groves and Sheriff all in race number 354. Where's Charlie Sheriff in this one? He's in about 4 at the moment, riding out of Derby BMX Club, but they're all chasing down the 6 plate of Thomas Giles into the final turn. The 9 plate of Tobias Groves is in there behind him, doing it for SVT Mongoose. LVG NRT's Jack Griggs inside the top 3 under pressure from Sheriff as they bring it down the final straight. Griggs and Sheriff to the line. I think Griggs might have just hung on to it. 10-year-old girls now out on track. That looks like Sinead's Reed Academy leading this one through. Of course, it is River Henderson on the 9 plate doing it for Peckham BMX. She's being chased down, though, by the 7 of Rosie Geddes. Out of the Centurions, massive. Where are the Cumbernauld crew this weekend? Not heard much from them so far. They're here somewhere. I can hear someone shouting somewhere on the line. And that looks like a South BMX jersey in the side at the top 3. Next up, race 356, Eliza Powell in this moto. She's in there in about 4 at the moment, battling it out with Holly Webb into turn number 2. Webb just throwing it underneath in the corner and managing to hang on to that top 3 spot. Powell, though, says no, thank you very much. She's going to pick up the 3 spot as they bring it through the 3rd straight. The world number 7 leading it out. That's Holly Bishop out of Halo Wheels race team, being chased down by Allen's Factories, Molly Tomlinson down the final straight. Powell's going to round out the top 3 with Dyson out of Bradford Bandits in 4. Next up on track 2 of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team riders, heading in towards the 2nd corner. That's got to be Roxy Rowlands and Florence Kay going 1 and 2 at the moment. Charlie Hargreaves, Ruby Evans, Erin Cheek and Beth Worley all in this moto as well. But it is the 14 of Rowlands leading it out from her teammate Verity Kay. The 15 plate of Ruby Evans is inside the top 3, heading down the final straight. The Hawks in the mix as well. That's got to be Erin Cheek rounding out the top 4 spots. Race 358. That looks like it could be Joey McAvoy in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. Where's Hugo Dayton? He's in there in 3, doing it for the GY95 crew, heading into the final corner. And back out Preston, Newmarsh Power Birmingham National Race Team, leading out this moto from McAvoy down the final straight. Dayton looks up the inside of McAvoy in the final turn, but ran out of steam. He's going to have to settle for 3. Next up on track, race 359, Hewitt. Where is Seb Hewitt? Can't see him on track. Crucial racing in this one, though. That looks like Reggie Palmer. Teddy Jones, it is out front. LCC race team. He's been chased down by the 20 plate, bringing it back through the 3rd straight. That's Isaac Moore out of Exeter Eagles. The Hawks in the mix as well. That is Aidan Dowling on the 6 to 8 plate. Slips his pedal in the final turn. Now he's under all sorts of pressure from Ollie Warner down to the line. Warner's going to nick the 3 spot and shuffle Dowling back to 4. As Connor Hemphill enters turn number 2 in race 360 out of GT Factory. He's being chased down by Smith, Swales, Eaton, Malkin, Worrell and Jones. Looking like Jones is in the mix at about 6 at the moment. Fast signatures, though, picking up the 2 spot. That is Jack Swales. The 553 of Samuel Smith looking for a way round, repping that black and gold mid-length jersey. He's in there in 3 at the moment down the final straight. That looks like Wilson Eaton rounding out the top 4 spots.
Right, race 361. We are on. Cordery, Munro. Munro and Cordery 1 and 2. That looks like Arthur Claydon in 3. Murray Watson in 4. Rex Beasley in 5. Albert Turner in there in 7. And the rider out of Peckham is Benjamin Gray. Who's on the 48s? Joshua Coates out of Decoy. Race 362, Kylan Gordon out in front, but the Predator on his back wheel, the Land Shark, looking to take it away as they go towards this final corner. Ronnie Wood doing it for LCC with his teammate in there as well. Freddie Ray Orland in there in that 3rd spot, powered by Pancakes. Sebastian Sivak, I think he's a member of the Irish crew, in there in that 4th spot. Good stuff there from the LCC guys. Jacob Anderson leading our moto number 363. Josiah Berg in the Zachary Farrington, Bell, Jaden O'Connell, Seth Ritchie. Doing it for Milton Keynes, Lucas Tewalde. Out of Peckham, he's in there in that 2nd spot. O'Connell in 3. The Dragon Riders going through. Xander Cartledge inside the top 4. But it's going to be Anderson taking it to the line as Benny Jackson leads our moto number 364. Oliver Ritchie's doing it for Green Machine Tribe, battling away with Leo Bradley out of Rusty Nut Racing. Sam Snell, Fluent Rider in the mix as well. That looks like Ted Harvey. I think he's already had a moto win today. Pushing hard, looking for another top 4 position as they go down that final straight, but it is going to be Benny Jackson taking it to the stripe as we watch Maisie Egan coming in and out of turn number 1 now. A little birdie tells me that Maisie's dad Mark has turned 50 on the 21st of May. I don't even know when the 21st is. When was that?
When was the 21st of May? Yesterday? 3 days ago, Wednesday. So Mark Egan turned 50, thought we wouldn't find out about it, thought he would get away with it. Absolutely not, Mark. So happy 50th birthday to Mark. And he gets to watch Maisie on track. Right, back onto the girls' race 365. Grace Hudak. No, hang on. One further on. Betty Wills. Yep. And Trixie Trays. They're going to go 1 and 2. That's Rachel Pritchard. In there in that third spot. Doing it for the Hawks. Aria Rosalie in 4. Mersey Surtees in 5. We got India Bennett in there as well. And a Lily Walker. Moto 367. Freya Monforte is the Underhill, though. Is the rider leading it out, doing it for Decoy. She's out there in 1. Holly Richardson in 2. That is Ellie Beats in there in 3. Freya Monforte back there in about 5 of the minute, chasing down the rider out of Bradford. That's going to be Amelia Rowe, who's there in that 4th spot, but a great lap from Izzy Underhill out of Decoy. Race 368, your 12-year-olds, Shaw, Galitis, Devine, Allen, Laurie, Scott, and Bishop. And it is Jack Devine in there in 1. Moto 1 race teams, Adrian Galitis in 2. Doing it for the girls, that is Poppy Bishop in there in 3. With Lucas Laurie rounding out the top 4, doing it for MK Evolution. Race 369, Lillyston, Taylor, Malkin, Everly, Parsons, Keane, and Linen. Zach Everly in the Maybo UK Saturday kits. He is the man in control at the moment. In 1, Oliver Taylor, MK Evolution in 2. The Irish rider Kean Linehan going through in 3 with Zach Parsons in 4. Zach scrapping away with Archie Malkin out of Derby BMX Club. And Sam Lillingston getting involved as well. Race 370. Archie Crocker-White, Jack Laughlin, Mason Barnards, Harrison Doe, Ashton Mundell, Ethan Buttery, and Charlie Cotton. Charlie in there in that 4th spot. Archie Crocker-White leading it out. That's going to be the rider out of Decoy. Jack Laughlin, he's in there in 2. Who's got the 5? It looks like Ethan Buttery doing it for the LVG National Race Team. Right, taking a look at 371, Emil Challenger, Deacon Childs in this one. Max Livingston, Sam Riches, Ronnie Payne, Jacob Aston, and Luca Milne. It is the 16, the 10, and the 40. Emil Challenger, Ronnie Payne, and Max Livingston. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3, Sam Riches in 4. As race 372 heads down the second straight. That looks like Zach Worthington in that 2nd spot, doing it for Preston Pirates. Good to see Zach back on track as he chases down the 24 of Noah Bagwell. And the 908 of Ethan Ludlow from Redditch. He's chasing Zach down that final straight. Jacob Jameson in there for Belfast City BMX Club. Yeah, we do have 8s, I think, in at least one age group, possibly even more. I haven't double-checked. I'd have to have a look at scores. But if there's more than 64 riders in the age group, it's going to go to 8s. So that's going to be interesting. Anyway, Isaac the Sender Smith, riding for that Mystery Cake company that I've forgotten the name of. He's in there in that 1 spot. Doing it for Rab Racing as well. Preston Pirates going through in 3. So we've got 8s in the 12s. Yeah. I'm sure there's another one that's got more than one age group's got 68, I think. 65. All right, maybe just one age group. Right. But 1,043 riders, it's not bad, is it really? Not bad going at all. That's a bigger one than the indoor, I think. Yeah. 996 or something, or 966, yeah. Anyway, sorry, we're banging on. As we watch James Bibby and Leighton Harding and Itai Chimera go 1, 2, 3 down that final straight. Oh, rider down, that's Amelia Martin, I think, hitting the deck. Belfast City BMX Club. Yeah, Amelia Martin. Belfast City BMX Club, the rider that went down on that first straight. I've had a chat with the guys from BC BMX this morning, went over to see them, said hello, had a catch up. Lovely, lovely bunch of people. They've got big plans for BMX in Northern Ireland. I can say that because my wife's from there, so it's fine. I get away with it. Yeah, she might beat me up for that one later. So anyway, Amelia, I'm glad you're up and okay. But yeah, if things come to fruition in Northern Ireland, I'll be very excited to go back there for a family holiday, that's for certain. Anyway, where are we up to? Iris Hyder, Moto 378. Sadie McSwitty, Lexi Adams, Millie Ross, Seren Pritchard, Winnie Andrews. The eights are drawn. The eighth finals are drawn for that one age group, which I think is the 12s. Eighth finals have been drawn just for that one age group, which I think is the 12s. Eighths are drawn. They will go straight after the motos. So if you are in an eighth final, straight after the motos, you're going to go again for your eighth final. As we watch Elizabeth Lola-Poole and Freya Harris. And I think that is Brooke Fast Fawcett, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching and Enfuse Sports Nutrition. Enfuse are in the house this weekend. They've got deals on packs of gels. They've even got Enfuse socks, apparently. So if you want a nice new pair of socks, go and see the people at Enfuse. But while you're there, buy some energy gels, give them a high five, and tell them that I sent you.
Right, so we are on race 381 in and out of turn number 2. Got to be Charlie Craig leading this one through. He's being chased down by the 27 plate of JP Jack Perkins into that final turn and back out again. Mayo UK in that 2 spot. He's being chased down himself by Fluid Bicycle Motocross's Frankie Griffin rounding out the top 3. That is Ethan Howell leading out the next moto, doing it for Evolve Collective. He's getting busy in turn number 1. Josh Jepson is taking advantage and he's in that 2 spot. Looks like he's got the new addition, Tom Palmer, right there on his tail as he exits turn number 2. Reactive Racing in the mix as well, bringing it towards the final turn. That's Ralph Sowerby inside the top 4. Ethan Crooks Martin doing all he can to close his gap down on the rider in 4. That is going to be Martin's going to have to settle for 5 as Sowerby hangs on to 4. Team Bunnies going 1 and 2 in race 383. It's looking like McNulty and Spence are your 1 and 2 riders at the moment. In and out of that second corner, Gilmore Green in the mix. He's inside the top 3 at the moment. Louis Kacharik out of Radco Racing. He's in about 5. Got a bit of work to do to find a way around Riley Butt as he exits turn number 3. Butt's hanging on to 4 at the moment, putting Gilmore Green under all sorts of pressure to the line. Green's going to hang on to the 3 spots. Right, so ladies and gents, listen up, listen good. We are going to be going straight into the 8th finals once we've finished the motos, and then after the 8s, we will have a 5-minute break before quarterfinals. So please keep your eyes on scores. We'll be going straight into the 8s after motos, and then after a 5-minute break after the 8s, we'll be bang into quarterfinals. So make sure you are where you need to be when you need to be there. Thank you. As we take a look at race 385, I believe. That has got to be James Miller leading this one out. Rich has come down to grab him off you, Phil. Thank you very much. Miller it is, picking up that Moto win for GT Factory. Kurt Storkis in that Moto as well. We are looking at race 386 on track, in and out of turn number 1. One BMX race team, Max Vass leads this one out. Moto 1 in there as well. That's Harry Tyres looking for a way around the outside of Monk towards Idler, and I think he's found it. Yes, he has. That shuffles towards Idler, back to 3. Hunter van der Malion is in there at about 4 at the moment. That looks like Adam Arnold on the 30 plate in 5. Last turn action, in and out they go. Vass running away with this Moto. He's going to take the win down to the stripe. As we take a look at Ruby Warren leading out the 13-year-old girls in and out of that first corner for Pure Bicycles. Going 1 and 2 with MCRs and Martha Cottam on the 9 plate. Where's Nora Sirid in this one? Got a bit of work to do at the moment. Chasing down the Jump Club S&M Source Rider. That is Anushka Jones, who throws elbows in turn number 2 on Amara 5. Working her way into a top 5 spot, then heading towards the final turn. It is looking good for Warren out front. Cottam under all sorts of pressure from Tucker as they enter the final straight. It's going to be Cottam hanging on to 2, when the 3 spot going to go to Tucker. More 13-year-old girl action now out on track. Stay strong, Clark and Ken. Look at the move coming in turn number 2. Esme Ward just being shuffled back then as the 3 of Emma Kiss dives underneath. So Kiss is your racing leader. Ward shuffled back to 2 after a crash in her second Moto. The 2 front ladies are running away with this Moto. The template of Naira O'Connell doing it for BMX with her photography is in there in 3. She's being chased down by SAS race teams. Allegra True, that's going to be your top 4 spots. As they bring it across the line, 14-year-old boys hit the track. Cooper Westwood in this one. Doing it for Mavo UK, but it's all about Alan's Factory Supercross out front. Todd Smith-Notman going 1 and 2 with the European number 3. That is Harry Donald entering the final turn. The 34 plate in there as well. Looking like that could be Bruce Anthony out of Royston Rockets. That's going to be your top 3 as they bring it down to the stripe with hotshot Samuel Rollison in at 4. Heath the Beef Osborne on track, leads out race 390. He's got Newton Hindley right there behind him, looking like Robin Matten Alonso is getting busy, having elbows thrown into him in the second turn. The one taking advantage was the 24 plate of Leo Cranston. He's hanging on to the 3 spot at the moment. Alonso looking for a way round, but Dexter Beerup has taken advantage of Alonso chasing down the 3 spot and works his way into a top 4 spot. Alonso in 5. Race 391 on track. Little Cotty leads this one out. Looks like the 2 plate of Guppy's throwing it under in turn number 2. Shaw is in there at about 3 as it stands. So it is Guppy leading it. Cotty, Shaw 2 and 3. Where's Eames? He's in there in 4. In and out of that final corner. Cotty scrapping it out with Shaw down the final straight. Eames having a cracking lap inside the top 4. That's how they're going to bring it across the line. Kobe Rayford as rad as you like on track. Your European number 2 riding out of Stay Strong. Clark and Kent in and out of that second corner. He's being chased down by Smiley's Flight Club's Harry Bailey as they bring it towards the final turn. That's Jewel in there inside the top 3. Richardson in for the 35 plate in there in 5. That's got to be Zach Childs out of Royston Rockets heading down the final straight, though it's all about Rayford out front. Nate Hamilton picks up the whole shot in race 393. There's a couple of whole shot awards later on today, courtesy of Enfuse Sports. We've got a whole shot award in the 19 to 29-year-old men and in the 15-year-old girls. So that's your 2 whole shot awards, courtesy of Enfuse Sports later on today. A nice little Enfuse goodie bag to come for you if you get the whole shot in your A final. Next up on track, then we are looking at race 394. Where's Ben Millington? It's getting busy in the turn. Looks like Buttery and Lynch came together and they've both unclipped, I think. So Lynch just about working his way back into a top 3 spot as Buttery slots into 4. It's Millington leading it out then at the moment. Who's in behind him? Looking like it could be the 26 plate of Adam Stevenson out of Barneswood BMX Club in and out of that final turn. Millington, Stevenson, Lynch, Buttery. Lynch with a late charge on Stevenson to the line. I think he might have picked up that 2 spots. Elvis Lawrence leads out race 395. Henry Shenton's in this one, doing it for Team Bunnies. He's in about 5 at the moment. Ronnie Richards is in 3. That looks like it could be a Braintree rider. Maxwell Lawrence on the 29 plate in 4. But it's all about Lawrence going 1 and 2 with Harrison Barnes in and out of that final corner. That's your top 2 spots heading down the final straight. Lawrence going to be your race winner. Race 396 heading turn number 1. The 18 plate is out front. Milo Weller, Brookwood Park National Race Team. He's being chased down by Edward Miller out of Preston Pirates, heading into that second corner. That looks like it could be Freddie Parkinson in the middle of the pack as well. He's in 5 at the moment, scrapping away with Billy Harrison for that 4 spot. Here comes the 32 plate round the outside. That's going to be Oliver Taylor making it happen to go from 3 to 2. That shuffles Miller back then to 3. Here comes Parkinson taking advantage. Miller back to 4. Parkinson up to 3 as Weller picks up that Miller. "14-year-old girls now out on track. Jalala Patel leads this out from the front of the pack, doing it for Peckham BMX, who's in there behind the 9 plate of Maddie the Baddy Dixon, doing it for Urban Air BMX. The 6 of Sidoni Cleve is in there in 3, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That looks like Team Mind inside the top 4. Sophie Coulson out of Bournemouth BMX Club. That's going to be your top 4 across the stripe. Next up on track, race 398, more 14-year-old girls charge it for turn number 1. That looks like Pro Star BMX on the inside. Your British champion, Emily Eaton, leads this one out. Who's in there with her? Got to be Rin Gianolino, battling it out with the 1 plate of Katie Millar. Millar working her way up the inside of Gianolino in turn number 2, and she's made it stick. So it's Eaton. Eaton, Millar and Gianolino, that's your front 3. 15-year-old boys hit the track then. Who's leading this one out? We are looking at Oliver James out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. James out front, who's in there behind him, the 32 plate of Henry Radcliffe out of Decoy BMX. Emmy Seawood in there in 3 aboard that W3 plate. She's being chased down to the stripe by Lucas Smith on the 43 plate. Race 400 on track, more 15-year-old boys coming at you through this second straight, heading for turn number 2. That looks like it could be Lucas Osborne. Yes, it is, doing it for Birmingham National Race Team. Davey is in there in 3, doing all he can for Cornwall BMX Club, but he's chasing down the MCR rider into the final turn. That's Ewan Beat on the 28 plate, so it is going to be Osborne, Beat, Davey. That's your 1, 2, 3. Looking like that could be Dylan Powell in about 5, chasing down the Green Machine rider to the line. That was Ollie Kirby in 4. Next up on track, got to be Lucas Seeley leading this one out for Rab Racing in race 401. In and out of that second corner, Harvey Tomlinson chasing him down along with the 9 plate of Eden Boone. That's your 2 and 3, the 8 and 9 from last season, the 10 plate in there as well. That looks like Mason Groves inside the top 4, but he's under all sorts of pressure down the final straight. Got to be Alex Dunkley pushing for a top 4 spot. Didn't quite get close enough on the line. Bradley James leads out the next moto as a couple of riders hit the deck. Looks like someone's lost a couple of spokes on the bike as well. I think that might have been Rufus Cosnew. All riders back up to their feet. Put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents. Not quite sure who they were yet. Bradley James taking the win though. Freddie Franklin and Dylan Jones. That's your 1, 2, 3. Eli Price was one of the fallen riders. And I think it might have been Lewis Hall that went down as well. It was Decoy BMX's Thomas McGovern. Put your hands together for Thomas, ladies and gents, as he finishes his lap. Once again, ladies and gents, just to remind you, we are going straight into 8th finals once we've finished Moto. So if you're in the 12-year-old boys, keep your eyes out for your 8th finals being posted up on Scores. They're already up there. So get yourself over on Scores, find out which race you're in, make sure you're in the pens when the last Moto drops. And then we're going into quarterfinals 5 minutes after the 8th. Thank you. Tied, yes. Elijah Jamira, that's your 1 and 2 in the next Moto race 403. That is Supercross Factory and Rab Racing out front, looking good. The 68 plate in there in 3. That is Zach Harvey out of Cornwall BMX. Moves are being made in the final turn. Cooper McCrum is back racing. How on earth has he done that, Des? Must have had a miracle worker somewhere along the line. Cooper back on track after breaking his collarbone. Not broken. Oh, right, okay. Misinformation from Mr. McCrum, I take it. Good to see you back anyway, Cooper, if you can hear me. Now, Des. Now. Amos Guppy picking up that moto win. As we move on to the 15-year-old girls led out of turn number 1. That is Grace Spurge out front, Green Machine Tribe. Summer Glynn in there in that 2 spot, looking like we have got Evolve Collective inside the top 3. That is Ruby Walford on the exit of turn number 2, who's picking up 3, 4 and 5. That looks like it could be Orla Cooper getting busy through the 3rd straight, and she's made it happen. Elbows were flying with the 13 of Elijah French, who's just been shuffled back to 5. So it's going to be Cooper in there for 4. Who's going to get the 6? That is Lottie McFarlane. Race 406 on track. 15-year-old girls entering turn number 2. Looking like we have got Lottie Brown out front. Absolute Bicycle Motocross going to 1 and 2 with Ailey Watson out of BMX Widow Photography as they bring it into the final turn and back out again. Brown, Watson, that's your 1 and 2. Looking like it is going to be Team Mind's Lucy Gardner in 3. 16-year-old boys now out on track. You are looking at Kai Blaine, Team A, and Adover leading it into turn number 2. Got a bit of a gap on all of the other riders in this moto. In and out of that second corner, it is all about Blaine at the moment. The 35 plate in this one as well. That is Jack Strong being chased down by the 34 of Thomas K out of MCR. Heading down the final straight, Blaine picking up that moto win. Nathan Baratta's on the inside into turn 1 in race 408. He's putting the elbows to Sean Brown in that first corner. Looking like we've got the Evolve Collective rider working his way back into the action. That is Henry Rayner in and out of turn number 2. That looks like a KHRT jersey. Bringing it on round, that is of course John O'Haradine, doing it for all of the single ladies. MK Evolution and by the looks of it, Kebab House race team down the final straight. He's going to pick up a top 4 spot as Baratta's under pressure to the line. He'll hang on to that moto win though. W5 on the front of the bike, of course it's Kai Bowen heading towards turn number 2 out front, doing it for Stay Strong. Clark and Kent wants to make it 3 wins from 3 so far in his motos this weekend. The 2 plate of Eli Smith is in there behind him, looking for a way round in and out of that final turn. That's going to be Samson Townsend in there in 3. That's got to be Ollie Coppin in 4 with Lewis Collins Nemo rounding out the top 5 spots. Noah Everly leads out Finn Collis in race 410 as they bring it towards the second turn. One rider hit the deck. I think that might have been Bradley Davison. So it is Mabo UK and Absolute Bicycle Motocross. That's your 1 or 2 at the moment. The 149 in there in 3. That is, of course, Malachi O'Reilly repping the Irish crew heading down the final straight. That's going to be your front 3. Put your hands together for Bradley Davison, ladies and gents. 16-year-old girls now hitting the track, heading towards that first corner. Looking like we've got Sophie Elwood out front doing it for Crucial Racing. It is Elwood leading it from Moores and Everly. That's your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. It's getting busy for the 4 spot into the turn. Reactive Racing is in the middle of the pack. That's Betty Brewer. She's hanging on to a top 4 spot at the moment, but she's got Pekka BMX and Allen's Factory right there behind her, looking like Adele Veruti's picking up the 5 spot along with Alexis McCartney in 6. Heading down the final straight, then it's all about Moores has made a move on Elwood down the last straight. That's your front 2 spots. Jess Marriott, world number 4, leads out race number 412 into turn number 2. Who's that chasing it down? Got to be B Strong Race Team. That is Lexi Waite looking for a wave back at the world number 4, heading for the final turn. Lottiette Marne's in there in 3. Anya Maton Alonso's in 4, in and out of that final corner. The Irish crew in there as well. That is Lucy Groundwater in 5. But your race winner got to be Jess Marriott. 17 to 18-year-olds on track then, looking like that could be George Gerard leading it into the turn. No, sorry, it's Jaden Fawcett, Hard Knocks bike coaching Gerard's teammate. He's leading it towards the final turn, looking as smooth as you like. The 44 plate in there behind him, that is Lamin Akareli, chasing down the Hard Knocks bike coaching rider through the final straight. Elliot Brook going to round out the top 3 spots with Brown in 4. On Esselmont leads out race number 414. Stay strong, Clark and Kent, your British champion, looking good. Got a bit of a gap on the rider in that 2 spot, looking like the 0-1 racing rider is Jack Clark. The 17X in there in 3, that is Malachi Price out of Peckham BMX with fast signatures in the mix as well. That's Charlie Granger rounding out the top 4 spots. I didn't quite see if Arn did the send it to the line competition then. I'll have to have a look on 2 in 1 Out's page later on. We are moving on to race 415. Dexter Gambe is leading out this moto from the Centurions crew. In there in that 2 spot, that looks like Fluence. Reese Toole in there in 3. As they go in and out of that final corner, it's all about Gambe at the moment. He's going to pick up this race win, being pushed all the way down to the line by the Centurions rider. That was Lewis Cook. 3 riders hit the deck in the next moto, but we are looking at George Gerard leading them out. That bike looks a little bit worse for wear. Everything's in twist on that one. Let's hope that they're all right. One of the fallen riders was Peterborough's Bradley Golding. He's back up to his feet, finishing his lap, as is Cody Whitaker. The other fallen rider was the 39X of Jack Cameron. Put your hands together for Whitaker and Golding, both up and finishing their laps, ladies and gents. That's a very good point, Rich. Right, there's some raffle prizes, some mega raffle prizes up for grabs this weekend. So tickets are on sale today only, ladies and gents. If you want to get yourself involved in the raffle, tickets are on sale today only, and then we'll have the raffle draw tomorrow. I've seen over on Facebook that we've got a signed GB jersey from Kai White and a signed GB jersey from Beth. So Kai and Beth have both signed their own GB jersey. Then there's 3 signed art prints by Stanley Chow. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, as Jack Cameron makes his way off track. So we've got 3 signed art prints by Stanley Chow. We've got a pair of Hope pedals and a bottle. A signed vinyl, a CD and T-shirt, I think that says, by the Show Readers Club. The Slow Readers Club. Yeah, exactly. 2 full weekend passes worth 200 quid to the Malverns Classics. Now that one would not be a bad prize to take at all, although it is on the same weekend as the Brits. Means I can't go. Many other great prizes from Sorted, Dirt Factory, Crucial, B73, Crave Digital, Connor Hedges. Over 50 t-shirts and jerseys all for grabs on the raffle this weekend, ladies and gents. And then there is a signed Tony McCarroll from Oasis Drum, Shin and Stitches. Drum, Skin and Sticks. I can't read, honestly, it's not been a good day so far, I do apologise. So from that list, what we're getting at is there's a bucket load of wicked prizes to take home. Raffle tickets are on sale today only, and then the prize will be done tomorrow. Moving on to the 17 to 18-year-old women. Heading into the final turn, that looks like it could be Mika Pritchard. DC Cycles leading this one out from Tilly McCormack down to the stripe. Yetska Hemstock leads out race 419 for Ice Bikes UK. She's been chased down by Mega Gerard. Here comes Esme Brook round the outside of Gerard into turn number 2. So it's all about Ice Bikes at the moment. Hemstock running away with this moto. Can Brook close their gap down as she brings it towards the final turn? Gerard in there in 3. That is Fumi Amy Hepburn in 4. Exeter Eagles in there in 5. That is looking like it could be Lexi Arthurs down the final straight with Jamie Higham in 6. 19 to 29-year-olds out on track. We are looking at your race leaders. Ben Fitzsimmons chasing down Finn Clark. Heading into the final turn, the 27 plate in there in 3. That is Marcel Moore out of Norwich Flyers with Pete Watson in 4. Second rack of the 19 to 29-year-olds for the third set of motos. Tyrese Bradshaw leads it out from Callum Chard Maple, heading towards the second turn. That looks like Eddie the Hitman Cannon's in the mix in about 4 at the moment, chasing down the SAS race team rider in there in 3. That is going to be the 13 plate of Seb Hamling in and out of the final corner. Maple's made his move to go from 2 to 1. He's your new race leader. Bradshaw's going to settle for the 2 spot as they bring it down across the line. Dan Kay on track in race 4-2-2, chasing down Ollie Cope as they bring it through the second straight. Luke Davies Hazy's in there in 3. He's been chased down by Team Minds Oscar Matthew Cowlord as they bring it through the third straight. Then Cope looking good for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching and Injury Mechanics out of the final turn. He's going to pick up this race win with Dan Kay out of Mabo UK in the 2 spots. Last moto for the 19-29-year-olds for today. Looks like we've lost Hayden Green in turn number 1. Went to go on to Bryn Savage. Back wheel was having none of it, so it's Bryn Savage leading this one out. SAS race team in there behind him. That is Keanu Schaefer-Cohen. That's your 1 and 2 with the 19 of Josh Cates in 3. Just going to make sure that Hayden's all right. Put your hands together for Hayden Green, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet, walking away.
All right, moving on, moto number 424. These are the female 19 to 29. Heading towards turn number 1. That looks like Emily Green and Evie Webster going 1 and 2 at the moment. Morgan Haslam in there in 3. Olivia Firth doing it for Sorted Race Gear. EMV Graphics and Signage in that 4th spot with Izzy Hurry in 5. But it's going to be Green back on the BMX racing scene into that final turn. Evie's chasing her down. It's going to be tight as they go down that final straight. Look at them, elbow to elbow as they get towards the line. Looks like Webster's just going to nick it at the stripe. Moto 425. More ladies out on track. Annabelle Townsend team in front. We've got Harriet Alexander, Taylor Lee Moen in there. Imogen Gibson, Amy Willits, Hannah Drew, Remy Godfrey, and Jamie Elwood. It's going to be Townsend, Drew, Godfrey, Gibson, Willits. That is your top 5. Alexander in 6, Elwood in 7, Moan in 8. On to Masters, Benjamin Martinez doing it for Crucial BMX and Bolivia. He's going to be at the Worlds in Copenhagen. Dale Scott's in there, Sean Issett, John Lillingston, Mark Vries, and David James. But it's Martinez, Lillingston, Issett. Going down towards the stripe. They're going to go 1, 2, and 3. Next up, 2 guys very familiar to each other. George Higley and Billy Luckhurst. Battling away 1 and 2. These 2 guys, good friends. And fighting it out in a moto and having a really good time in the process. So, Luckhurst, Wrigley, 1 and 2. That's going to be George Warner in 3, Chris Granger in 4, Darren Utley in 5. 30-plus ladies on the 20-inch bikes. Nita Wong, Magic Manda. 1 and 2, Fiona Barry in there as well. In that 3rd spot, Suzanne Jenkins in 4. That looks like Ornella McGarvey Miles out of Andover and the Army Cycling Union in there in 5. As they come down towards that final corner, it's going to be Anita Wong taking the win from Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven. Fiona Barry in 3. Who's going to pick up that 4th spot as they go across the line? Will it be Jenkins? Will it be McGarvey Miles? I wouldn't like to say. 1 for the Transponders of Truth. 30 plus females at Moto number 429. Goal, Albert, Chizawa, Brooks and Clements. Becca Gold checked out like Luke Littler on a 9-dart finish. She's out there in 1. That looks like Fwong in there in 2. The Bunnies girls chasing her down. Claire Alberts pushing hard as well. As we move on to the vets, Bude, Hoban, Smith, Barnard, Allison, Taroa, Watson and Andrew Mackey. This one's absolutely stacked. Matt Barnard is the man in control at the moment. Simon Homans, so good to see him back racing again. He's in there in 2. Fraser Watson in 3. Taroa in 4. Big Nige Smith in 6. Right, hang on. Just keeping up again. Veterans Moto number 431. That looks like Danny Taylor doing it for Crucial BMX now. On the 733 in there in 2. Back on the race scene. Mark Moore. Source BMX. Bexhill BMX Club. Taking it to the line in 2. Onto the riders in the pens for the 8s, please. Riders in the pens for the 8s. All the 12-year-olds who were in those 8th finals, we need you in the pens, please. Right, sorry. Grand Veterans. He was Alan Early, just, you know he's going to win another Moto anyway. It's absolutely fine. Right, let's have a look what we're up to next. That's my mate Craig Nelly Nelson. In there in 2, doing it on the OS20. I love an OS20 bike. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that in the past, how much I enjoy an OS20 bike. I have 2 of them. I don't ride them, I've just got 2 of them. Anyway. Ooh, who else is in there? I've no idea who won that moto. But we'll look at Brett Archibald anyway, battling away with Stephen Fortune, going 1 and 2. Matt Phillips. Good to see Matt back on track. In there in 3, that's Stuart Little doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. He's in there in the 4 at the moment, coming under a little bit of pressure though from Brett Knight as they go down that 3rd straight. Archibald, Fortune, Phillips. Another one aboard an OS20. Rocking that standard. He's going to take it to the line, possibly in 3rd, maybe even in 4th. Right, moving on, champ women. That is the 911, the former Olympic champion. Bethany Shriver out in front. Sienna Harvey in there in 2. Betsy Bax in 3. Lily Chiziwa rounding out the top 4 at the moment, and behind there's a battle between Lorianne Carruthers and Annalise Cabin Carpenter. Doing it as part of the NSR Foundation crew here today. But Bethany takes it to the line as we move on to the 2nd rack of champ women. And it's going to be Emily Hutt in and out of turn number 1. Trying to pick out the riders as we go. Elsa Rendell Todd's in there. Aboard that Stay Strong, she's inside the top 4 as it stands right now. Is that Megan Roy in there in 2? I think it is. Elsa in 3, Sabina Ashman in 4, Maggie Bowen in 5, Lucy Simpson in 6. Junior Open heading down the hill. Let's have a look. Finley Hoff and James Clitheroe going 1 and 2. Thomas Miller in there in 3. We've got Cody Coker trying to work his way in as well. As they go in and out of that 2nd corner, Theodore Peterkin. Ben Larkins also in the mix as well, but it's going to be Hoff, Clitheroe, Miller, Coker, Larkins, Peterkin in that order. Next up, more Junior Open. That is Ollie Kendall out in front. JTL Simpson Davis threading the needle as they go down that second straight towards the second corner. Blackpool rider getting involved. That is going to be Jaden Green as they come out of the turn. He's there in that second spot. Who's got the 5? Who's got the 6? The 157 is Lucas Webster. He's chasing down Louis Tay Edwards, but it's going to be Ollie Kendall taking it to the line. Kendall for the win. Last rack of Junior Open. He's getting busy into that first turn. 8.59 is Henry. Oh, Heath Thomas hits the deck. Pro Star BMX sliding out in that first turn. He's up and all right though. Meanwhile, it's Henry, Ruben Byrne. That is your 1 and 2. That looks like Eli Smith in there in 3. Curtis Copeland going through in 4. In fact, I got it completely wrong. That was Finn Phillips. Sorry, Finn. Do apologise. Two motos left before we go to the 8 finals. These are the Superclass. Roy Bovill, Cornish White, Marky Russell, Strickland and Belly to the corner. Looks like the 282 trying to get involved. Ruben Byrne just checked up a little bit. That led Ben Cornish through. Kai White looking to make his move as he comes down that third straight. Cornish, White, 1 and 2. Marnham in 3. Oh, sorry, Russell in 3. Strickland in 4. Cornish made his move, stolen away from Kai White down that final straight. Cornish is going to take the moto. Got very busy. The crowd in front of us getting very enthusiastic. Last moto, right, Tanner Forte, Marnham, Reed, Russell, Criddle and Sharrock. In and out of the turn we go. Harry Tanner in there in 2, Jimmy Criddle in 3. Paddy Sharrock looking like he's chilling going down that third straight. Cameron Reed pushing hard, doing it for the Sinead Reed Academy. It's the 1 though, Joss Marnham battling with Harry Tanner. Tanner, Marnham, Criddle. That is going to be a 1, 2, 3 as they cross that line. Moto's done. We are on to the 8th finals. Right, riders for the quarterfinals, please. Can you make your way to the pens? Riders for the quarterfinals, please make your way to the pens. Thank you. Right, 8 finals are underway. The 12-year-olds heading down the hill. 4 going through, 4 going out. That's what Knockout Racing is all about. James Bibby, Itai Jamira. It's all about the 4 and the 5. Looks like Leon Waite and the rider out of Gosport. That is Billy Cheeseman. They are battling for that final spot in the quarterfinals. Waite's made his way through. He's up into 4 now, chasing down the rider from Reactive Racing as they head towards that final corner. It's Harrison Doe. Looks like Cheeseman left himself too much to do. Waite's going to go through inside the top 4. Bibby taking the win.
Second 8th final for the 12-year-olds hits the track. That looks like Joe Rook charging for turn number 1. Rook leads it out. Preston Pirates are right there with him. That's got to be Lewis Hughes, who's in 3 and 4 as it stands, looking like Noah Bagwell is picking up the 3 spot. He's under pressure from Team Mines. Ocean King heading into the second corner. That's going to be your top 4 as it stands, bringing it back through the third straight then. All about Rook out front for Stay Strong. Clark and Kent, who's the rider in 5. That's going to be the 34 plate of Zach Worthington. Got it all to do out of the final turn to catch King as they bring it down to the stripe. King, Worthington, who's going to get the final qualifying spot? I think Ocean King hung on to it.
Right, third of the 8 finals, Leo Rowlands leading it in. Let's have a look for the riders in 3 and 4 at the moment. Looks like the Scottish rider getting involved. That is going to be Finley Shaw out of Cumbernauld. Shaw under pressure though as they come in and out of the turn from the rider out of Gosport. That is Jet Thompson. Thompson and Shaw battling for that final spot in the quarterfinals. Somebody else trying to get involved is the 23, and that is Albers Aliadzans. Gosport NRT looking like they're going to take that final qualifying spot. Jet Thompson makes it in.
More 8th final action coming your way, ladies and gents, into turn number 1. It is the 12 plate of Archie Croker White leading this one through. Who's in behind him? Looking like we've got Zach Hamill out of Retro Racing. That's your top 2 at the moment. Harry Swales, Fast Signatures, is in there in 3. The battle's on for 4. Looking like we have got, I think that could be Braintree's Parsons on the 29 plate. Yes, it is Zach Parsons hanging on to the final qualifying spot as it stands. Kian Linen is in there in 5, chasing down Parsons. Parsons is going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Quarterfinal number 5, that is Jack Devine and Ronnie Payne going into that first turn. 1 and 2, diving underneath. That looks like Jack Laughlin in there in 3, Louis Cheffy in 4, Max Livingston, Gosport NRT, he's in there in 5. He wants the 4 off Cheffy. He's going to have to chase him down that third straight and make his move in the final corner. Devine's looking up the inside of Payne as well, makes the move, gets it to happen. Dole's in there as well. Cheffy under pressure down the final straight. Cheffy's going to hold it to the line, makes the quarters.
Leighton Harding into turn number 1. He's going to lead out this 8th final from Isaac the Sender Smith, who's in there in 3. Looking like we've got Merseyside BMX Club's Charlie Cotton. He's picking up a top 3 spot as he stands in and out of that second turn. Who's picking up that final qualifying spot? Looking like we could have Nuneaton's Finley Murphy. It is Murphy on the 55 plate. He's inside the top 4. Harding, Smith, Cotton. That's your 1, 2, 3. Murphy's going to round out them final qualifying spots.
Eighth final, number 7 for the 12-year-olds. In and out the turn we go. 1, 2, 3 and 4 are the spots that we are looking for. Akin Brazier in there in 4. Jacob Jameson out of Belfast City BMX Club. He's in there in 5, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to make it in. Galitis leading it into the turn. Bishop's in there in 2. Brazier's having a battle as they go into the final corner. Has Jacob Jameson got anything left in the tank? He's pushing hard, chasing Brazier down towards the line. He's just run out of time and room.
Final 8th final hits the first turn and back out they come. It's going to be Mullen leading it from Bell as they bring it towards the second turn. Who's in there in 3 and 4? Looking like a Mabo UK rider is on the bubble at the moment inside the top 4. That's got to be Everly in the final qualifying spot as it stands. He's currently chasing down the 23 plate as they bring it towards the turn. That's got to be Noah Ford. So Ford in a qualifying spot. He's elbow to elbow with Everly now on the exit of the final corner. Everly's worked his way into 3. Ford's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot. We are looking for quarterfinalists into the pens, ladies and gents. You've got 5 minutes to be there. We are going quarterfinal racing sharpish. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
Right, while I've got 5 minutes, you can all just quickly listen to something I've got to say. Not that you've got a choice in the matter because I've got a microphone and you haven't. Anyway, right, Billy Irwin, Masters rider Billy Irwin. If you've not seen this on social media, then we want to kind of let you know about it now.
So on Sunday the 17th of May, Billy crashed in practice at the Midland Super Series. He went to Nuneaton Hospital to find out he had 7 displaced ribs and a puncture to his lungs, and he's been in ICU. Now Billy remains in hospital while waiting on a consultant's decision on whether or not he needs surgery on his ribs by a specialist at Coventry Hospital. The knock-on of this is that Billy is unable to work. He runs his own landscaping business. So obviously, as you can imagine, the pressure on him and the rest of the family is quite intense. So we've started, or a GoFundMe has been started to help Billy Irwin. You will see some posters in and around the venue with a QR code on. If you scan the QR code, it will take you to the GoFundMe. If everybody over the age of 21 here just dropped a £5 in to help Billy out, it would massively relieve the strain on Billy and his family. I think the GoFundMe target was something like £3,500. I reckon this weekend, if we do this properly and everybody goes to the GoFundMe and drops some money in, we could hit 5. I would love to hit £5,000 to help Billy Irwin out. So if you see a poster with Billy Irwin GoFundMe on it, they are dotted around the venue. There is a QR code on there. Please, please, please scan the QR code and just donate whatever you can afford. £5, £10, the cost of a burger or a coffee or whatever it might be. Just scan the QR code, put a few quid in, help us out. Let's get Billy Irwin back on his feet and just do a bit for him. If we can hit £5,000 on that GoFundMe this weekend, I would be absolutely delighted. £5,000 is the target. It's supposed to be 3.5. If you've lost a gold earring, we know that's Copey's birthday. Manchester's most glamorous pensioner, Simon Cope, turning 60. He'll love me for that. But yeah, going back to the Billy Irwin thing, please scan the QR code if you see the poster. Put a few quid in the pot. Honestly, it's directly going to a member of the BMX family who really, really needs the help right now. So the Billy Irwin GoFundMe, just help us out. The target is £3,500 on the GoFundMe. I'd love to think we could do 5. And if any of the elite riders have got a jersey they want to auction, I will auction that jersey off at some point. And we'll put the money in the pot. In fact, I might do that. I might go and badger a couple of elite riders and we'll get something and we'll auction it off. Right, okay. If you've lost an AirPod, an Apple AirPod, one of them stupid things that goes in your ears apparently. If you've lost an Apple AirPod, come and tell us and we will reunite you with it. Well, we might do anyway. We're going at quarterfinal racing very shortly.
Des looks like he's ready for it. Two minutes until we go quarterfinal racing, ladies and gents. If you're not in the pens already, you need to be immediately. So, to go along with the Enfuse Whole Shot Awards, we've got an ODI Whole Shot Award. It is for 100 quid and a goodie bag of ODI bits and bobs. And we've got the 14-year-old boys and the 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. So the Enfuse Sports Whole Shot Awards are for the 15 girls and the 19 to 29-year-old men. And the ODI Whole Shot Award is for the 14 boys and the 45, 49-year-old cruisers. I'm definitely going to forget that by later on, though. Definitely going to forget that.
You and me both.
Looks like we're ready to go quarterfinal racing, ladies and gents.
Right, quarterfinal time. Here we go. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers heading down the hill. Towards turn number 1, it's going to be Brooks and Pope going 1 and 2. Fast signatures are in there as well. That's Niall Moss going through in 3. Who is the rider in 4? Not quite sure. I'll pick him out as he comes down this straight, but he's under a little bit of pressure. Who's it going to be between the 760 and the 23? That's going to be a Joshua Chiziwa and Joe Walbridge. Chiziwa looking like he's going to hold it to the line. Chiziwa makes it in.
Second quarterfinal for the 17, 29-year-old cruisers hits the track. It is Arne Esselman leading them through at the moment. Who's in there behind him? Where is Rocky O'Brien? He's in the mix in that second spot at the moment. Pete Watson's in 3. Looking on, we've got Owen Putland in there in 4, so that's your top 4. As they bring it on round, looks like Lebrassi's in 5. Last turn action, Esselman, smooth as you like. O'Brien for that 2 spot. Watson, Putland, all taking it through as well.
Right. Quarterfinal number 3. Thomas Dorr and Daniel Wilson, Connor Blythe, all going to be somewhere near the front, I think, in this one. And that looks like Jack Mowat, actually. Retro Racing, doing it for the YouTube algorithm. Check out his vlog if you get the opportunity. So it's going to be Wilson, Doran, Mowat. That is going to be a 1, 2, 3. Connor Blythe in there in 4. Matt McHugh is the man in 5. He's having a late charge. Matt McHugh for BMX Window Photography couldn't quite make it stick. He's out in that 5th position.
Last 17, 29-year-old cruiser quarterfinal hits the first turn and back out again they go. It's got to be Millar leading this one out. Where's Kate? He's in that 2 spot. Looks like Kian Brown has had his look run out for the day. So it's all about Millar, Kate, Davies, 1, 2, 3. Who's the rider in there in 4? Looks like that could be Jack Wiggins. Yes, it is Wiggins out of Retro Racing. He's under pressure from Freeman down the final straight. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? It's going to be Wiggins hanging on.
First of the quarterfinals for the 9-year-olds. Sullivan, Marco Wood, Mason Britt, Byrne Chambers and Bodie Holiday in there as well as they head towards the first turn. Henry Sullivan is the man out in front. Oscar Marco's in there in 2. Who's got the 3? Who's got the 4? The 4 currently belongs to Leo Britz out of MK Evolution, but he's under pressure. I've got a feeling that Josh Burns in there as well, somewhere for Decoy as they come down the 3rd straight and towards this final corner. Britz still holding on to it at the minute. Here comes the Team Air rider, Arthur Mason on the inside trying to get in, and rider diving underneath. Callum Ward 5th to 3rd. Looks like he's stolen a place in that semi-final. Quarterfinal number 6. More 9-year-olds: Perebny, Avis, Tawalde, Northcote, O'Brien, Challenger, Rothwell and Laker. It is Antec Perebny out in front. Jake Avis, he's not going to be too far from the front. He's in there in 2 at the moment. That's Challenger, I think, in there in 3. Peckham's Caleb Tawalde, in that 3rd spot. Decoys Noah Northcott, I think he's going to go through in 4th. As we move on to quarterfinal number 7.
These are the 9-year-old boys on track for their quarterfinals. Zapanos is leading this one out. Who's there with him? Where's Oakley Hill? He's picking up that 2 spot. So it is Zapanos and Hill. That's your 1 and 2. Who's in 3 and 4 as they're bringing it on through the 3rd straight. Looking like that could be fluent in there at the moment. That is Alexander Gilbert. It is Gilbert in 3. Who's in 4? In and out of that final corner. Not quite sure as they come on through. That is Lawson Hitchings out of Bristol Jets, but he's under pressure from what looks like Oscar Sanders to the line. Sanders to the line with Hitchings. Not quite sure who got that final qualifying spot.
Right, quarterfinal number 8. Ethan the Grey White in this one. Christian Garbachick as well. Elliot Hatch, Charlie Blaburn, Seb Perry, Felix Sakina, Ned Wills and Jensen Mee. And it's Moto 1 race teams. Ethan White out in front at the moment. That looks like Zapanos in there. Elliot Hatch in 2, Garbachick in 3. Who's got the 4? It is the 2:10 of Blake Byrne, I think. Blake Byrne under pressure though as they come down the straight. Seb Perry's trying to get on his back wheel. Who's going to get it at the line? Blake Byrne and Perry to the straight. Blake Byrne, I think, nicked it just.
Ten-year-old quarterfinals hits the track. Ethan Shaw's been shot out of a cannon, headed for turn number 1. It is going to be Pro Star BMX leading it out. Who's in there with him? Looking like Rex Ford's picking it up, but Retro Racing have made the move in turn number 1. Reactive Racing, that's Jake James. So James is up to that 2 spot. Ford's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Here comes Team Is. Oakley Lewisfield. He's picked up a top 4 spot at the moment. Chester Grocock's not done though. Looking to come back at him as they go into the final turn. Reactive Racing's Jake James is on an absolute charge. Shaw, James, Ford. That's your 1, 2, 3. Going to be Grocock picking up that final qualifying spot.
Quarterfinal number 10. Charlie Dowson looking to pick up that whole shot. He's going to be in there first, but he's got pressure coming from the rider from LCC. That is going to be Jack Haynes in there in 2. Jack Kitchen for Fluent in that 3rd position. Who's got the 4th at the moment? Looks like Tobias Groves, SVT Mongoose, but he's been chased down by the rider out of Scotland, and that is going to be Aston John Lee. Lee's in the 5. He's looking for the 4. The charge is coming in the final turn. High-low dive as they head down that final straight. Groves looking like he's going to hold on to it. Groves to the line for 4. Lee out in 5.
Quarterfinal number 11 hits the track. Who's going to lead it towards turn number 1? Seth Kacharik, Radco Racing. He's going to whole shot into the turn. So it is looking good for Kacharik and Belton. That's your 1 and 2 as it stands. Who's in 3? Got to be Thomas Giles out of the Northeast BMX. Heading into turn number 2. That looks like it could be Ollie Bird out of Sinead's Reed Academy. The move came in turn number 2. Looks like it is Reactive Racing's Jack Belton working his way into that 1 spot in front of Kacharik in and out of the final corner. It is going to be Belton, Kacharik, Giles. Well, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? That's going to be Ollie Bird out of Sinead's Reed Academy.
Final quarter-final for the 10-year-olds heading into turn number 1. That looks like the rider out of Green Machine Tribe, Arthur Donaldson, who's taking the whole shot. Jesse Rose in there in 2. The 3 and the 4, it's Peckham and Mapo UK. Aidan Baptiste is in there, and Rocco Westwood as well. Westwood in the 4. Baptiste in the 3. Who's got the 5? It's Derby BMX Club's Charlie Sheriff. Looks like he's about to run out of time and room though as they go in and out of the turn. Westwood looking good for the 4. Donaldson taking the win.
First of the 11-year-old quarterfinals hits the track, and it's got to be Connor Hemhill picking it up in and out of turn number 1. Who's there with him? That is Edward Cordery. So it is Hemhill, Cordery. That's your 1 and 2. Who's coming through in 3 and 4? GY95 crew is in the mix. That's Hugo Dayton working his way into a top 3 spot, looking like the rider in 4. It's going to be the 13 plate coming on round Lucas Tewalder. Good to see Lucas back on track in and out of that final corner. Repping Peckham BMX Club. That's going to be your top 4 taking it through to Waller, Dayton, Cordery and Hemhill.
Quarterfinal 14, the 11-year-olds. Second quarterfinal for these guys. Finley Monroe, Kylan Gordon, Ronnie Wood, the Land Shark. That is your 1, 2, 3 at the minute. Who's trying to get involved in the 4? It's Exeter's Isaac Moore. Moore in that 4th spot, but he's under pressure, I think, from Jaden O'Connell from the Irish Connection in that 5th spot. And the Peterborough rider, Ollie Todd, trying to get involved as well in 6. So Munro, Gordon, Woods, 1, 2 and 3. Who's going to pick up that 4? Moore's under pressure from O'Connell. Moore from O'Connell. Half a bike in it as they get to the line. Moore takes it.
Quarterfinal number 15 is on track. Where's Benny Jackson? He's on the inside. The Evolve Collective working his way into that 2-spot, chasing down the LCC rider. Out front, got to be Teddy Jones. Jones and Jackson, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's in 3 and 4? Coming on round, looks like the LCC rider. That's Freddie Ray Orland working his way underneath into a top 3 spot. The 21 plate is in there in 4. That's Leo Bradley. The moves in the final turn from Robertson. Oh, Robertson hits the deck. Looking like it's going to go to Bradley with the final qualifying spot.
Right, quarter-final number 16, Jacob Anderson went underneath Preston Newmarsh Power in that first turn. Took the lead away. That is Arthur Claydon in there in 3. Who is the rider in 4? Looks like Mabel UK's Joseph McAvoy. Arlo Steinmetz, the man in 5. He's looking for the 4. I don't think he's got enough time or room to get in there. Steinmetz is going to go out in 5.
Quarter-final number 17 hits the tracker. Tajamira's in this one. At a rub race and a food electable, but it's going to be your European number 4. Whole shotting in and out of the first corner. It's looking good for Bibi and Jamira. That's your 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? Looking like Zach Hamill out of Retro Racing. Into turn number 2 they go. That's got to be Poppy Bishop repping Halo Wheels race team, and the girls on the W6 plate, but she's under all sorts of pressure from the 11 of Adrian Galitis in the final turn. Bishop chasing Galitis out of the final corner. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Galitis is going to hang on. Bishop unlucky in 5.
Right, quarter-final number 18. Oh, Archie Crocker White taking to the skies. Jack Devine in there in 2. Archie Bell in 3. And that looks like Richie's in there in 4. It is. It's going to be Sam Richie's Green Machine Tribe. One of our traders in the retail village. He's in that 4th spot. 5th looks like Leon Waite doing it for P Strong Race Team. He's not going to have enough time or room to make it in. It's going to be Crocker White, Bell, Divine, Riches.
12-year-old quarter-finals are on track, ladies and gents, headed into turn number 1. Ronnie Payne's had a great start, but your race leader's got to be Joe Rook, your British champion out of State Strong C&K, who's in there with him looking like Leighton Harding out of GT Factory. Moves are coming in turn number 2. That looks like Reactive Racing's Jack Laughlin. He's in there in about 4 or 5, but he's got a bit of work to do as Isaac the Sender Smith has worked his way into a top 4 spot. Laughlin looks under in the final turn and dives under. The Sender, though, makes it up and round the outside in the final turn. He hangs on to that final qualifying spot with Payne in 3.
Quarter-final 20 more. 12-year-olds. Leo Rowlands picking up the whole shot. That looks like Harry Swales in there in 2 now. Marcus Mullen is in there in 4, but they are queuing up like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime as they go into that second corner. It's the Braintree rider trying to pick him off. That's going to be Noah Ford on the 33. Looks like he might have just left himself too much to do down that final straight. Didn't pick up the rider in 3. But it's going to be Bell, Swales, Mullen for the 4, Ford in the 5.
13-year-old quarterfinals hit the track. Got to be McNulty leading it into the turn. In and out he goes. He's being chased down by Thomas Honeywell out of Green Machine Tribe. Dylan Spence, McNulty's teammate, is in the middle of the pack at about 5 at the moment. Battling it. Oh, rider down. Charlie Craig is in there inside the top 3. How on earth Riley Butt stuck up right then in turn number 2? I have no idea. I thought he'd hit the deck. Craig makes his move on Honeywell, so it's going to be McNulty, Craig, Honeywell, Spence. That's your top 4 taking it through.
Second quarter-final for the 13-year-olds. This is quarter-final number 22. James Miller, Max Vass, Harry Tyers. 1, 2 and 3 into the turn we go. It looks like Ethan Crooks-Martin is the rider in 4 at the moment. Ralph Selby's trying to get involved, as is Stanley Farmer, doing it for Retro Racing. All changing that turn as they mix it up going down the 3rd straight. Tyers is still in there in that 4th spot. Crooks-Martin's worked his way in. Elbows flying in the final corner. Reactive Racing trying to get involved. Fluent are in there as well. Crooks Martin's going to go through in that 4th position.
Quarterfinal number 23 hits turn number 1, and it's gotta be Rogers Mabo UK leading this one out. Who's there with him, looking like the new edition Palm Dog, heading on through into turn number 2. Josh Jepson's in the mix inside the top 3. In and out of that second corner they go. Who's in there in 4? That looks like it could be the 11 of Joe Douglas. Yes, it is. Norwich Flyers heading into the semi-finals at the moment. So it's Rogers, Palm Dog, Jepson. That's your 1, 2, 3. Douglas going to round out their top 4 positions.
Last quarter-final for the 13-year-olds heading down the hill. JP, Jack Perkins, in and out of the turn we go. Ethan Howells in there in 2. That looks like Squazzadilo going down the outside and working his way into 3. Kurt Stork is trying to get involved as well. Squazzadilo going well, but it's JP out in front. Ethan Howells in there in 2. All about the 4th spot. It's Storkis battling away. Storkis is had the pressure put on him by the rider out of Cardiff. Rusted Up Racing. That was Gilmore Green. Couldn't quite make it work.
Quarterfinal number 25, the 14-year-olds are on track, and they are led away by your European number 2, Kobe Rayford. Smooth as you like into that second corner. He's being chased down by Little Cotty. Out of Rab Racing, that's your front 2. Milo Weller's in there in 3. Got to be Richardson in 4. He's being chased down by the European number 3. That's Harry Donald looking for a way around. Donald in the final turn. Threads the needle. Couldn't quite make it stick. Richardson round the outside. The powerhouse picks up a 3 spot on the line. Weller for 4.
Quarterfinal 26, second one for the 14-year-old boys. Got a whole shot prize for these guys later on today. Nate Hamilton, Brody Geddes, Todd Smith-Notman. That is your 1, 2 and 3, and that looks like Noah Buttery, who's worked his way into that 4th spot. So Buttery doing it for the LVG national race team in that final qualifying position. Logan Young is chasing him down, doing it for DC Cycles. He's left himself too much to do. Matt Alonso's going out as well. It's going to be Hamilton making it in. Buttery's in as well.
Quarterfinal number 27 is on track and led away by the 2 plate of Ned Guppy. Out of Absolute, he's being chased down by Elvis Lawrence and Isaac Shaw. Into that second corner they go. Toby Lynch is in a qualifying spot inside the top 4 as it stands. He's being chased down by the 24 of Leo Cranston, but the front 4 are separating it a little bit from 5, 6, 7 and 8. In and out of that final corner they go. Guppy, Lawrence, Shaw, Lynch in that order.
Moving on, more 14-year-olds. Quarterfinal number 4, Heath the Beef Osborne, laying down some extra gravy as he goes down that second straight. Newton Hindley in there in 2, Oscar Jewell as well. Oliver Tyres is involved, as is Dexter Beerup. So this one's completely and totally mixed up. Who's got that final qualifying spot at the moment? Dexter Beerup's in there. He's under pressure from Tyres, though, the British champ. Beerup and Tyres down the final straight. Beerup and Tyres to the line. Who's going to get into the strike? I think Tyres might have got it.
Quarterfinal number 29. These are the first of the 15-year-olds heading into the first corner. Amos Guppy leads it out for Absolute. Look at that for a lead in a quarterfinal, ladies and gents. He's been shot out of a cannon. Check out Cooper McCrum. He's up to a qualifying spot in there in 3. Harvey Tomlinson's having the elbows thrown in turn number 2. He's in there in 4. It's Guppy out front, leading away from the 32 of Radcliffe into the final turn and back out. Tomlinson's worked his way into 3. That leaves McCrum in 4, but McCrum's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Quarterfinal 30, number 2 for the 15-year-olds. Ty DS and Freddie Franklin going 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Oliver James in there in 3. Who's got the 4? It's the rider out of Green Machine Tribe, Ollie Kirby. Kirby's in that 4th spot, but he's been chased down that that 3rd straight by Alex Dunkley, I think it is, from the Evolve Collective. Dunkley might have just left himself too much to do. Looks like he's going to go out in 5. Kirby's going to take the 4. Ty DS with the win.
Third 15-year-old quarter-final heading for the first turn. Looking like Bradley James is on the inside out of Reactive Racing. He's going 1 and 2 with Lucas Osborne on the exit of the first corner. Looking like MCR have got Ewan Beat inside the top 3, being chased down by Jack Davey out of the Cornwall BMX crew. Heading through the 3rd straight. He's inside the top 4, being chased down by Eric McSwitty out of BMX. Oh! Riders down in the turn. I think that might have been David Apray that's going to pick up that final qualifying spot. Carnage in the final corner. McSwitty hit the deck. Oliver Sim and Jack Davey.
Right, we're watching all the carnage in the corner. Meanwhile, Lucas Seeley is leading our quarterfinal number 32. That is Freddie Enwhistle in that second spot. It looks like Jamira's in there in 3, and MEC were doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Ken. She's going to pick up that 4th spot. All right, so you and B and Eden Boone, I think he was, who both went down in that quarter-final. Hopefully both those boys are okay. Just want to throw in again the fundraiser for Billy Irwin after his crash at Nuneaton last week. If you see a poster around the facility with a QR code, it will take you to the GoFundMe for Billy Irwin. He's out for a while and he needs our assistance.
17 to 18-year-old quarter-final action coming your way, ladies and gents. George Gerard heading for turn number 1. He's going to 1 and 2 with his teammate. That's going to be Jaden Fawcett. So Hard Knocks by coaching her out front. Josh Simpson-Jacobs is in there in 3. Who's picking up 4 and 5 into the second corner. Looking like we've got Sam Hamling out of SAS Race Team hanging on to a top 4 spot at the moment. Jump Club S&M Saucer in there as well. In and out of the final turn, that's Romeo Kapai in 5. It's all about Hard Knocks in this one though. Gerard, Fawcett, Jacobs, that's your 1, 2, 3. Hamling's in 4.
17, 18-year-olds quarter-final number 34. Alex Stokes on the inside doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. He's in there in 5 at the moment. He's got to chase down Malachi Price out of Peckham, who's in there in 4 as they go round the turn. Che Young, Lewis Cook out in front, 1 and 2 in this one. Trying to pick up the 3, it's the 44. Alex Stokes might be the unlucky rider out in 5. I don't think he's going to have enough left to catch the rider out of Peckham. Stokes goes out.
Penultimate quarter-final of the day heading into turn number 1, and it's led away by Stay Strong, Clark and Kent's Arne Esselmont, your British champ in the 17 to 18-year-old class. Who's right there with him? Got to be Alfie Holloway out of Green Machine Tribe. That's your 1 and 2. They've got to be Rab Racing's Elliot Brook in there in 3. Who's in 4? That's 0-1 Racing's Jack Clark. That's your top 4 as it stands in and out of the final corner. All about Esselmont. Is he going to get involved in the 2-in-1 out competition? Yes, he is.
Right, last of the quarterfinals, number 36. These are the 17 and 18-year-olds. Brandon Mallon, Belfast City BMX Club, absolutely on fire. He's in there in 2. Somebody's just polished the crown jewels with the back tyre. That looks a little bit painful. It was Callum Heath out of Redditch. Meanwhile, Mallon in there in 2. Thomas Doran leading it out. Kean Brown inside the top 4. 30-minute break before your semi-finals. 30-minute break.
9 to 12-year-old cruisers lining up on the gate for the first semi-finals of the afternoon. Here we go then, the 9 to 12-year-old cruiser semi-finals are kicked off, ladies and gents. Heading for turn number 1. Harry Swales going to pick up the whole shot. For Fast Signatures race team, check out the Gosport National race team guys going at it. They're in 2 and 3 at the moment. That's got to be Max Livingston and Billy Cheeseman picking it up as they come on round. There's 3 Gosport National race team riders inside the top 5 at the moment. Who's the rider in 3? Looking like the 642. That is Huey Hall, looking to pick up a qualifying spot out of the final turn. So it's going to be Swales, Livingston. That's your 1 and 2. Hall's in there for 3. Who's going to get 4? It's going to be Billy Cheeseman.
Semi-final number 2 for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. That looks like Leighton Harding leading it out. Charlie Cotton in there in 2. Louis Chaffee in 3. We are looking for Leo Bradley. Rusty Nut Racing. He's in there in about 4 at the moment, but he's battling with Charlie LeBras out of Bradford. The Bradford rider trying to get involved, and Bradley is the rider in that 4th spot at the minute. Has anybody got anything for him as they go down that final straight? It is going to be Harding, Cotton, Chaffee, Bradley. That is going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4. LeBras out in 5.
13, 14-year-old cruiser semi-finals hit the first turn, and it's the one plate of Little Cotty leading them through. Logan Young's in there in that 2 spot. Where's Newton Hindley is in the mix on the inside. He's picking up a top 3 spot as they go into the turn. Back out again for the race leader. Cotty out of Rab Racing taking it to him. Bruce Anthony's in the final qualifying spot at the moment. Who's in 5? Looking like that could be Freddie Warwick out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. He's putting pressure on Anthony down the final straight. Anthony's going to hang on to the final qualifying spot.
Right, 13 to 14 cruiser semi-final number 2. Alfie Sim Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's in a qualifying position at the moment, but they are stacked up behind him like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime. It is Todd Smith, number 1 rider down in the turn. Robin Matter and Alonso in 2. Sim is looking good in 3 right now. Hadley Harding in there in 4. It's going to be Nobben, Alonso, Sim, Harding. Sim's going to make it in. Doing it for Evolved. Riders going down in that second turn. Cooper Westwood hitting the deck. Not sure who the other rider was. Looks like Ben Millington was the rider who went down in that second turn. He's up, he's walking away. He'll be back tomorrow for another go.
Fifteen, 16 cruisers are on track, ladies and gents. Sean Brown out of lane number 1. He's charging for the turn. Who's that there with him? Looking like it's got to be the 9 plate. In and out of the corner, Vincent Coburn picking up that 2 spot behind Ice Bikes UK. Sean Brown into that second corner they go. Keogh Brown's in the mix as well. Out of what looks a lot, no sorry, that's John O'Harridy doing it for KHRT and MK Evolution. In and out of that final turn, Joe Pentonvote, he's going to round out the top 4 spots and take it through to the 15-16 Cruiser A final.
Right, 15-16 Cruiser semi-final number 2 into the turn. Eric McSwitty getting involved, diving underneath. He's chasing the rider from Fast Signatures. That's going to be Stanley Palmer. Palmer in there in that second spot. Jack Walford trying to get involved as well. He's worked his way up into 3. Logan Widdowson of Nottingham, I think, is the rider in 4, but he's got riders at the side of him, including the 42, I think he was the 424, sorry, of Ethan Byrne. Walford's under pressure now as they come down towards the line. Walford on for the 3. Who got the 4? One for the Transponders of Truth.
Semi-final number 7 is on track. Got to be Ian Archibald chasing down Hilly through the second straight. Who's in there in 3 and 4? That's got to be Stuart Campbell inside the top 4 spot. In behind Pete Butler at the moment. So it's Hilly, Archibald, Butler, Campbell. That's your top 4. Bringing it into the final corner. The 14X is in 5. That's Paul Barnard out of Norwich Flyers. So the front 4 are looking safe and clear. Hilly's going to pick up another semi-final win.
50-54 Cruiser semi-final number 8. Stephen Hassel, Darren Reedy 1 and 2 into the corner. Looks like Porter's getting involved as well. And diving underneath is Archibald and Ogden. Brett Archibald, Martin Ogden 3 and 4 at the moment. Brett Knight's in there in 6. Chasing down Tim Porter in the 5. Manages to make the move in the corner. As Knight got enough to catch Ogden as they go down towards the final turn. Rimmers galore through this 3rd straight. But it's going to be Reedy, Hassel, Archibald, Ogden. That is going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4. Brett Knight out in 5.
17, 29-year-old cruisers are on track. Tom Duran is going to pick up the whole shot for Sinead's Reed Academy. He's being chased down though by Rab Racing's Dan Wilson heading for turn number 2. Duran, Wilson, that's your front 2 as it stands. Where's Tom Milari's in there in 3. Got to be Kate's in 4. He's being chased down by what looks like Niall Moss out of Fast Signatures. Last turn action. Moss looks for a high low, didn't dive under. He's gone for a drag race down the last straight. Kate, Moss to the line. Who's going to get it? I'm not sure.
Second semi for the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Alex Brooks, Arne Esselborn 1 and 2 into the corner. Theo Pope diving underneath as well. Doing it for Moto 1 Racing. Rocky O'Brien's trying to get involved as well. In and out of the turn we go. Luke Davis Hayes. Oh, dropping it in the corner as I mentioned his name. It's Brooks, Esselmont, Pope. That is your 1, 2, 3. O'Brien's going to make it in 4. Unlucky Luke Davis Hayes.
17, 29-year-old women's cruiser. Semi-final action is on track. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter out of the inside. She's going to hold shot into the turn. Last year's national champion is out front repping the NSR Foundation jersey. She's being chased down though into turn number 2. Josie McFall's on the inside, but it's going to be Alexis McCartney hanging on to that 2-spot. McFall has now got a bucket load of traffic right behind her. They're all swarming around her as they come into the final turn. Taylor Lee Mohan is in there in 3. Who's picking up the final qualifying spot? Looking like that could be Spikes, Yetska Hemstock. Hemstock's going to pick up that 4th qualifying spot.
Right, Hannah Drew leads them into the first turn. 17 to 29-year-old female cruiser. Semi-final number 2. Anya Mattern, Alonso, Olivia Firth, Amy Willets. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. Izzy Hurry and Hannah Hedges trying to get involved as well as they go in and out of that second corner. Front 3 clear, looking good. Drew, Alonso, Olivia Firth, who's going to get that final qualifying spot? Amy Willets under pressure from Izzy Hurry. Alicia Linscott in there as well. Willets and Hurry to the line. Willets, I think, got it.
30-plus women's cruiser hits the first turn for their first semi-final. It is the 1 plate leading it from the 2. Stupple, goal. That's how they line up as they go into turn number 2. Looking like we've got Anita Wong in there for 3. Who's in 4? That looks like Nikki Sitch out of Fast Signatures race team. The front 4 are looking good at the moment, but here comes Team Buddies and Marsha Brooke heading for the final corner. Brooke doing all she can to close the gap to Spears. Islet's thrown in a move on Brooke though in the final turn. It's going to be Stupple, goal, Wong, Sitch. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4.
Semi-final 14, second one for the 30-plus cruiser ladies. SJ's out in front, making it work. Sarah Jane Nichols doing it for Hotshot. Cassie Harding, Manda Hemstock in there as well. That looks like Lee Pendleton in there in 2, Rowan Beckett in 3. Who's got the 4? It looks like that is Cassie Harding in there in 4, Magic Manda in 5. But it is your 1986 world champion, Sarah Jane Nichols, bringing it to the line. Pendleton in 2, Beckett in 3, Cassie Harding in 4. Great laps from the ladies.
Seven-year-old semi-finals hit the track, ladies and gents. Oh, rider down on the first straight. Bridle, though, he's going to check into turn number 1 out front. Who's in there behind him? Benji Ross Foster making moves in the turn. Foster and Jamira going elbow to elbow. Foster's got the advantage into turn number 2. It's got to be Jamira in there for 3 then. In and out of that second corner they go. Bridle, your current British champion, out front looking good. Look at the battle for the top 4 as they come into the final turn. It is the 983. Harry Taylor out of Bournemouth under pressure on the exit of the final corner. Slater, he's in there in 5, but it's going to be Taylor hanging on to that final qualifying spot. Put your hands together for Leon Kurzacik, ladies and gents.
Semi-final number 2, the 7-year-olds Isaac Tomlinson, Allens, BMX.com leading it out with Shelby Yates as well. So Allens versus Birmingham National Race Team, 1 and 2 out of the turn. The 290, that belongs to Roberts Catkins out of Derby BMX Club. And I've got a feeling that's John Joe Blundell out of Runnymede, who's there in that 4th spot at the moment. Being tracked down by Rusty Nut Racing's Jax Bradley. So Derby in 3, Runnymede in 4. It's Birmingham National Race Team out in front. Shelby Yates, followed by Isaac Tomlinson. Cactins out of Derby. John Joe Blundell out of Runnymede. Those guys are going to go 3 and 4 and make it into the final.
The 11-year-old girls semi-finals are on track. Your European number 4 is going to lead this one out. Pro Star BMX, Betty Wills on an absolute charge at the moment. Maisie Egan's in there behind her, last year's national champ. Doing it for GT Factory. In and out of turn number 2 they go. Who's picking up 3 and 4 as they come through the 3rd straight? Looking like that could be CGR in there in 4, that's Holly Richardson. She's chasing down the 976 of Freya Montfort. Out of Peckham BMX, Wills, Egan, Montfort. That's your front 3. Richardson under a bit of pressure as they bring it down to the line. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? I think it might have been Richardson hanging on. Bonnie Dudley hit the deck on the 1st straight, but she's up and walking away.
Second semi-final for the 11-year-old girls. Grace Hudak's in this one alongside Trixie Trays, Ellie B, Amelia Rowe. And as they go in and out of the turn, it is the Moto 1 rider, Grace Hudak, leading it out. Trays is in there in 2, Amelia Rowe in 3. Who's got that 4th spot? It's going to be Ellie B out of Manchester BMX Club on her home track, being chased down by Aria Rosalie. Aria's out of the Cumbernauld Club where we were for the last national. She's got her work cut out if she wants to catch Ellie on home turf. Rachel Pritchard in there in 6, Surtees in 7. Who's going to take it to the line? Who's going to get that 4th spot? It's going to be Ellie Beats.
Semi-final number 19 is into turn number 1, and it's the 424 of Archie Fisher leading them away for Redditch Premiers BMX Club. Who's in behind him? Got to be Exeter Eagles. Joseph Claydon out of PCR, your current British champion. Rapid Romans in this one as well. Inside the top 3, being chased down through the 3rd straight. Frankie Jones. Oh, rider hits the deck. I think that could be Frankie Jones in there in 4. The fallen rider was Finley Kerr out of Retro Racing. Put your hands together for Finn, ladies and gents. Fisher, Claydon, Birdfield, that's your 1, 2, 3. Jones is through in 4.
Bish, bash, bosh, here come the 8-year-old semi-final number 2. Payne, Coleman, Grant, Crossley, Aceto, rather fast, Walsgrave and Finley Thomas. This one's absolutely stacked. Oh! Huge impact, Finley Thomas hitting the deck with Logan Aceto. Oh my words. The action continues. Teddy Gorman's out in front. He's in there in 1, Arlo Payne in 2. My mate Oscar rather fast, he's in there in 4. And he's chasing down Bruntwood's Connor Grant. As they go down that final straight, it's going to be Gorman, Payne, Grant and rather fast making it in. Wow, wow, wow. All the action in turn 1. Right, Finley Thomas has got up and walked away. Logan Aceto went down with a big bang. I would suggest, Logan, when you get back to mum and dad, just give that helmet a really good check over. A really good check.
Back to the racing then. At 9-year-old semi-finals hits the track. Big Henge, your British champ, is charging for turn number 1, ladies and gents. Look at that for a lead, and he's only come out of turn number 1. Who's in there behind him? Got to be Ethan, the Great White, doing it for Moto 1 race team. That looks like Rustin at racing in there as well. Got to be Elliot Hatch on the 307. In and out of turn number 2. Marco's in the mix. He's inside the top 4. Bringing it back through the straight. Oscar Marco is in there in 4. He's being chased down by MK Evolutions. Charlie Blakeburn in and out of the final corner. Ethan the Great White's made his move on Big Hens. White, that's your 1 and 2. Hatch is going to hang on to 3, and it's going to be Marco in 4.
Semi-final number 2 for the 9-year-olds, where is Antek Perebny working his way up the inside, carving that first turn like a Christmas turkey. Avis is in there in 2, Zapanos in 3, and that is Christian Garbachik out of Peterborough, who's in there in 4 at the moment, but he's got the other rider out of fluid all over the back of him. That is Alexander Gilbert, who's looking for a way in as they go in and out the final turn. Perebny, Avis, Zapanos, Garbachik, that is going to be your 1, 2, 3 and 4 heading down the straight, going through to the final.
10-year-old semi-finals are on track. Last year's national champ. It's got to be Dawson leading it out for Crucial Gang. Who's in there with him? Seth Kacharik's in the mix up the inside, looking to work his way into a top 2 spot. But that looks like Thomas Giles saying no, thank you very much. I'm going to pick up the 2 spots. So Kacharik's back there in 3 now. Rex Ford's in 4. Looks like we've got Green Machine in there. That's Arthur Donaldson in 5. Last turn action. Donaldson throws it under. Didn't quite make his stick. Dowsing, Giles, Kacharik, Ford. That's your front 4 taking it through.
Semi-final number 24, the second one for the 10-year-olds. Ethan Shaw's going to lead it into the turn. Ethan's in the Jack Belton as well, and diving underneath is Jack Haynes from LCC, powered by Pancakes. Down that second straight towards the second turn. Jesse Rose of Northeast BMX getting involved as well. He's in there in 4. Jack Kitchen, I think, is the rider chasing him down towards that final turn. Kitchen on the inside. Rose moves across, closes the door. It's going to be Shaw, Belton, Haynes, Rose. You're 1, 2, 3, and 4.
10-year-old girls charging for turn number 1, and it is your world number 7. Gotta be Holly Bishop, Halo Wheels race team leading this one out. Eliza Powell, today's birthday girl, is receiving elbows left, right and centre. She's shuffled back a couple of spaces. She's in about 6 at the moment into turn number 2. So it's going to be Bishop, Webb, that's your front 2 riders. Geddes is in there for that top 3 spot. Powell's worked her way back into 4 in front of the 5 plate into the final turn. That's Florence Dyson. Dyson looking for a way round into a top 4 finish down the final straight. Bishop, Webb, Geddes, that's your front 3. Who's going to get that final spot? I think it is going to be Powell hanging on.
Huge crash in semi-final number 26, I think it was. Let's have a look. Was it 26 or 25? Oh, where were we up to? 26, yeah, I thought so. Molly Tomlinson, I couldn't quite tell. I got lost where I was then. Who else is involved in that one? Where is Roxy Rowland? She's in there in 4. So it was Florence Kay who hit the deck down on that first straight. Roxy's in a final qualifying position in the minute, looking like she's going to work her way in. Una Svensson on her home track here in Manchester. She's going to make the main. Is she going to make it in? I think she's... Oh! Rider down at the line. Oh, my words. All action on the final straight here at Manchester. Meanwhile, we continue.
Semi-final number 27, the 11-year-old Zara Go. Hemhill leads this one out. That's got to be Teddy Jones in there in the 2 spot. Where's Edward Cordery? He's in about 5 at the moment. GY95 crew is in the mix in 4. That is Hugo Dayton. Cordery's not done yet though. Benny Jackson's in there in 3. Here comes Edward Cordery. Last turn action. Looks underneath. Dayton didn't quite dive under. Hemhill, Jones. That's your 1 and 2. Jackson's going to take 3, and it is going to be Dayton through in 4.
Semi-final number 28. Jacob Anderson, Finn Munro heading down towards turn number 1. Out in front, Kylan Cordon's in there as well. Where is the land shark Ronnie Wood? He's getting mixed up with his mate Preston Newmarsh. Pow, look at it. You can throw a blanket over all of them as they go into the turn. In and out we go. Pow in 3, Wood in 4. They are queuing up behind him. The LCC crew are going to go absolutely berserk if Ronnie Wood makes it in. Powell's taking the spot away. Wood dives underneath. Look at the drag race. The 2 LCC guys battling to the line. Freddie Way Holland as well. Oh, too much going on.
Semi-final number 29 is on track. Bibby leads this out, your European number 4. He's going 1 and 2 with Joe Rook into that second corner. Who's in 3, 4 and 5? Jameer is in a qualifying spot. Oh! Retro Racing got it all wrong. Where's Isaac Smith? He's in 5 at the moment. Looking for a way around Harding. What a move in the final turn. Smith goes from 5 to 4. Can he hang on to the line? I think he's going to do.
Semi-final number 30, the 12-year-olds are at it again. Semi-final number 2, Archie Crocker White, Leo Rollins, Jack Devine. That is your 1, 2, 3. One rider hits the deck. Harry Swales is in there in 4. Swales under pressure though, I think, as they go down the straight. Archie Bell's lap's gone pear-shaped as well. Here we come, final corner. Swales holding on to it. The 10, that belongs to Ronnie Payne. Has Payne got anything left in the tank? Payne chasing Swales. Devine's in there in 3. Swales and Divine in, Payne out in 5.
12-year-old girls semi-final hits turn number 1 in the front three abreast into the turn, but it's going to be Iris Hyder picking up the advantage over the 2 Hard Knocks ladies. So it's Hyder, force it, that's your front 2 at the moment. Where's Grace Gerard? She's in there in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like that could be Green Machines. Poppy May Kirby on the bubble at the moment. Where is GT Factory? She's in 5. That is going to be Lauren Keller in and out of the final turn. Keller chasing Kirby down the final straight. Hyder, force it, Gerard. It's going to be Kirby hanging on.
Right, semi-final number 32. Harris, Pearl, Pritchard, Hughes, Ross, Cathcart, Cunnison, Lexi Adams and Olivia Webb in this one as they head towards that turn. It's going to be Freya Harris leading it out. Harris and Poole going 1 and 2. Who's got the 3? Sarah and Pritchard looking good right now, and that is Samia Hughes out of Ireland who's in that final qualifying position. Millie Ross is all over the back of her. Hughes and Ross taking it down the final straight towards the line. Hughes is going to hold on to it. She's going to make it in 4.
Back into the action then with a 13-year-old semi-finals headed for turn number 1. Mabel UK have got 2 riders in this one on the inside. JP leads it out. Howells worked his way into 2. Where's Rogers? He's in 3, but he's under a bucket load of pressure heading into turn number 2. I think that could be Kurt Stoll. Ryder hits the deck. I think that might have been Harry Tyers looking for a way through. Howells worked his way from 2 to 1. Howell, Perkins, Rogers, that's your 1, 2, 3. Kurt Storkis is in there for 4. Harry Tyers was trying to make moves in turn number 2. And I think his front wheel just washed out from underneath him. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Harry Tyers is up to his feet.
Right, semi-final number 34, 13-year-olds. McNulty, Miller, Craig, Palmer, Jepson, Honeywell, Douglas and Spence. In and out of the turn we go. McNulty, the man out in front and in control. He's got that 4 spot. Jepson's in there in 3. James Miller going through in 4. Miller under pressure though from the template, and that belongs to Thomas Honeywell. Honeywell in that 4th spot. Jepson's going to make it in. Here comes the Tom Palmer version 2.0. Can't get there in time.
14-year-old semi-finals are on track, led away by the W7 of a Little Cotty. He's going 1 and 2 with Kobe Rayford, who's working his way in that second corner. Looks like we've got Heath the Beef in there in 3. Coming on round is Isaac Shaw in 4. 2 riders that went down were Toby Lynch and Freddie Richardson. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gents, as Rayford works his way from 2 to 1. Rayford, Cotty, Osborne, Shaw going through to the final.
Right, here we go, semi-final number 2 for the 14-year-olds. Guppy, Hamilton, Geddes, Hindley, Butteridge, Smith, Notman, Jewell, all into the turn we go. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Oh, there's a big pile up. 1, 2, 3 riders hitting the deck.
Todd Smith-Notman out there in 5 looking for the 4. He's got to catch Noah Pottery if he wants to make it in. Meanwhile, Nate Hamilton checking out like Lou Littler on a 9-dart finish. Tyres is in there in 2. Guppy in 3. Buttery's going to pick up the 4. Todd Smith-Notman's going to go out in 5. Your fallers with the 61 of Oscar Jewell. Brody Geddes hitting the deck as well, and Newton Hindley. Wee-wah, woo-wah. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Semi-final number 37, the 15-year-old Oraco heading for turn number 1. Who's on the inside? Amos Guppy has worked his way through. Guppy leads it out for Absolute. Who's in there in 2? Got to be Reactive Racing. That's Bradley James heading into that second corner. Got to be Birmingham NRT's Freddie Entwistle in there for 3. Who's in 4? Looking like one BMX race team. Heading into the final turn, that's Fluent. In and out of the turn they go, the 13 of Oliver James. He's going to round out the top 4 spots. Guppy, James, and Whistle. That's your 1, 2, 3.
Right, semi-final 38, the 15-year-olds. Tidy S, Lucas Seeley going 1 and 2 into the turn. Freddie Franklin threading the needle. Oh! 1, 2 riders going down. Rab Racing and Stay Strong. Emmy Seward and Jameer, I think he was, hitting the deck. Meanwhile, Tidy S, Lucas Seeley, and that's Lucas Osborne, I think, in there in 3. Who's going to pick up the 4? No idea whatsoever. I was watching the explosion coming out of turn number 1. Emmy Seward walking away, as is Jamira. Someone opened a can of crazy in turn number 1. And that was the results.
Sixteen-year-old semi-finals hit the track. Kai Bowen is absolutely charging for turn number 1. Your world number 5 leads it out. Who's the rider out of Evolve in there behind him? Got to be Henry Rayner picking up the 2 spot. Looking like we've got Kai Blaine in there for 3. Who's got the 4 in and out of turn number 2? Looks like John O'Harridy repping the KHRT crew at the moment. Into the final turn they go. Bowen out front checking out. Rayner doing all he can to close the gap. Blaine going to take it through with Harradine in 4.
Semi-final number 40, the 16-year-olds heading down towards turn number 1. Nathan Baratta, Sean Brown going 1 and 2. Everly's in there as well. And the rider out of Absolute on the template is Finley Collis. Collis is in there in that 4 spot. Here we go into the turn. Brown's had the boost put on him, as has Collis as well. So it's all been mixed up. Brown's still in there in 4. The 2 on the inside getting involved. That is Eli Smith. He's worked his way from 5 to 4. Brown's on the outside looking in. Drag race into the line. Smith for the 4, Brown for the 5.
17 to 18-year-old semi-finals are on track. The 14X of Silver Fawcett's thrown it under in turn number 1 and worked his way into that second spot. Esselmont is out front. So on Esselmont and Jaden Fawcett are your 1 and 2 riders at the moment. Who's in 3? Looking like we've got Elliot Brook on the 9X plate heading into the final turn. Tom Duran is in there in 4. Dexter Gambay's in 5. Got a bit of work to do to catch Duran down to the wire. It's going to be Duran hanging on.
Semi-final 42. George Gerard Che Young into the corner going 1. Oh! 1, 2, 3 riders going down in that first turn. That looks like Lewis Cook, who's in there in 3, doing it for Cumbernauld. And Jack Clark, 0-1 Racing, is there in 4 of the minute, but he's got pressure coming from the rider from Peckham. 26, that is Joshua Simpson Jacobs. Jacobs chasing Clark down the straight. Clark, is he going to hold it? Yes, he is. Oh, 44, Lamin Akalele. You can't park that there, mates. Not in that state. He's going to need a sport key. At least. Alfie Holloway picking himself up. Oh.
Tell you what. Right, Alfie Holloway, he's up. He's walking away, which is always good. Time for a sports burger, I think, Alfie.
Nineteen to 29-year-old semi-finals hit the track. Savage is out of lane number 1. Tyrese Bradshaw's out of 2. Into the first corner they go. Bradshaw leads it. Savage in there behind him. Where's Josh Cates? Is in there in 3. Eddie the Hitman Cannons is having an absolute flying lap in there in 4. In and out of turn number 2. Your current national and British champ leads it from your world number 3. The accolades with these front 2 riders is insane. Look at the move from the 11 of Wallace in the final turn. Cannons is on the outside. Look at it, putting pressure on Wallace to the line. Wallace is going to take it.
19 to 29-year-old semi-final number 2. Here we go into the turn. Callum Chard Maple and Ollie Cope doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. They are 1 and 2 as they head towards the corner. Ben Fitzsimmons getting involved as well. That looks like Birmingham National Race Team's Finley Clark, who's worked his way up into 3. Here comes Fitzsimmons battling in the final turn. In and out we go with Daniel Kay down the final straight. It's gonna be Daniel Kay, or is it? Oh, one for the transponders of truth.
Grant Veds hit the track for their semi-finals, and it's the one plate of Hilly leading this one out from the 4-2-1 of Ian Archibald. That's your front 2 riders as they enter the second straight. Brett Knight's in there as well, inside the top 3. Who's in 4? Looking like Craig Nelly Nelson. Who's the rider picking up 5? It's got to be the 8 plate of Fitzroy Bryce. He wants a piece of the top 4 pie, heading for the final turn. He's getting busy. Bryce throws it under Nelson in the final corner. They're elbow to elbow. He's getting all sorts of sideways through the last straight. Bryce is going to hang on.
For Grand Vets, here we go. Martin Oggy Ogden and Brett Archibald going 1 and 2 out of the turn. Stephen Fortune's in there in 4, but he's got Stuart Little involved. Bicycle Motocross for Company in 5 as they go in and out. Who else is in there as well? John Perkins, Patrick Graham, Sean Andrews. Please tell me that Sean Andrews in there in 3. It is. We are back to 1998 all over again. Andrews in 3, Fortune in 4, Stuart Little's going to be the unlucky guy in 5.
Penultimate semi-final hits the track. This is your Junior Open Clash Charger for turn number 1. Henry is going to lead it in and out of the corner. We're on the Jump Club S&M Source Riders. They're going through with 2 and 4. Oh! Copeland hits the deck with Heath Thomas. Heath Thomas is not having a good day by any stretch. He's going to be here leading it. Kendall for the 2. Who's going 3 and 4? It's going to be Cody Coker bringing it down the final straight. Here comes Ben Larkins. He wants to get into that final. He's tying the line with JT Simpson Davies.
Whoa. Heath Thomas, Curtis Copeland.
Just could not escape each other. They're both up and walking away. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gents.
Right, Junior Open semi-final number 2 heading down the hill. Finley Hoff, Ruben Byrne, where is James Clitheroe? Right on the inside as they go into the turn. Underneath he goes from 4th to 2nd. Finley Hoff is leading it out. Hoff, Clitheroe, Byrne, that is your 1, 2, 3. Who's got the 4? Moves coming from Finn Phillips. Phillips dives underneath, steals that position away, but there's one more turn to go. Hoff and Clitheroe are looking good. Looks like Finn Phillips might be able to hold it in. He's got pressure coming from Jaden Green down to the line. He's not going to get it. Moto 1, Thomas Millar, I think, made it in. Clitheroe's in, Hoff's in, and Burns in. Wow. Right, 5 o'clock for your finals, people. 5 o'clock. 5 p.m. Right, can we have riders in the pens for the finals, please? Manchester's most glamorous BMX pensioner has given us the nod. Riders to the pens for the finals. We are going in 5 minutes. Do not hang around.
1, 2. Oh, we're back. Hello. We're rebooting systems. It's like NASA up here. We are going final racing very, very shortly, ladies and gents. Get yourselves into the pens, please, if you are a finalist. And we will get things kicked off very, very soon.
Right, we're going to go with the 9 to 12-year-old cruiser. Yeah.
9 to 12-year-old Cruiser B final hits the track, then heading towards turn number 1. Thompson, LeBras, Hall, King, Steinmetz, Barnard, Cathcart, Cunnison and Bishop all on track. You are looking at Jet Thompson leading this one out for Gosport National Race Team. He's going 1 and 2 with Arlo Steinmetz out of Burnham BMX Club. That's your front 2 riders as they come through the 3rd straight, looking like the Bradford Bandits crew are in there as well. That's Charlie LeBras in 3. Who's the rider picking up 4? Looking like that could be Ocean King heading down the final straight. He's going to wrap up a top 4 spot as Thompson picks up the B final win. 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser A final up on the start. We have got Leo Bradley, Billy Cheeseman, Louis Sheffy, Huey Hall, Max Livingston, Leighton Harding, Charlie Cotton and Harry Swales. Final number 2, the 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers hits the track, heading for turn number 1. You are looking at GT Factories, Leighton Harding. Harding leads it into the turn. Who's that there with him? Got to be Harry Swales doing it for fast signatures, heading for that second corner. Huey Hall's in there in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like Cotton's with. Oh, Cotton and Hall, elbow to elbow. The battle's out front as well. Swales and Harding, elbow to elbow through the 3rd straight. Swales looking for a high low. Didn't quite make it stick. Cotton shuffled back to about 5 down the final straight, then Harding, Swales. That's the order they're going to wrap it up. Looking like it was Gosport National Race Team in there for 3.
Right, 13, 14-year-old B final. We are looking at Freddie Walwork, Owen Miller, Jay McKenna, Oliver Arnold, Will Knowles, Cooper Westwood, Hunter Mallion and Ben Millington in and out of turn number 2. This is Jay McKenna. Will Knowles in that second spot. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Freddie Walwork in there in 3. Mallion's back in 6. Looks like Owen Miller's going to pick up that 4 with Cooper Westwood in 5. Right, a final for the 13, 14-year-old Cruisers. Hadley Harding, Newton Hindley, Alfie Sim, Bruce Anthony, Robin Mattern Alonso, Todd Smith Notman, Logan Young and James Cotty Cottrell. Right, here we go. 13 and 14-year-olds heading down the hill. Corty's going to get a hole shot. In he comes. Hindley in there. Oh, Logan Young. What a move in that first turn. Pushed it right to the edge. And he's there in that second spot as they go into the corner. Alfie Sim in there in 5 at the minute, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. But it is Corty out in front. Corty, Young, Hindley, Todd Smith, Norman, Alfie Sims on a 5. He's looking for a 4. Sim and Notman to the line. Who's going to get it? Sim with the 4.
15-16 Cruiser B final hits the track. Logan Widdowson in this one for Team Bunnies. But your race leader is LVG NRT's Welch. Oh my word! Rider straight over the front of his bike. Theo Cam, I think that was. You are looking at Chaplin out front. Widdowson in 2. Davison's working his way into 3. That's Joe Little in 4. That's going to be your front 4, bringing it down to the stripe. Wow, wow, wow. Theo Cam. Press the ejection button. Let's hope that Theo's all right. We're just going to get him some medical attention before we move on.
Right,
we are back on.
15-16A final. Yep, let's have a look. Sean Brown, Stanley Palmer. In and out of the turn we go. John O'Harradine getting underneath in that first turn. Oh, 1, 2 riders. Stanley Palmer and Jack Walford getting caught up in that first turn. Both all right and walking away. So as they head towards the final corner, it's going to be, is that McSwitty in there in that fourth spot, chasing down John O'Harradine. I think it's Vincent Coburn in that second spot. Sean Brown taking the win. It's Brown, Coburn, Harradine, McSwitty. Your top four.
$30 to $39-year-old cruisers are lining up on the gate for their A final. We've got Ryan Jones, Kingsley Mears, Agris Aladzans, Martin Smiley Brown, John Lillingston, Nathan Abbott, Daniel Popel, and Tom Palmer. 39-year-old cruisers hit the track. The original Tom Palmer's on the inside, headed for turn number 1. Palmer leads it out. Lillingston is in there in 2. Where's Popel? He's picking up 3. His teammates in about 6 at the moment, heading into turn number 2. But it's all about Crucial Gang at the moment. Palmer's under pressure as they bring it back towards a final turn. It's elbow bashing into the turn. Popel with a high-low. Oh my word! How on earth both of them guys are staying upright? It's going to be Palmer, Popel, Lillingston. That's your top 3. Brown in 4. Wow, oh, wow.
Right. 40 to 44. Cruiser lining up. We have got Andrew Lockwood, Craig Cordin, Rob Harris, Tom Odling, Matt Eaton, Andy Groves, Dylan Dixon, and Chris Evans. Right, here we go. Heading down the hill, 40 to 44 cruiser. Chris Evans is looking for the win today to wrap up the national title. He's out in front. Eaton's in there in 2. Dixon in 3. Andy Groves on the inside in about 4 at the moment. Evans has already had 1 roll round on the floor this weekend. Friday practice, let's hope it's not going to be 2. It's going to be Evans, Dixon, Eaton bringing it to the final corner. Evans is going to take it home, your first national champion of the year. 1 rider down in the final turn. Evans takes it.
49-year-old cruiser B final is on track. KHRT repping on the inside. It's got to be none other than Graham Stark. Stark leads it out. He's got Anthony LeBras right there with him, heading for turn number 2. Moto 1 race team in 3. That's Kev Merrin. It's getting busy out front though. It is all about Cobham House race team. That is Graham Stark. Team here in Andover out front. He's checking out of that final turn. LeBras doing all he can to close the gap down through the final straight. It's going to be Stark, LeBras, that's your 1 and 2. Merrin in 3. 49-year-old cruiser A final up on the start. We have got Glyn Friend, Mark Franklin, David Stokes, Simon Toogood, Nigel Smith, Neil Harbour, Norbert Marco, and Fraser Watson. $45, 49-year-old cruiser bruisers are charging for turn number 1. Watson and Marco have been scrapping it out all season long down these first straights, and it is going to be Watson leading it into turn number 2 for BMX Winter Photography. Watson, Marco out front, running away with this one. That's going to be Neil Harbour out of sorted race gear in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like that could be Evolved Bicycle Motocrossers. Dave Stokes in and out of that final turn. Simon Toogood, DJ Toogood's in there in 5, but it's going to be Watson, Marco, that's your front 2. Harbour rounding out the podium.
B final for the 50 to 54 cruisers. Let's have a look. Stuart Little in the middle, Tim Porter as well. Oh, Brett Knight diving underneath and going from 4th to 2nd. Knight in 2, Little in 3. Big old queue, it's like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime as they go into that second corner. Elbows flying left and right. But Porter still the man in control. Brett Knight has had the lap from the gods. Stuart Little's in there in 3. That looks like Stephen Notman in there in 4. Porter takes it from Knight. Little rounds up the top 3. 50 to 54 crews at the A final. We've got Stuart Campbell, Martin Ogden, Brett Archibald, Pete Butler, Ian Archibald, Stephen Hassel, Darren Reedy and Alan Hill. Right, here we go. Hilly, where is he on the inside? Battling with Stephen Hassel down towards turn number 1. Darren Reed, he's not done yet. He's worked his way into 2. That's Pete Butler in there in 4. Archibald in 5. Oggy's in there in 6. In and out of that turn. Alan Hill, he's got Darren Reedy on his back wheel. Can Reedy get close enough to make the move? Doesn't look like it. Alan Hill, Darren Reedy, Stephen Hassel. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3. Archibald in 4, Pete Butler in 5.
55 plus cruiser B final on track heading into turn number 1. Keith Brown's on the inside. He's going to pick up the whole shot along with the 9 plate of Stephen Noble. In there in that 2 spot, where is James Musgrove? He's on the outside at the moment, and he's got David Knowles working his way up the inside into turn number 2. Knowles then picks up the 3 spot, so it's Brown, Noble, Knowles. That's your front 3 heading for the final turn. Musgrove is in there in 4. That looks like the 945 in 5. Got to be Stephen Joy in and out of that final turn, doing it for Barnsbury BMX, heading down to the wire. It is going to be Brown with the win.
55 plus cruiser, oh my word, hang on to your hat. No, it's not. It's 17 to 29, sorry. Moss, Mauer, Watson, Portland, Blythe, Chiziwa, Wiggins and Davies Hayes in and out of turn number 2. Looks like Retro Racing out in front. Here comes Fast Signatures trying to work their way in. Oh, couldn't quite make it stick. Mower just losing it in the final turn. Davies Hayes charging towards that line. He's going to end up inside the top 3. (17 to 29-year-olds), the A final. We have got Rocky O'Brien, Joshua Cates, Theo Pope, Thomas Miller, Alex Brooks, Arne Esselmon, Thomas Doran, and Daniel Wilson. Right, 17 to 29-year-old cruisers heading down the hill. This one's going to be an absolute banger. It is Brooks and Wilson on the inside. Esselman's trying to thread the needle. All kinds of moves being made. Thomas Doran diving underneath. Esselman off the side of the track trying to get it back on. But meanwhile, Alex Brooks and Daniel Wilson. It's a Rab Racing 1-2 as they head towards the final corner. Doran's in there in 3. Brooks has a quick look to see where Wilson is. Answer right on his back wheel. It's going to be Brooks, Wilson, Doran, Rocky O'Brien.
17, 29-year-old women's cruiser B final heading into turn number 1. It is the 2-3-2 leading this one out. Josie McFall, she's going 1 and 2 with Trinity Cam riding out of Urban Air BMX, heading in towards that second corner. DC Cycles, Molly Nice has threaded the needle in that second turn and gone from 3 to 2. So it is McFall, Nice, Cam. That's your front 3. Who's in there in 4? Looking like Hannah Hedges out of Pro Star BMX on the 11 plate, in and out of that final turn. Josie McFall, she's going to pick up this 17, 29-year-old women's cruiser B final win. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser A final lining up on the start. We've got Amy Willets, Yetzka Hemstock, Taylor Lee Mohan, Olivia Firth, Anya Matten Alonso, Alexis McCartney, Hannah Drew, and Annalise Cadman Carpenter. 17 to 29-year-old women are a go aboard the big wheels, heading for turn number 1. It is Carpenter on the inside. Where's Hannah Drew? She's right there next to her into the first corner. So it is Carpenter, Drew, McCartney's in there in 3. Where's Firth? She's in about 5 at the moment, looking for a way round. Alonso in there in 4. Alexis McCartney, though, chasing down your race leader. That's Annalise Cadman Carpenter heading for the final turn. Last year's national champ, NSR Foundation on the jersey. It's going to be Carpenter picking up the cruiser final win. McCartney for 2, and it looks like Anya Matten Alonso's going to nick 3 on the line.
Right, 55 plus cruiser, the A final. We have got Brent Featherstone, Billy Stupple, Chris Madron, Raymond the McRock Reed, John Moore, Paul Bernard, Michael Goff, and John Bentley. Right, here we go, 55 plus cruisers heading down the hill. This one's gonna be a banger. Bentley on the inside, couldn't quite make it stick. Paul Bernard getting involved as well. That looks like Michael Goff in the mix as well with Billy Stupple. Backtracking at the moment, but pushing hard. But it's Benters, Allen's, BMX.com, Factory Supercross, heading down towards the final corner. John Moore, Paul Bernard, Chris Madron. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. The McRock, Raymond Reed in there in 5. Bentley takes the win.
We are looking at the 30 plus women's cruiser B final heading into turn at number 1, and it is Marsha Brooke leading them out for Team Buddies. Her teammate is in this one as well. That's Grace Turner in about 7 or 6 at the moment. Brooke though leading them into turn number 2. Manda Hemstock is in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? That's got to be Fawn Clements in 3. Emily Arlett's worked her way up to 4 in that second turn. Who's picking up the 5 spot heading into the final corner? It's the 397 of Nick Wheeler in and out of that final turn. Then it's all about Brooke, Hemstock, Fong. That's your 1, 2, 3. 30 plus women's cruiser on the gate for the A final. Lining up, we have got Nikki Sitch, Cassie Harding, Rowan Beckett, Lee Pendleton, Anita Wong, Sarah Jane Nichols, Rebecca Goll, and Michelle Stupple. 30 plus women are waging war on their 24, heading for the first corner. Stupple's had a blinding start. Where's SJN? She's on the inside. It's Stupple, SJN, Gold. That's your front 3, bringing it back through the second straight. Anita Wong's in 4. Cassie Harding's in there in 5. Lee Pendleton 6. Nikki Sitch in 7. And that's Rowan Beckett in 8. Third straight action. Stupple, last year's national champion, repping Gosport National Race Team on the jersey. She's running away with this final. She's going to take it down to the stripe. Your world number 2, SJN, in there for the 2 spot with the 2 plate of Rebecca Goll in 3.
Right, on to the B finals for the 7-year-olds. Taylor State, Dodd, Bradley, Ounds, Beckett, Gregory, and Krasolziak all in the middle of this one. It is the 883 983. I think that's Harry Taylor out of Bournemouth, who's out in front at the moment. The 818 belongs to Sands Ounds out of the Norwich BMX Club as they go in and out of the turn. Jax Bradley, Rusting Up Racing in there in 3. That is your top 3 at the moment. Where is Henry Dodd of Midlands? He's back there in 5, pushing hard in that new Midlands jersey, looking absolutely superb. The 263 in there in 4. That is Charlie State out of Peterborough, but Harry Taylor, Bournemouth BMX Club, looking like he's going to bring it to the line for the B final.
8-year-old B final on track, heading into turn number 1, the 530 plate of Jack Hale out of Birmingham BMX, having moves put on him in that first corner. That is Cooper Crowley out of the Brookwood Park National Race Team, leading it at the moment into that second turn. Where is the GT factory rider, Finn Thomas? He's in there in that second spot at the moment, being chased down by Retro Racing's Finn Kerr. Last turn action. Thomas looking for a way round Crowley. Can he find it? Thomas with a last straight drag race. Here comes Finn Thomas. GT Factory going to take the 8-year-old B final win.
Right, sorry, here we go. 9-year-olds, I think the B final heading in towards turn number 1. Where is Charlie Blakeburn? In there in about 3rd spot at the moment. The LCC crew have got Oakley Hill in the mix. He's there in about 5 at the minute, chasing down Noah Northcott from Reactive Racing. But as they go in and out of the turn, it looks like Gilbert is the man in control. Who was taken to the skies there? That was Oscar Sanders from the Sinead Reed Academy. He's in there in that 6th spot, but it's going to be Gilbert taking it down the final straight. Callum Wood in there in 2. Blakeburn going to go through in 4. Noah Northcott rounding out the top 3.
10-year-old B final is on track, looking like we have got one of the Peckham BMX riders leading it out. Aidan Baptiste just having moves put on him in that first corner, so it's Kitching and Baptiste. That's your 1 and 2 Sinead Reed Academies. Ollie Bird is inside the top 3, but here comes Reactive Racing's Jake James making moves and inside the top 4, looking for a way round Bird, but he's being chased down by SVT Mongoose's Tobias Groves. Groves throws it under in that final corner. corner and works his way into a top 4 spot. So it's going to be Kitching, Baptiste third. That's your front 3 and Groves in 4.
10-year-old girls B final. That looks like Molly Tomlinson, AllensBMX.com and Factory Supercross leading it out of that first turn. Cara Cross is in there. Emma Dean, Holly Webb, I think, in that second position. All riders going down as they come out of turn number 1. Not sure who hit their deck, but as they go out of turn number 2, it's still Molly Tomlinson out in front. Emma Dean's in there in 3, just trying to pick up the rider in 4. That is the 630 belonging to Arabella Denton. She's out of Brixton BMX Club. Not sure it was who hit the deck, but Tomlinson is going to take the win from Webb. It was Ruby Evans from Cornwall who went down coming out of turn number 1. She is walking away, which is good to see. We're going to move on to the 11-year-old B final up next.
Eleven-year-old boys now out on track for their B final. We are looking at the 4-plate of Finn Munro out of Manchester. He's leading this one out, doing it for Alan's Factory. Who's there with him? Got to be Edward Cordery headed for that second corner. That looks like it could be Exeter inside the top 3. That is Isaac Moore on the 20-plate. That's your front 3 as it stands. Tewaldy's on track, battling it out with McAvoy heading for the final corner. Mabo UK in there in 5 at the moment, looking for a way around the 13 of Tewaldy on the exit of turn number 3. But it's all about Munro going to pick up that 11-year-old B final win.
Right, let's have a look. We are moving on to the 11-year-old girls. I think the B final. That's Holly Richardson in and out of turn number 1. Aria Rosalie in there in 2. Pritchard in 3. And that is Maisie Surtees, Sinead's Reed Academy. She is in there in 4 as they go in and out of the corner. Holly Richardson, Cheshire, Ghost Riders down there, not far down the road, maybe an hour away from here. Aria Rosalie's having a go as they come to the final turn. Pritchard's looking for a move as well as they go in and out of the turn. Richardson and Lee drag racing down the final straight. Holly Richardson's holding on to it. Richardson from Lee just at the line. Pritchard for 3.
12-year-old B final on track. Marcus Mullen is leading these guys out. It looks like Archie Bell's day is done, unfortunately. Mirror image of his semi-final, didn't quite make it happen in that first turn, so it's all about Mullen at the moment. Where's Ronnie Payne? He's in the mix at about 6 or 7 at the moment. Got a bucket load of work to do. The 16-plate throwing it under in that final corner. That's going to be Emil Challenger working his way into a top 3 spot just behind Leighton Harding out of GT Factory, but they're all following Marcus Mullen.
13-year-old girls, the B final. Ross Keller, Dyson Webb, Stevenson, Hume, Cathcart Cunnison and Lexi Adams in there as they go in out of turn number 1. Millie Ross is the lady in control. Lauren Keller even in there in 2. Evie Dyson, Bradford Bandit, she's back there in about 5 of the minute, but pushing hard and chasing down the rider from Cumbernauld. That's going to be Holly Hume. Holly Hume's trying to make a move from 4 to 3. It's not quite happening. Meanwhile, out in front, Millie Ross and Lauren Keller down the final straight. Ross is going to get the win. Keller's going to get the 2.
13-year-old B final hits the track. That looks like Thomas Honeywell checking into turn number 1 and back out again for Green Machine Tribe. Who's in there behind him? Looking like we've got Tom Palmer in the mix inside the top 4. The new addition into that second corner. They go and back out again. So it is Honeywell and the 11 of Douglas into the final corner. Palmer in 3, Ethan Crooks Martin in 4, Dylan Spence in there for 5, but your race winner looking like it is going to be Honeywell hanging on.
All right, moving on. 13-year-old girls, the B final. Jones, Gerard, Yerbury, Fumi Carroll, Salmon, Fife, Surtees and Nora Syra in this one as well. Oh, look at the elbows flying as they come out of turn number 1. And Bella Gerard stuck them out there and did what needed to be done to work her way in, but it's not over yet. Diving underneath, that was Anushka Jones. So these 2 young ladies having a right old scrap in the turns. Gerard's got the better of it at the moment. She's holding on to it. There's going to be a drag race down the final straight. Braintree have got a rider in there in 3. That's going to be Molly Fumi Carroll, but it's going to be Hard Knocks bike coaching. Bella Gerard taking the B final win.
14-year-old boys out on track. Then Elvis Lawrence into turn number 1 on the inside of the 19 plate Brody Geddes. So it is going to be Lawrence and Geddes. That's your front 2 riders, with Newton Hindley inside the top 3. His teammates in this one as well, and about 7 or 8 at the moment. Oscar Dew was just getting shoved wide in that second turn. So it is a Milo Weller, combination of 2 names. He's inside the top 4, being chased down by Toby Lynch through the final straight. It's going to be Lynch picking up that 5 spot, but your race winner was Elvis Lawrence.
15-year-old B final heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to lead it into the turn. Freddie Franklin just about holding on to it at the moment. He's in there in 1, and that looks like McCrum in about 4 at the minute. MEC was trying to get involved from about 6 and trying to work her way around some of these boys in these corners, but Freddie Franklin checking out. See you later, match potato into that final corner. It is going to be Franklin bringing it down the final straight. Jabira in there in 3. Jack Davey doing it for Cornwall as well. And Emmy Seaward back in about 5.
16-year-old boys on track for their B final. Sean Brown, manual hop into turn number 1. He's leading it out from the 10 plate of Finn Collis through the second straight. Brown Collis has your 1 and 2. Rustin at Racing is in there in 3 with Joe Penton Vogue. In and out of turn number 2. That looks like Samson Townsend making moves. Worked his way up to 4, but he's now under competition with Lewis Collins Nemo in the final corner. Nemo looked for a high-low, didn't dive under though. He's letting Townsend have that top 4 spot. Nemo going to go through for the 5.
Right, 16-year-old girls, the B final. This is final number 35. That looks like Alexis McCartney and Lucy Groundwater going 1 and 2 into the corner. But the move came from the reactive rider. That's going to be Smiley Maloney, I think, who's worked away into that 2 spot. But it is Alexis, Allen'sBMX.com Factory Supercross. Aboard that Vision F1 heading into the final corner. Groundwater's working her way back. That is the rider out of Smiley's Flight Club. Eleanor Curtis looking for a top 3 spot, battling Groundwater.
17 to 18-year-olds hit the first turn, and Dexter Gambay is leading them out. That looks like it could be Joshua Simpson. Jacobs working his way into a top 2 spot with Brandon Mallon in there behind him in 3. SAS Race Team getting involved. That's Sam Hamling heading on through the 3rd straight. Got to be Merseyside BMX. That is the 29 plate of Kean Brown in the mix as well. Being chased down by Malachi Smith. That down the final straight. It's Dexter Gambay taking the win.
Right, 19 to 29-year-olds into the first turn we go. It's the Hitman, Eddie Cannons. He'll blow your legs off. He's out there in front at the moment, doing it for Braintree. Worries Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 3, chasing down the riders from SAS Race Team. I've got a feeling it's Sebastian Hamlin in there in 2. BMX Widow Photography trying to get involved. Luke Davies Hayes in there in 5, but he's going to be the Hitman, Eddie Cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Done.
Vets on track for their B final, heading for turn number 1. Matt Eaton's going to lead it out into the corner. The 4-4-5, they're making moves. That's Grant Newbury out of Bath BMX Club, but he's now under pressure as they bring it into the second turn. It's still Eaton looking for a way round, along with Dylan Dixon out of Peterborough on the 917. Dixon's worked his way into 2, right in behind Newbury into the final corner. Eaton's in there for 3. The 9 plate is in 4. That's Mark Steele out of Ipswich BMX Club. Where is the 11 plate of Lewis Allison? He's in there in about 6 or 7.
Right, Grand Veterans heading down the hill. This is final number 40. That is Matt Phillips out in front at the moment. First race back. Stu Little in there in 2. Craig Nelly Nelson in 3 as they head towards that second corner. Phillips out in front, looking good in this one. Here comes Stuart Little though. Evolved Bicycle Motocross trying to make his move in that final turn. And the 9 getting involved as well, trying to dive underneath. But Matt Phillips, Whole Shot BMX team bringing it to the line. Has he took the win? I think he has.
The final B final of the afternoon hits the first turn. It's the 12 plate leading it out. Olivia Firth bringing it through that second straight. She's being chased down by Amy Willets out of Retro Racing and Taylor Lee Mohan. Into that second corner they go, and back out Pure Bikes is inside the top 4. Got to be Harriet Alexander charging through the 3rd straight, trying to pick up a top 3 finish with Mavo UK's Izzy Hurry in there in 5. But it's going to be Firth down the final straight, picking up this B final win in the 19 to 29-year-old women. Right, we are moving on to the A finals for the afternoon, ladies and gents. Turn your attention to the start hill for the 6 and under A final. We are looking at Finley Thomas, Albie Howe, Charlie Phillips, Patrick Dempsey, Jensen Dyte, Luke Barron, Alejandro Estevez, and Jack Byrne. 6 and unders are bringing the thunder. You are looking at these guys charging to turn number 1. Where is Jack Byrne? Has he had the start that he's had all day? Yes, he has. Byrne leads it out for Decoy BMX. Looked like the Bronte crew looked at the inside. That was Alejandro Crudo Estevez, but didn't quite make his stick, so he's dropped back to about 4. It's all about Decoy at the moment. Where's Luke Barron? He's in there in that 2 spot, doing it for the Northeast, being chased down by Jensen Dyte on the 277. He's in the mix at about 5 at the moment. The 885 though, it's got to be Albie Howe. He's inside the top 3. Check out Dyte making moves in the final turn. It's going to be Byrne out front, Barron for the 2. Who's going to get 3? Looks like Albie Howe's going to round out the podium positions. 6 and under little ladies.
Do you know what? I love watching 6 and under dads going absolutely berserk as their kids go down the final straight. I've just watched somebody's dad go flying down there. His kid must have done really well. It just entertains me.
6 and under little ladies up on the gate then. We are looking at Alice Laurie, Opal Jones, Amaria Gibson, Aubrey Chambers, Erin Thorrows, and Noah Kerr. 6 and under pedaling princesses are a go, heading for turn number 1. Who's been shot out of a cannon, looking like Noah Kerr all the way from lane number 8. Retro Racing, ladies and gentlemen, check her out at turn number 1. It is Kerr leading them out. Who's chasing it? We've got the rider out of the Hawks. That is the 275 of Erin Thorrows, picking up the 2 spot. Preston Pirates in 3. That's Amaria Gibson on the 139 plate, but she's under all sorts of pressure from the 980 of Alice Laurie. Repping the mid-length jersey, heading for the final corner. Cardiff BMX. That's Opal Jones in there in 5. And the 6th spot is the 905 of Aubrey Chambers out of Derby. But it's Kerr out front. Thorrows doing all she can to chase her to the wire. It's going to be Kerr, Thorrows, that's your 1 and 2. Gibson in there for 3. Laurie in 4. Jones in 5. And it is Aubrey Chambers taking 6.
Right, on to the A final for the 7-year-old boys. We have got Robert Catkins, John Joe Blundell, Harrison Slater, Lou and Jamira, Benji Ross Foster, Isaac Tomlinson, Shelby Yates, and Oliver Bridle. We are go, go, go with the 7-year-old boys. Oliver Bridle on the inside. Shelby Yates, he's right there in the middle and absolutely threading the needle down that first straight towards turn number 1. Look at the battle between these 2 young men getting into it in turn number 1. Bridle gets his own way. He's out in front. That is Isaac Tomlinson in there in 3. Benji Ross Foster in 4. Lou and Jamira, I think, rounding out the top 5, but he's been shuffled back a little bit. But from Exit to BMX Club, Oliver Bridle leading it towards the final turn. Shelby Yates isn't done yet. In and out we go. Bridle, Yates, Tomlinson. Here comes the rider out of Merseyside BMX Club, Benji Ross Foster. Is he going to pick up the 3? I think he is. Bridle, Yates, Ross Foster. That is your top 3. Moto number 4 for the 7-year-old young ladies. We have got Sophia Rees, Kenzie Cheek, Evie Knights, Tia Worthington, Ada Warner, Esme Anderson, and being watched by Grandad at home, it's Hattie McGoldrick. Seven-year-old girls, this one is Tall Points, it's Grand Prix racing. I've got no idea how it stands at the moment, but let's have a look as they head down towards turn number 1. Sophia, Esme, Hattie in that order at the moment. The 5-6-4 of Evie Knight. She's in there in that 4th spot. Ada in 5, Tia in 6. That puts Kenzie in there in 7. As they go towards the second turn, moves being made. Esme's worked her way past Sophia. Hattie's not done yet either. She'll be looking for a way round down this final straight. Esme, Sophia, Hattie, that is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Hattie's looking for the 2. She's having a go at Sophia down the final straight. Who's going to get in at the line? Esme, Sophia, Hattie, I think in that order. The transponders of truth will tell us how it all turned out.
8-year-old boys up on the gate for their A final. We are looking at Oscar Rather Fast, Connor Grant, Frankie Jones, Rapid Roman Birdfield, Arlo Payne, Teddy Gorman, Joseph Claydon, and Archie Fisher. The 8-year-old boys hit the track for their final, and they are charging for turn number 1. Fisher's been shot out of a cannon, looking to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Where's Rapid Roman? He's in there in about 4, so it is going to be Fisher leading it out. Who's out there with him? Got to be Claydon in the mix inside the top 3. Yes, he is in 3rd as it stands. Arlo Payne is in there in 2. Fisher, Payne, that's your front 2 as they come on in and out of turn number 2. Teddy Gorman's in there in 3, looking like Claydon and Birdfield are going at it for the top 4 finish. Fisher though hanging on to it in and out of the final corner. Redditch premieres, Archie Fisher down the final straight. Here comes Teddy Gorman looking for a late charge to the line for a top 2 finish. Oh! He hits the deck across the line. I think you might have caught Arlo Payne's back wheel as he crossed the finish. Absolute carnage as the 8-year-old girls line up on the start for their final. Let's get you introduced while we check that Teddy's all right. Teddy's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gents. 8-year-old girls up on the start. We have got Millie Moore, Lottie Arnold, Verity Kay, Luciana Barron, Abigail Henning, Matilda Hewitt, Mabel Pine, and Maggie Devine. Eight-year-old girls hit the track in final number 46. Shared cow sorted race gear out of lane number 1. That's Maggie Devine. Well, your race leader into the turn is going to be the 657 of Mabel Pine out of PCR and Exeter Eagles. So it is Pine leading this one out. Radco Racing's Tilla Hewitt is in there in the 2 spot. Got to be Devine in there in 3. Who's picking up 4 as they go in and out of the second corner? That's Abigail Henning. So your front 4 little ladies are set at the moment, but it could all change as they come into the final turn. It's going to be Pine leading them through down the final straight. Has Hewitt got enough left in the tank? Pine to the line. She's going to take the win in this one. Hewitt for 2. Who's going to get 3 and 4? It's going to be Devine and Henning.
All right, moving on to the 9-year-old boys, the A final. We have got Oscar Marco, Elliot Hatch, Dominic Zapanos, Christian Garbachik, Jake Avis, Ethan White, Antek Perebny, and Henry Sullivan. Right, here we go with the 9-year-old boys heading down the hill. That looks like Henry Sullivan leading it into that first turn, but do not count out Antek Perebny. Oh my word, he tried to carve underneath and steal it away from Henry Sullivan. Look at these 2 boys go elbow to elbow as they go towards the turn. Zapanos isn't done. Zapanos underneath steals away that second place from Antek Perebny. Perebny's working his way down the inside now towards the final corner. Henry Sullivan taking to the skies. Perebny's going to have a go down the final straight. I think he's left himself a bit too much to do. It's going to be Sullivan, Perebny, Zapanos, Garbachik, right in that order. 9-year-old girls, the A final, Megan Keller, Maisie Dyson, Layla Dixon, Ellie Robertson, Amika Gibson, Lauren Snell, Ella Grant, and Phoebe Miller. The girls are go. We've got Amika Gibson out of Preston in this one, and Ellie Robertson out of Cumbernauld, but on the inside, doing it for Moto 1 race team. Phoebe Millar is going to lead it into the turn. She's in there in 1. Ella Grant in 2. Lauren Snell going through in 3. The Bradford rider, Maisie Dyson, rounding out the top 4 with Gibson out of Preston in there in 5. But leading it through, Phoebe Millar, the 0-1, the British champion. Moto 1 race team. Under the watchful eye of Martin Baxter. In and out of the turn we go. It looks like it's going to be a win for them. So Millar takes it to the line. Absolute bicycle motocross. Ella Grant in there in 2. Wouldn't like to say who picked up the 3.
10-year-old boys locked and loaded for their A final. We have got Rex Ford, Jesse Rose, Seth Kacharik, Thomas Giles, Jack Haynes, Jack Belton, Charlie Dowson, and Ethan Shaw. The gate goes down and the 10-year-old boys hit the track. Shaw's on the inside, heading for the first corner. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? The 0-1 and the 1 are scrapping it out. It's going to be a British champion. Dowson receives an elbow in the turn and ends up at the back of the pack. Shaw leads it out. That's going to be Jesse Rose in there. Thomas Giles in there in that 2 spot. In and out of the second corner they go. Reactive Racing is in the mix as well. That's got to be Belton inside the top 3. Dowson's not done yet. He's coming back. Belton on the inside in the final turn. Belton works his way from 3 to 2. Shaw, Belton, Giles. That's your 1, 2, 3. As Darcy got enough left in the tank. He enters the 2-in-1 hour competition.
We are right down here in front of us. Everyone was going a little bit mad then.
10-year-old girls up on the start. That was fantastic. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
10-year-old girls up on the gate for their A final. We've got Erin Cheek, Roxy Rowlands, Una Svensson, Florence Dyson, Eliza Powell, Rosie Geddes, River Henderson, and Holly Bishop. Final 50 hits the track. The 10-year-old girls are led out of the gate, and it's Bishop on the inside charging for the first corner. Can she pick up the whole shot? I think she will. Your world number 7 leads it out for Halo Wheels race team. Look at the elbow bashing that Eliza Powell's received in the first turn. That was Geddes working her way into a top 3 spot, but it's been snapped away again by River Henderson in and out of turn number 2. It is going to be Bishop leading it. Dyson in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? It's Henderson and Geddes. Here comes Powell. She's not done yet. Last turn action. Can she make a high-low stick? Not quite. She's going to try and drag race the final straight. Bishop, Dyson, Henderson. That's your front 3. Geddes going to round out the top 4.
Right, Manchester BMX whole shot for the 11-year-olds, both male and female. Prize being, according to this, £50 and a Manchester BMX board. Is that right? Like a number plate type thing. I don't know. They'll sort you out with it anyway. So we're looking for the whole shot winner in. I hope somebody's judging this, by the way, because it's not being left to us. We've got Freddie Ray Orland, Kylan Gordon, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Hugo Dayton, Benny Jackson, Jacob Anderson, Teddy Jones, and Connor Hemphill. Right, 11-year-olds heading on a hill for the Manchester Whole Shot Award. I am going to let somebody from Manchester Club decide exactly who it is. Connor Hemphill into the corner. Here we go. Hemphill, Jackson, Orland. That is your 1, 2, 3. Jacob Anderson in there in 4. Preston Newmarsh Powell in 5. That might be Teddy Jones in there in 6 as they come out of the turn. But Connor, the hitman Hemphill, doing it for GT Bicycles in towards the final turn. In and out we go. Connor Hemphill bringing it to the line. Benny Jackson, good to see him back in 2. Anderson for 3. LCC had a rider in 4. Next up, 11-year-old girls, a final also for a Manchester BMX Club Whole Shot Awards. We have got Izzy Underhill, Ellie Beat, Freya Monforte, Amelia Rowe, Maisie Egan, Trixie Trays, Grace Hudak, and Betty Wills. 11-year-old girls heading down the first straight. There is a Manchester BMX Club whole shot award up for grabs. Let's have a look who's going to get it. Betty Wills is going to be into the turn first. Wills, Egan, 1 and 2. That looks like Moto 1 going in there as well. That's going to be Grace Hudak. Oh, we have lost Izzy Underhill coming out of turn number 1. She's up, she's all right. That is good to see. Meanwhile, Betty Wills and Maisie Egan fighting it out down the straight. Hudak's in there in 3. That is Trixie Trays in there in 4, Amelia Rowe in 5, Ellie Beat in 6, Freya Monforte in 7. But Betty Wills taking the win, doing it for Pro Starts. Izzy Underhill walks away. She'll be back tomorrow for another go. Well done, Izzy.
12-year-old boys up on the start, ready for their A final. We have got Isaac Smith, Harry Swales, Jack Devine, Itai Jamira, Joe Rook, Archie Croker White, Leo Rowlands, and James Bibby. 12-year-old boys hit their track. Bibby's been shot out of the cannon for Pro Start. His teammates just taken a win in the 11-year-old girls, and he wants to do the same in the 12 boys. Bibby, Rowlands, that's your 1 or 2 as he exit turn number 1. Rooks received an elbow from Croker Wide as they bring it back through the straight. Bibby looked underneath, Rowlands looked underneath Bibby in the turn, but didn't dive under, so it is still Bibby out front, your European number 4 leading it from the national number 2 of Leo Rowlands. Archie Croker White's in 3, Itai Jamira's in 4. It's getting busy for 5. Rooks hanging on, but it's going to be James Bibby taking the win in the 12-year-old boys. Rowlands, White 2 and 3. "12-year-old girls are lining up on the start for their A final. We have got Poppy May Kirby, Grace Gerard, Samaya Hughes, Sarah Pritchard, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Brooke Fawcett, Freya Harries, and Iris Hyder.
Max is in and JP's in, Nathan Rogers is in. If you want me to do that, you can watch and I'll just do them too.
12-year-old girls hit the track. Who are we looking at to pick up the whole shot, bringing it to the first turn? Hyder's received an elbow. Brooke Fawcett's going to lead it. Oh, Freya Harries hits the airbag in turn number 1, so it's all about hard knocks out front at the moment. Brooke Fawcett, Grace Gerard, that's your 1 and 2. Who's in 3? Oh, look at the move from Pure Bikes. Iris Hyder is getting busy for the 2 spot, but Brooke Fast Fawcett, your European number 2, has checked out from the pack. Hyder's worked her way into a top 2 spot. Fawcett, Hyder, Harries, Gerard, that's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Pritchard's in there for 5.
Wow. Doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching and Enfuse, who've sponsored a couple of whole shot awards as well. Congratulations, Brooke Fawcett. We're just going to wait whilst Andy does his broom bit, sweeps up. Just make sure the track is absolutely bang on before we go to the 13-year-olds. Look at that. What broom action. Get a job with the council working like that, Andy. Just hang on. Bear with us 1 minute. Hey, Simon, just because you're a pensioner, it doesn't mean you can't go down there and help him. He's old and it's his birthday, so he doesn't have to. That's all right. Well, Andy's done a cracking job there. Our Brush Ninja. That can be his new nickname, the Brush Ninja. Right, anyway, we'll carry on. Sorry. Humour. You know, rubbish, but humour. Right, 13-year-olds up next. We have got Josh Jepson, James Miller, Kurt Storkis, Ethan Rogers, Jack Perkins, Charlie Bob Craig, Max McNulty, and Ethan Howell. 13-year-olds heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to be the first into the turn. JP Jack Perkins doing it for me. Oh, he's got Miller right the side of him. Look at the moves that are being made as they come out of the corner. Howell's in there as well. That looks like Mabo in there in fourth as well. Oh, moves galore in the second turn. James Miller doing it for GT. JP's not done yet. He's going to have a good go down this final straight. Charlie Bob Craig. What a move from Charlie. Absolutely inch perfect to steal the third. Miller takes the win. Oh. Tell you what, I hope Charlie Bob's nan and granddad saw that one, because that was absolutely blinding. Right, here we go. Just hang on, get me breath back. 13-year-old girls are up next. Allegra True, Naya O'Connell, Esme Ward, Holly Diver, Dakota Tucker, Martha Cotton, Ruby Warren and Emma Kiss.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
13-year-old girls are go. Kiss, Warren, Cotton, Tucker, Diver, Ward, O'Connell and True into the turn. We go. Looks like Esme Ward is picking up the whole show. Oh, the Pure Bikes riding, diving underneath, carving that corner like a Christmas turkey. Ruby Warren taking the lead from Esme Ward. This one's not over yet. Not by onto. Oh, Esme on the turn. Comes down, takes Dakota with her. Oh, so unfortunate. Titans have got a rider in there in three. That looks like Martha Cotton in four. It all went off in the turn. Esme Ward got pushed up high, came back down, collected Dakota at the same time. Let's hope they're all right. Esme is up. All right, let's hope Dakota's all right. She is walking away. I think it's more frustration than anything else. Right, moving on. A final for the 14-year-olds. Right, this is an ODI Whole Shot Award class. So the Whole Shot winner, as judged by Manchester BMX Club. Rob Hawker, are you listening? You need to judge this. Judge the Whole Shot Award. Judge it for me, please, because I can't see from here. Anyway, the winner gets 100 quid from ODI and a load of Whole Shot goodies as well. So, one of these 8 riders is paying for a takeaway this evening. We have got Noah Buttery, Ned Guppy, Isaac Shaw, Heath the Beef Osborne, James Cotty Cottrell, Oliver Tyers, Kobe Rayford and Nate Hamilton, the 14-year-olds final. 14-year-olds all go. There's 100 quid on the line for the first rider around this first turn. Kobe Rayford's looking good. Rayford taking the whole shot. Cotty in there in 2. Guppy's in there in 3. That looks like Nate Hamilton rounding out the top 4. Heath the Beef Osborne laying down the gravy in there in 5 as they head towards that final turn. Noah Buttery in there in 6 as they go in and out. Kobe Rayford, see you later, mashed potato. He's going to get this one. Guppy for the 2, Hamilton for the 3, Cotty and Heath 4 and 5. Wee-wah, woo-wah. 14-year-old girls are up next. The A final, we have Afia Pick, Libby Coppin, Sophie Coulson, Jalaya Patel, Rin Serafina Gianolinos, Sidoni Cleve, Katie Miller and Amelie Eaton. 14-year-old girls, the final heading down towards that first turn. We are looking at Amelie Eaton. Is she going to get the whole shot? Oh, it's going to be close. In and out of the turn we go. Libby Coppin in there in about 6th at the moment. Rin Serafina Gianolino doing it for the Evolve Collective. in and out of the corner, but it is Moto 1, race team Katie Miller, who's out in front, Janalino in 2, Emily Eaton in 3. That looks like the 6th plate belonging to Sikadoni Cleve, rounding out the top 4. Jalaya's in there in 5, Libby in 6, Afia Pick and Sophie Coulson are 7 and 8.
15-year-old boys up on the start for the A final. We have got Oliver James, Harvey Tomlinson, Lucas Osborne, Freddie Entwistle, Bradley James, Lucas Seeley, Ty DS, and Amos Guppy. 15-year-old boys hits the track. Guppy out of lane number 1. He's charging for the turn, but it's all about Factory Supercross. Ty DS racing up an age group. He's out front at the moment. It's getting all kinds of crazy as they head into turn number 2. DS leads it out. Seeley's in there behind him. Where is James? He's in there in about 4 of the minute. That looks like Guppy in there for 3. Last turn action. It's all about Ty DS out front. Has he got enough left to hang on to it? Here comes Guppy down to the wire. It's going to be Ty DS, Amos Guppy, Lucas Seeley. That's your 1, 2, 3. 15-year-old girls locked and loaded, ready for their final. We've got Atana Price, Eliza French, Lucy Gardner, Summer Glynn, Ruby Walford, Ailey Watson, Grace Burge, and Lottie Brown. 15-year-old girls hits the track. Where is Watson? She's been shot out of a cannon, headed for the first corner, and she's shut down the E4 of Brown. But Brown isn't done yet. Look at that for a first turn. Worked her way underneath, and now it is the E4 leading this one through. Watson's in there in 2. Who's in 3? Looking like we've got Burge out of Green Machine. That's Summer Glynn in there for 4. Ruby Walford's in there in 5. Last turn action. Lottie can't start, won't start. Brown looking like she's going to wrap up this 15-year-old girl's win for absolute bicycle motocross. Brown, Watson, Burge, that's your 1, 2, 3.
Right, okay, we're just checking our whole shot awards just to be sure. 16-year-olds, sorry, yeah, we're up to the boys, final 61. John O'Haradine, Eli Smith, Oliver Coppin, Kai Blaine, Nathan Baratta, Henry Rayner, Noah Everly, and Kai Bowen. All right, 16-year-old boys heading down the hill. Kai Blaine's got an absolute flyer from the middle. Everly in there as well as they head towards the first turn. Where is Eli Smith? He's in there in 3 at the moment, chasing down Everly. Oh, one rider goes wide. I've got a feeling that was Coppin. Kai Blaine opening up a bit of a lead now as they come out of turn number 2. Noah Everly in that second spot. Eli Smith's in there in 3. Baratta in 4. Blaine in 5. In and out of the turn we go. Everly's not done yet. He's charging on the back of Kai Blaine. Here comes Eli Smith as well. It's going to be Bowen, Everly, Smith in that order. As we move on to the next one, the 16-year-old girls. Right. 16 girls have a whole shot award from Enfuse. So whoever gets the whole shot in the 16 girls, if you go and see the nice people at Enfuse, they have a whole shot gift box for you. So, Anya Matern-Alonso, Adele Veruti, Lottie Etmane, Sophie Elwood, Lexi Waite, Amelia Everly, Jessica Marriott, and Ruby Moores. Right, here we go, heading down the hill, 16-year-old girls. This one's for the Enfuse whole shot gift box. Into the turn we go. Jess Marriott, I think it was, as they come out of the turn. Ruby Moore's in there in 2. Pro Starter getting involved as well. That's going to be Lottie Etmane. Oh, the inside there of Ruby and just stealing the position away. That looks like Lexi Waite working away down the outside, but it is the W4 jumping Jess Marriott in and out the final turn. Marriott taking it to the line. Lottie at Marnie for 2, Lexi for 3, Ruby for 4.
17 to 18-year-olds up on the start for the A final. We have got Jack Clark, Lewis Cook, Thomas Duran, Elliot Brooke, Jaden Fawcett, Che Young, George Gerard, and Arne Esselman. 17 to 18-year-old Arago Gerard has had a goal. Oh my word! Someone pulled the pin on a Grenada Chaos and threw it in the first straight. Gerard leads it out. Esselman in 2, Clark's in 3, Young's in 4. The front 4 are looking safe and clear. Everyone else has hit the deck, but it's all about George Gerard. Oh, Esselman isn't done yet. He wants to hunt him down this final straight. Who's going to get the win? Esselman putting pressure onto the line. That one was tight. I think Esselman might have nicked it. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Lewis Cook, Thomas Duran, Elliot Brooke, and Jaden Fawcett. Absolute carnage on the first straight. Wow, oh wow, the 17 to 18-year-old girls are lining up on at the start for their A final. We have got Ella Lamb, Tilly McCrum, Fumiata Amy Hepburn, Annabelle Charlton, Esme Brooke, Mega Gerard, Yetska Hemstock, and Mika Pritchard. 17 to 18-year-old girls hit the track. Grace Gerard's had a great start out of about lane number 3. Mika Pritchard is in the back of the middle of the pack at the moment into turn number 1. It's going to be Gerard, Brooke, Hepburn. That's your 1, 2, 3. Pritchard is in there at about 4, paddling it out with Hemstock as they bring it into turn number 2. But it's Mega Gerard, Rab Racing at the moment leading this one out. Esme Brooke in there in 2, doing it for Mabo UK, doing all she can to close the gap. Fumiata Amy Hepburn under pressure from Yetska Hemstock. She's under pressure herself from Pritchard in the final turn, who's makes it work from 5 to 4. So it's going to be Gerard for the win, Brooke for 2, Hepburn for 3. Next up on the gate, this is going to be an Enfuse Whole Shot Award category, ladies and gents. So someone is about to walk away with a bundle of Enfuse Sports goodies. This is your 19 to 29-year-old final lining up on the start. We've got Daniel Kay, Josh Wallace, Finn Clark, Josh Cates, Ollie Cope, Brinley Savage, Tyrese Bradshaw, and Carlum Chard Maple. 19 to 29-year-olds hit the track. Callum Chard Maple on the outside, headed for turn number 1. Radshaw's going to lead it into the turn. Savage throws it under and works his way into that 2-spot 70s. Bradshaw, Clark and Kay hit the deck. Bradshaw leads it out. It is going to be Savage in there for 2. Ollie Cope's under pressure in 3. Here comes Callum Chard Maple around the outside in the final turn. Mabo UK, he's going to pick up the win. Tyrese Bradshaw having a quality season. It's Brinley Savage for the 2. Wee-wah-woo-wah. Put your hands together for Daniel Kay and Finley Clark. Ladies and gents, they're up and walking away along with a shake of the hands. What an age group that is. 19 to 29-year-old women up on the start, ready for their final. We have got Morgan Haslam, Megan Kirby, Imogen Gibson, Remy Godfrey, Hannah Drew, Annabelle Townsend, Emily Green, and Evie Webster. '19 to 29-year-old women hit the track. Who are we looking at on the inside? Emily Green doing it for Green Machine Tribe. She's looking for a whole shot into the turn, and I think she's found it. Green leads it out. Then that's Evie Webster on the E6 plate in there in 2. Where is Townsend? She's in about 4 at the moment. Look at Webster teeing up their move, and she's made it stick. So it is going to be Webster leading it from Green. Drew's just about hanging off Townsend, heading for the final turn. But it's all about absolute out front. going to be your European number 6, Evie Webster, picking up the win after a quality turn 2 move. Green for the 2, and it was Hannah Drew in 3.
Right, next up the Masters age group, the 30 plus, which gives me another opportunity to mention the GoFundMe for Billy Irwin, who would normally be in one of these Masters finals at national level. Unfortunately, he took a big hit at Nuneaton last weekend, and he's going to be laid up for a period of time. There is a GoFundMe to help aid Billy and his family with their immediate financial expenses. You might see a couple of posters dotted up in and around the arena. There's a QR code on there if you can scan it. If everybody over the age of like 21 could drop £1 in, even a £2, whatever it might be, whatever you can spare for that GoFundMe, it will go to aid Billy and his family because he's not going to be able to work for a period of time. I think the target on the GoFundMe was about $3,500. If everybody stood round this track, threw £1 in a bucket for Billy, we'd hit the 5 with no problem whatsoever. So please, 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 if you can donate to the fundraiser for Billy Irwin, we would really, really appreciate it. It would help one of our fellow riders. If somebody comes around with a bucket tomorrow, let's get a few pound coins thrown in it and see what we can do. So, Billy Irwin, you're probably watching somewhere, mate. Get well soon. We want to see you back. Right, next up, the Masters. David James, George Warner, Chris Granger, John Lillingston, George Higley, Sean Issett, Benjamin Martinez, and Billy Luckhurst. Here we go, the Masters heading down the hill towards that first turn. Sean Issett in the middle of the pack, Billy Luckhurst on the inside. Looks like Luckhurst is picking up the whole shot. He's in there in 1. George Higley's trying to get involved as well. Issett's doing his trademark move up from 5th to 4th to 3rd. Trying to dive underneath in the turn, can't quite make it stick. Out in front, stay strong, Clark and Ken. Billy Luckhurst looking like he's going to get this one from gate to finish. Higley's going well in 2. Lillingston in there in 3. Heading towards that line. Billy Luckhurst taking the win in the Masters. 30 plus females are up next. We have got Ornella McGarvey Mills, Fiona Barry, Annie Chiziwa, Marsha Brook, Fwon Clements, Magic Manda Hempstock, Nita Wong, and Rebecca Goal. Here come the 21 and under young ladies. These are they're not 30 plus, none of them are over the age of 30. They're all in the prime of their youth. And it is Rebecca Goal out there in 1, Nita in 2, Fwong in 3. Marsha rounding out the top 4 as it stands right now. Magic Manda in there in 5 with her Healing Hands of Heaven under pressure from Fiona Barry as they come down that 3rd straight. Becca's leading it into the turn though. It's going to be Becca, Nita, Fwong. 1, 2 and 3. Marsha in 4. Is Magic Manda going to hold on for the 5? I think she is.
Vets lining up on the start for the A final. We have got Adam Boudet, George Salmond, Mark Moore, Hayden Torora, Simon Homans, Fraser Watson, Danny Taylor, and Matt Barnard. Final 69, these are your vets headed for the first corner. Looking like stay strong, seeing case Matt Barnard has gotten a great start when he locked elbows with Homans down the first straight. Watson has taken full advantage and worked his way into 2. Barnard, Watson, here comes Watson in turn number 2 and he makes it stick. So Watson's your new race leader, then where's Homans? He's in there in 3. Boudet's in there in 4. Torora's in there in 4. Oh! Chaos in the final turn. Barnard made it happen round the outside. Fraser Watson down in a heap, straight back up to his feet.
Ho, ho, ho. Woo. Veterans racing at his absolute finest.
That was a brilliant last turn move.
Right, okay, so Grand Veterans 50 plus, we have got Fitzroy Bryce, Stephen Fortune. He told me he wasn't going to race again, and here he is on the gate. Sean Andrews, Brett Knight, Brett Archibald, Martin Ogden, Ian Archibald, and the legend, the man, the myth himself, Alan Hill. Right, here we go, Grand Veterans heading out towards turn number 1. Alan Hill, Brett Archibald, Ian Archibald, Oggy's diving underneath. He must be thinking there's a donut out in front of him. Ryder hitting the deck. Got a feeling that was Fitzroy Price rolling round on the floor. Let's hope he's up and okay. So, Hilly, Archibald, Ogden, Archibald in that order. Sean Andrews inside the top 5. Mr. I'm never going to race again. Brett Knight in there in 6. Stephen Fortune in 7. Alan Hill wins yet another national. And here comes Fitzroy Price. So he's okay, he seems to be. Good stuff. Right, 3 more races left, 3 more finals. I'm going to do this one, and then I'm going to hand you on to Lewis for the last 2. This is Championship Women lining up. We have got Elizabeth Bound, Lily Chiziwa, Megan Roy, Betsy Bax, Sienna Harvey, Elsa Rendell Todd, Emily Hutt, and Bethany Shriver. First of the championship finals heading down the hill. These are championship women on the 911. The former Olympic champion Bethany Shriver out in front. Emily Hutt working her way into 2. Behind her she's got the Stay Strong duo Betsy Bax and Elsa Rendell Todd. Crucial are in that's 5th. Oh, it's all got mixed up in the turn. Riders diving underneath. Crucial. Sienna Harvey now in that 3rd position. But she is absolutely gone. She's in a different postcode. Bethany Shriver from Emily Hutt. 1 and 2. Sienna in the 3. Betsy in the 4. Lily Chiziwa in 5. I'm going to hand you on to Lewis for Junior Open and Superclass.
Right, lining up on the start, the penultimate final of the day. Let's get you introduced. Out of Moto 1 race team, Tom Millar. Doing it for Jump Club S&M Source, J. Teal Simpson Davies. Out of Ireland, Ruben Byrne. Out of Pure Bikes, Cody Coker. Out of Jump Club S&M Source again, Ollie Kendall. Out of Absolute, Henry Eyre. Riding out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, James Clitheroe. And for B Strong Race Team, Finn Hoff. Gate goes down, Junior hit the track, Hoff's had a great start out of lane number 1. Clitheroe's in the middle of the pack, heading into the first corner. Clitheroe threads a needle and works his way up to 2. I have no idea how he's managed that, but he's got Kendall right there with him on his inside into the second corner. So it's Hoff, Kendall, Clitheroe, that's your 1, 2, 3. Davies is in there in 4, is in 5. Last turn action, Finn Hoff. Be Strong Race Team NSR Foundation is checked out from the pack. Jump Club S&M Source going through for 2 and 3. That's going to be Kendall and Davies. Final of the day lining up on the starts. These are your Superclass men. Riding out of Birmingham BMX Club, Bradley Russell. Out of Be Strong Race Team, Jimmy Criddle. Out of Stay Strong Clark and Kent, Cal Strickland. Out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Ben Cornish. Riding out of Factory Supercross, Kyle White. Out of Birmingham BMX again, Kyle Russell. Doing it for Schwalbe Tyres and of Birmingham BMX, Josh Marnham. And out of GT Factory, Harry Tanner. Hold on to your heart, Superclass are on track. White's had a great start. Marnham's on the inside, heading for the turn. Oh, it got all sorts of sideways. Here comes Tanner. Tanner, Cornish, Marnham. That's your 1, 2, 3 as he enter turn number 2. Looks like Cal Russell's received an elbow. It's all about Tanner at the moment. Marnham chasing down Cornish. Last turn action. It's got Tanner, Cornish, Marnham, Russell, Strickland, Cradle. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Harry Tanner takes the win on his home track here at Manchester. What a final, ladies and gents.
Right, that wraps up your racing for round number 5 of the BC BMX National Series here at Platt Fields, the Field of Dreams, Manchester. We are back tomorrow morning for yet more bang